Good morning. Good morning, everybody. Good morning.
10, 9, 8, 7, 6, 5 seconds, 4, 3, 2, 1. Visualize live.
Oh, I'm exhausted. Oh, I'm on. I was just dancing around the studio. And then suddenly, there I was. Good morning, everybody. It is wonderful to have your company here on Wednesday Sewing Street. It is hump day. I just love that new VT. Isn't it fun? It's like that here every single day. Anyway, welcome to the show. I'm Stuart Hillard. It's fabulous to have your company. Let's get started. Let's do our early bird. Right, let's get it started. It is this fabulous wrist pincushion, and it's a magnetised one. It's on one of those... You don't have to do it like that. I'd prefer not to. I prefer to just wrap it around my wrist. And look, there it is. Looks really smart. And look, they come in a variety of colours. And it's random. But they're all cool colours. And you can just pop your pins on there. And then they're ever ready. No holding pins in your mouth, please. Holding pins between your teeth. Or just randomly trying to find them. These are also brilliant when you need to clean up at the end of the day. If you've dropped pins, you know, you can literally just tap them on the floor, tap them on the table, and have a quick clean up of your pins or your needles. Very, very useful. One size fits pretty much everybody. And all of the colours that you get, they're all really nice. I think we've got a nice picture, haven't we? Yeah, there it is. Look. Red and yellow and green and white, blue and black and purple. It's lovely, isn't it? Yeah, they are. They're great. They're useful. I like them a lot. Now, normal price is $7.99. It's our early bird today, which means we're going to crash the price. And we're going to crash the price to this. This is... Secret Santa, $4.99. I know it may seem too early, but I have my little gifting drawer, and these are a super gift, aren't they, for yourself or for friends? Really, really nice thing to give, because everybody needs one of these, whether you're a patchworker, whether you do dressmaking, home decor, pinning up a hem. Very, very useful. Very, very useful. Absolutely flying out. It's a great price too. Normally $7.99. Today, under a fiver. Under a fiver. And we're pretty limited, actually. Oh, gosh, we are limited. We are limited. Look at that. Easy. Comfortable as well, actually. Kind of like a silicone. Good for me, actually. I am highly allergic to things like stainless steel and anything other than precious metals. Well, it's what I've been telling Charlie since the day I met him. And so far, he hasn't found me out. No, actually, I really am. So, you know, even like the tiniest little bit on a watch strap, next thing I know, horrible. But this is completely silicone. There's no metal, even here on the back. So, perfect if you're like me and have very sensitive skin. Oh, Sonia's messaged in. She says, good morning, Stuart. I hope you've had a brilliant time off for your birthday. It was lovely. Well, I was here kind of, but it was lovely. Thank you. Looking forward to today's show as I put my course assignments on hold until this afternoon. I think this is yesterday's. This is yesterday's. But thank you for your message. Good morning, Stuart, from a very grey Marlow in Buckinghamshire. Oh, Christine, stay with us. We'll keep it nice and bright and gorgeous here in the studio. Don't you worry. Don't you worry. It is a funny old winter, this, isn't it? Cold, cold, cold. But warm and lovely here. Spring's on its way, I'm certain of it. I've got some daffodils coming up in my garden, actually, and also in the house I've got pots and pots of hyacinths and tete-a-tete, because I just love, if it's not spring outside, I can make it spring inside. right? And also with things like fabrics. I'm using so many bright fabrics at the moment. Thank you, Michael. Here we go. That's better. Good morning to Wendy. Good morning, Anne, who says, lovely, Stuart and team. Good morning. They're a lovely team today as well, actually. We'll say hi to the boys in just a sec. Claire says, good morning, Stuart and all. Lisa Lamb's got in touch. Good morning, my darling. She says, morning, Stuart. Morning, everyone. Oh, that pin holder looks like a certain sports watch. Is the eye-pin holder? Oh, is it? Okay. I don't. Yes, it does look like that, doesn't it? Good morning, Stuart and all. Sewing Street. Sunshine today. Exactly. Shall we say hi to the team? Let's say hello to the gallery. Hello. We're a bit mob-handed today. We've got Levi directing. There he is. We've also got Ollie, who's also directing Levi. Then we've got Michael, who's directing Ollie, who's directing Levi. And then Ben, who's directing everybody. Badly. I'm joking. Ah, no, Ben's our producer, of course. And then just me. Anyway, how about you? How are things? How's your day got started today? Mo says, morning, handsome and team. Morning, my lovely. Did you get your dungaree pattern yesterday? Right, keep going through for your wrist pin cushion. Almost sold out. If you want to get this, you will need to be quick. Should be $7.99. It's $4.99 today. Right, let's have a look at the menu. There it is. Right, this hour we are doing £10 designer fabric bundles, and I have got an absolute gorgeous array to share with you. At 9 o'clock is the Bayer tablecloth kits with Helen McCook. We've got some gorgeous, easy options. Now at 10 o'clock, we have got, I've been so excited about this, masterclass number 2 on free motion quilting with Delphine Brooks. Take a look at this. Oh my goodness, it's amazing. You're going to learn so many new free motion skills from Delphine. I can't wait for that. It's going to be busy. Grab your pattern and templates now so that you are ready. In fact, you could do the digital download, okay, have your quilt sandwich ready for 10 o'clock and actually take part as Delphine sews. At 11 o'clock, it's Oakwood Archer with Helen McCook. And then at 12 o'clock, more quilting with Delphine. It is the ombre butterflies. I'm in love with this. How beautiful is that? And the kits that we've got are phenomenal value. Phenomenal value. In fact, I'm going to tell you, under £20 for that kit. That's your fabrics and your pattern, under £20. I've got 5 different colourways. It's already selling on pre-order. Learn to free motion quilt at 10 o'clock, and then at 12 o'clock, put it into practice on that beautiful ombre butterfly panel. Absolutely gorgeous. Right. Under £10. Let's dive straight in. Now, I've got a really gorgeous array here of all kinds of different fabrics, but I've got some really beautiful Japanese fabrics mixed with solids and blenders, and I'm going to start with these because these lend themselves so well to bag making in particular, cushions, table runner, placemats, things like that. Right. Oh, where to dive in? Let's start with this one. This is lush. Right. This one right here. You've got this fabulous... Now, these are actually Japanese fabrics. These are from Japan. And then this one's mixed. You get ½ metre of that. You get ½ metre of this beautiful sort of amethyst blender. I've got a different one with cream, Ben. I've got this one with cream. Do you want me to start with a different one, Ben? You tell me where to start. Okay. Yep. We'll start with this one then. Okay. So this again, gorgeous. Wow. That is so sophisticated. You get ½ metre of that. You get ½ metre of this gorgeous cream solid to go with it. That is just good to go, isn't it? That's a bag in itself. For £9.99, absolutely fantastic value. Fantastic value. I'm just going to hold that fabric up just so you can see. This is 1/2 metre. And you're getting 1/2 metre of that. And 1/2 metre of your cream. I mean, there's so much you could get out of that. If you were doing something like purses, wallets, things like that, you could probably get 6 or 8 purses or wallets out of that fabric. And there's your lining. Now, if you make and sell, that is phenomenal value. Absolutely phenomenal value. It really, really is. Something like a shoulder bag, at least one. Something like, oh gosh, a cushion, probably 2 cushions. What about something like a tie or a cravat or a bow tie and pocket square? That would be amazing too. Absolutely gorgeous. So that's our first bundle under £10. Right. Let's go with this one. So we've got this gorgeous terracotta. That is gorgeous, isn't it? Wow. Love that. That's been mixed then with a really deep red. Gosh, that is a beautiful combo. Absolutely beautiful. Now, what about just making something like, you know, a zippy pouch, base, top, nice deep red zip, quilted. Again, you could probably make 3 out of this fabric, including your lining. So under £4 per project. But if you make and sell, you might be selling those for £12, £15 per bag. So £45 out of £9.99's worth of fabric, plus a bit of bosal, bit of interfacing, and a couple of zips. Gorgeous. I think actually just to get that 1/2 metre of Japanese fabric for £9.99 would be a good buy. They are so beautiful. They're so different as well, aren't they? They also work really, really well for quilts, of course. If you've got my Galleria quilt pattern, that would work beautifully with lots of these. And you could kind of mix and match. Let's go with some blue. This is lovely. Oh, look, you've got the dragon. You've got the dragon there. How fabulous. You've also then got your navy, midnight, I think that is, blender, well, solid. £9.99 again. Fantastic. I've got 11 of these bundles left, that's all. It's really limited. Actually, it's really limited on all of these bundles. So if you see one you love, pop it straight in your basket and check out. And this is all the stock of the Japanese fabric that we've got at the moment. So if you want any of these, please, please don't hang about. That is gorgeous. Nice messenger bag would be nice. If you've got bags for life, a lot of the bags in there can be made with a couple of 1/2 metres. A message. Morning, Stuart and lovely team. I love these Japanese fabrics for backing and lining projects with Sashiko panels. Gorgeous. Oh, that's a fantastic idea, Kate. I love that. Combining Sashiko and the Japanese, beautiful. Morning, my lovely and studio guys. Are the girls on a spa day today? Oh, Michelle, very possibly. But Helen McCook is here and Delphine Brooks is here, so they're definitely not invited to the spa day. Nor was I. Anyway, I would like a spa day. I would like a spa day for sure. Right, let me see. What shall I do next? Let's do this one. This is gorgeous. So we've got this amazing silver metallic added to this. Absolutely stunning. Cranes and chrysanthemums. And then that is mixed with this gorgeous bubblegum pink. That is gorgeous. Now, I've only got 10 of these bundles. Again, we've maxed out on the Japanese fabrics. So all of these, this is all we've got. And this is all we'll have for a while. Almost all the stocks in baskets all gone. I think these are real bargains today, and as I say, we have used all the remaining stock of our Japanese fabrics to make these bundles. So when we're sold out of these, we're not going to be able to do these type of fabrics until we can get more stock in. Well done if you've just checked out your basket. It's lovely. I love it. I love it. Right, next up. Ooh, this is a bit of me. Love that design. That is absolutely beautiful. Bag making, box making. You could make a lovely sewing kit out of this. And that's been mixed with this light terracotta, which perfectly picks out the colour. Now, if I was going to quilt that, I would quilt it either with black or gold metallic. Probably a crosshatch across the whole lot. Absolutely gorgeous. I mean, think about making a cushion. You say, well, here's your cushion with 3 covered buttons, and actually have that on the front. Beautiful. You could have a plain back. You could use this on the back. I would always put some wadding behind this, any of these fabrics, for cushions. That is absolutely gorgeous. That is fabulous. Love that. Love that. Right, next up. Ooh, this is yummy. Fans. I mean, quintessential sort of Japanese image, isn't it? The beautiful fans. And then that's been mixed with this fab, deep charcoal grey. That is lovely. A little bit softer than just using it with black. You could use it with black, of course, but I really like that. Now, don't forget that, of course, you might be thinking, I'm going to use this for this, I'm going to use this for something else. These are great stash builders. These are absolutely fantastic stash builders. Yeah, that is absolutely lovely. Really lovely. All sorts of ways you can add a little accent of colour as well. It could be a border, it could be sashing, it could be a little bit of covered piping cord, it could be a little folded flange inserted in a seam. Yum. Right, next up, let's go with this. This is teal and absolutely gorgeous. Oh, again, we've got those. I think that dragon looks a little bit sort of cheeky. There's something about those little eyes. It's like, oh, hello. Lisa Lamb's loving these fabrics. She says those fabrics would make gorgeous cushions. Pop a fat tassel on each corner and boom. I love that, Lisa. Oh, well, she's about to do the voice then.
Hello. I'm just... Nothing to see here. I'm just sitting on my cloud, just whiling away the day.
And then that's mixed with this dark teal. Just sitting around on a cloud, just chilling. Jan says, morning, Stuart and all. Good morning, Jan. Oh, this combo is flying out. I've only got 4 of these bundles left. Flying out. That teal colour is absolutely stunning, isn't it? And I love the sort of ombre background where you've got darker and lighter. Beautiful. Down to my last 2 on that. That's about to sell out. Right. And indeed it has. Right. Next one then. Let's go. Ooh, got some lovely terracottas today, actually. These would all go together if buying across different ranges. This would make the most amazing quilt. Look at that. Look at that. That is gorgeous. Absolutely gorgeous. Now, there are some gorgeous patterns that are specifically designed for these fabrics, or really show them off. If you've got my book, Use Scraps Sew Blocks Make 100 Quilts, there's a quilt in there called Japanese Lanterns. And it's a series of pieced lanterns that you can sew tassels on after you've quilted if you want to. And it's a beautiful showcase for these quilt fabrics. Really stunning. Almost you don't want to cut them up too much. A lampshade would be amazing. A lampshade would be incredible. 1/2 metre is plenty for a big lampshade. You could probably get 2 smaller lampshades out of 1/2 metre. And you've got your lining fabric then perhaps for something else. Or you could add a bit of trim. Wonderful. Again, all of these going very, very quickly if you want any of them. Right, next up, I've got those beautiful Japanese fans on blue this time. What gorgeous combination that is. This one's been mixed with, I think this is Copen or Royal Blue. Lovely. Love all the different colours in here as well. This soft, subtle blue and cream and tan. Love this lilac as well. And that is Copen. Gorgeous. Low teens left on that one. All of these are very, very limited stocks. So if you want any of them, do be quick, won't you? Right, next up, lovely dramatic black background on this one. So much gold overprinting. All of this is gold metallic. All of this. Absolutely stunning. Now imagine something like an evening bag made out of this. Or just the flap on a bag, and the rest of the bag may be done in black denim or black cotton canvas, or use this to line it. So you've got a very, very chic, simple, plain, smart bag on the outside, and then just a riot of beautiful colour on the inside. This one's been teamed with this fabulous, soft, gentle puce, almost like a deep rose, a lilac rose. Gorgeous. It's called Blush, kind of picking out these tones. You get 1/2 metre. Remember, if you're multi-buying, these come in pre-cut bundles. So if you buy 3 of these, you'd get 1, 2, 3, all separate, okay? Just keep that in mind if you're multi-buying. But of course, we do patchwork. Right, next up, I love the classiness of this one. I think this is gorgeous because that's absolutely beautiful. And then that's been mixed, I think, with vanilla. And I think that is just stunning together. Really beautiful. Really beautiful. It is vanilla. It's vanilla. Well, I just did Sierra Nevada with vanilla. And it's this gorgeous, rich, it's almost like clotted cream colour. It's really rich, stunning. It's beautiful. That is really classy. And also as well, just picking up on Kate's idea earlier on about doing Sashko, you've got this fabulous backdrop that you could stitch on as a contrast to the print. Really gorgeous. That's that one. Got just a few more of the Orientals now. This is lovely. So you've got one of my favourite prints, and then mixed, with this fabulous, is this Caribbean? I think it's Caribbean blue. Now, it's a big old pop of colour, and so this is one of those times when I would keep it as an accent. So do you see there? This is called Sapphire, this blue. So there, I would have just covered piping cord or a folded flange, something like that. So it's just a little pop. If you want to go all out, then of course, you absolutely can, and make it much more of a strong part of the design. But don't think that you have to use these fabrics in equal quantities because they're sold in equal quantities. Morning, Stuart. Decided to spend the morning with you as it's really grey and damp in Gloucester. I'm glad you're here with me. Starting your shawl today. Oh, Sarah, lovely. What colour did you go for? I can't wait to make another one. Actually, a friend of mine has bought a kit I'm knitting it for him, which I love. I'm more than happy to sit and knit. Right, there we go. Yeah, love to know what colour you're going to do. Right, next up, this is a bit of drama. We've got the fabulous design. Look at that. That is a really large scale print. These look wonderful though. Wherever you cut them, they look wonderful. This has been combined with a red. Picking out this little touch of red here. Fabulous. Fabulous. But this is also a time when you can go into your stash, pull other colours, and this could be the start of an amazing quilt. It doesn't have to all be Japanese fabrics. You could pull out things like batiks, tone-on tones, solids, blenders, a stripe, mix them together and create a really successful quilt, all under £10. Such a good deal. Grab these while you can, won't you? There's only 12 of these left. Right, next up, it's that cheeky dragon. I wanted to start with this one, but we found it now at last. It's that cheeky dragon.
Yeah, just up here on the cloud. Whiling away me time.
And that's been mixed with a gorgeous amethyst. Hurrah, there we go, thank you. Low, low teens. So many different colours you could pull out for this though. The gold, the black, the cream, a soft grey, the blue, terracotta. Very easy to use these fabrics. They're just gorgeous to work with. And actually I've worked with quite a few of these on my new book that comes out in the summer. So stock up. Stock up. It's this summer. It's this summer. Yeah. Yeah, it's this summer. I shall have it at Festival of Quilts, and then it will launch on air at the very beginning of September. Woo! Yeah. I'm excited. It's called Make 100 Bags. It's called Make 100 Bags. So we've made 100 quilts, so I feel now we should make 100 bags. It's an idea. It's not a challenge. You don't have to. You don't have to. Gorgeous. This has been so popular on pre-order. Absolutely gorgeous, that. Absolutely gorgeous. And again, you could pull out the soft moss green. You could pull out the terracotta, this charcoal, this black. You could pull out the tan. I'm going to just show you here just a little pop of colour can really bring something to life. Now imagine this as a bag. I'm just going to turn it to the side now. Imagine this is a bag. Just go a bit. And then I'm just thinking, if you use some gold cord to create 2 frog buttons here, some frogging, yeah, and have that as like a laptop case, how fabulous would that be? Simple, beautiful, celebrate the fabric. You don't have to do too much. There's just one of these left now. There's just one of these left. Well done if you managed to get hold of that. Now, it doesn't all have to be about Japanese fabrics. I've got some other gorgeous combos. I'm going to dive straight in with something rather romantic and beautiful. It is this digital print rose, gorgeous, absolutely gorgeous. And this has been mixed with a gorgeous soft baby pink. I just think that is gorgeous. Now, there's a bit of pencil on this one. There's, are we crashing? Ooh, yeah, because of course it should be $12.48, but you're going to pay under £10. Oh, wow, nice one. Love it. Now, if you want a quick and easy romantic project, or something you can do with 2.5 meters, if you have a look on my YouTube channel, Stuart Hillard Makes, there is a really gorgeous pieced table setting on there. I did it for Valentine's Day a few years ago. It's easy piecing. You could do it with any of these fabrics, And, but it would work really nicely with this as a little romantic meal for 2 or 4 or 10. It could be your whole family that you want to get together and share the love with. You can multi-buy these, but remember, they come pre-cut in 1/2 meters. Love that. What a great saving. Next up, something that's got a little bit of a feel of William Morris about it. This, I think, is an extra wide fabric, is it not? Look at this. Well, that feels wider. It's certainly heavier. This is almost like, it's not a cotton canvas, but it's a little heavier than a quilt weight cotton. Yeah. Oh, it is William Morris. It is a Japanese fabric, and it's that is stunning. I love that. I love that. I love that. But I just want to show you, I would encourage you to buy across different ranges because, look, I've got a different bundle that's got that in it, which picks out this here. Or I've got another, I'm going to show you this bundle next, because that would also, you see? Oh, loads of lovely things. That is gorgeous. I've only got 10 of these left now. William Morris floral with that gorgeous deep green. That is lovely. Right, next one. This is just beautiful. This feels like Moda. It is Moda. It is Moda. You sort of tell. You get a feel for fabrics, don't you? And that's mixed with this gorgeous terracotta. That is lovely. Very classy. Lydia's lace. Yeah, I like that a lot. Oh, again, very, very low teens on this one. So if you want that, gorgeous. 1/2 metre, remember, is plenty to do a border on a quilt, probably up to about a 60-inch square quilt. You could do a narrow border. And also 1/2 metre is a perfect amount for binding a lot of quilts, you know, a lot of different sizes of quilt, certainly up to a good lap size. 1/2 metre is plenty, even up to just about single bed size, 1/2 metre will bind. So don't forget, if you're ever short of binding fabric, you can do a single fold binding. We're in a rut, aren't we, where we always do 2.5-inch wide binding strips, but you can bind a quilt with 1.25-inch wide strips and do a single fold binding. It's not as strong and robust around the edge, but for example, things like wall hangings, I would always do a single fold binding. They don't need 2 layers of fabric round the edge. 1 layer is enough. Why use twice as much fabric to bind a wall hanging than you actually need? It's food for thought. Next up, I've got this lovely combo, which is some Kay Facet, one of his best designs, in my opinion, ever. This will never not be wonderful, in my opinion. I think that's gorgeous. And then that's been mixed with this gorgeous bottle green. I think this might be called fur. Not fur as in fur. Oh, it's bottle. It's bottle. We're all a bit shooketh about that because we all thought it was fur. But isn't that... Oh, I just love that. Love that. Single figures on this. Single figures. Remember, you get both. A whole metre of fabric, half cave, half solid, for under £10. It's a great deal. It's a great deal. It picks out this bottle green. But of course, this could be the start of an amazing scrap quilt, pulling out all these different colours from your stash. Use this as some kind of sashing or familiar element over the whole quilt, maybe the centre of a log cabin or something like that, and then use all these colours to pull out, but use scraps. Yum. Right, honey to the bee. Gorgeous print, this. It's called Queen Bee. It's a Dan Morris. I mean, really, look, it should be £8.49 for that, shouldn't it? And then you've got your blender, your solid, fabulous value, £9.99. Yeah, this is like a sort of pistachio, isn't it? Absolutely gorgeous. This would be really nice for a nice spring or summer project, I think. Yeah, get you in the mood for spring. Next up, I've got another, I think this is Dan Morris. Oh, it's Jason Yenter. It's the other one. It's Jason Yenter. And this actually, look, is mixed with a mottled blender. How gorgeous is that? I think that's lovely. Really smart. Really smart. This is lovely actually because it's sort of pulling different elements from Japanese fabrics. So sashiko motifs, the waves, you've got some bamboo in there, you know, blossoms, cherry blossoms, but reinterpreted in quite a modern design. And then that gorgeous mottled blender to go with it. Absolutely lovely. Now again, you're getting ½ metre of each. So, look, there's your ½ metre of blender. It's a huge amount of value for under £10. And then here's your Dan Morris. No, Jason Yenter. So you get both of those. There's a lot you can do with that. Gorgeous. Yeah, it's that gorgeous plum, isn't it? It does work. It works beautifully. Now, I'll tell you something that would mix really nicely with that. Look at these two. This is my next for under £10. Go on. Sold out. Sold out. Oh, but look. Lots of you are going to be getting this gorgeous bundle home. Beautiful. This is a proper batik as well. Very nice. Right, don't worry, I've still got some lovely things. This is rather gorgeous. Now, again, thinking back to my Stuart Hillard Makes place settings, this would be lovely. If you want to freshen up the table, yeah, bit of Moda. Yeah, it's that kind of English garden, picnicky, sort of, like a jug of daffodils on the table, kind of just a relaxed breakfast. And yeah, I'll show you the pattern I'm talking about actually. Thanks, Ben. This is on, there we go, Stuart Hillard Makes. Hello. Oh, gosh. Rosy cheek there, aren't I? Dear me. Oh, I don't know what the lighting's going on. Yes, got the Elna there. That's the Elna 680. And this is pre-lockdown. So, I say I've been using the machine for a long time, and I am not joking. What was that? I missed that. Where's the placemat? Can't you fast forward it? Oh, I'm probably talking for ages. Just fast forward. There it is, there it is, there it is. See that? See? It's just a simple placemat with simple piecing, but you quilt that and bind that, and it's lovely. Anyway, that's that. And you could do that with these. Can you imagine that? Really simple to make using this combination. And I reckon you'd get 2 placemats out of this. I think there's a little tutorial for how to make a napkin as well. Yeah. And then invite someone over and have a lovely lunch or a dinner or something like that. Right. Let's see what else I've got. Oh, this is cute. This is gorgeous. This is great value, because you're getting the polka dot. This is your coordinate. And then look, you've got your little woodland animal. Well, I say woodland, you've got panda, koalas, and deer and rabbits. There probably is woodland somewhere in the world where you find all four. No. Not Cannon Hill Park, definitely not. I think that's really cute, though. Single figures of those. Oh, no. Okay, thank you. Right, here we go. Floral menagerie. Gorgeous. Gorgeous. That's really cute. I like that. Don't forget, if you want to make more than 2 placemats, just multi-buy, get plenty of fabric. This next combo, this is good value. This is really good value because this is like a cotton canvas, and this is actually, look how wide this is. That's huge. That must be 54 inches wide. So you've got that, and then you've got Copen blue to go with. So that's picking out this blue here. That's fabulous deal. Absolutely brilliant. This is a little bit Sierra Nevada, isn't it? A little bit New Mexico. If you've made my New Mexico or my Sierra Nevada quilt and you want a few cushions, scatter cushions, this would be a different vibe. It would work really well. I like that. Gorgeous. This is the time to bag yourself a bargain. All of these bundles are under £10 and you're making some fantastic savings. Right, next up, a bit of Tula Pink. Now, we don't often have Tula Pink bundles under £10. I feel like somebody's watching me here. Ben. Oh, they are cat's eyes. Levi's on the ball today. He just said, they look like cat's eyes. Oh, Ben's struggling to find this one. We'll come back to it. We'll come back to it. Let's do this one next then. Oh, actually, I'll tell you what, we'll do this one. This is gorgeous. So this is... Ben's found it. No, Ben, we'll work around you. That's fine. There we go. There we go. You're the captain of our ship. There it is. Tabby Road, Deja Vu, cat eyes. Cat eyes. Purses, bags. Very nice, very nice. Or just for in your patchwork stash. I've only got 4 of these bundles left though. That one's going to sell out. Right, next one then. I've got this gorgeous turquoise and sea green batik. Genuine batik this. Indonesian. And then this is mixed. Now this is midnight. Previously that other one was navy. This is midnight. So this is such a dark navy that it almost looks black. But it's a really, really deep navy called midnight. And again, this is where, again, you might just use a little pop. Just a little pop, just to define. Nice that. That's lovely. Again, I think something like a laptop case would be fab, or a tablet case, or a purse. Or this could be placemats, or just stash it. I mean, I'm going to use this midnight for something because it's such a gorgeous, it's a lovely alternative to black. You've still got that drama and you've still got that sort of ability to make any colours really pop without being as dark as black, you know, as intense as black. Love that. Love that. Be quick if you want that one. The other batik sold out ever so quickly. Right, soft and gentle. Oh, this is cute. This is cute. This is like rainbow dandelion clocks, isn't it? Isn't it? Yeah, or like, I don't know, it's beautiful. I love these motifs. I'd be going in there and cutting these out to cover buttons with. That is lovely. What's it teamed with? Clouds. Now, can I just say, this is one of those fabrics that you will never regret having in your stash. I used to sell fabric, and if I could ever find fabric that had clouds on, it would fly. Everybody wanted to get 1/2 metre because it's such a useful fabric to have in your stash. If you're doing, obviously things like landscapes or pictorial images, but it's a gorgeous backdrop for applique as well. Imagine flowers or something like that appliqued onto there. Absolutely gorgeous. Really, really lovely. Oh, Steph's message. She says, morning, Stuart. Oh, you've got your tank top on. You must be chilly. Have a nice day. Just a little, well, sort of. I don't know. Yes. I love a tank top. Always loved a tank top. A tank top and a waistcoat. Love. But a tank top's got a bit more give. Hasn't it? Right, next up. Oh, now then, talking of landscape, what about seascape? This is fabulous coral. Wow. Look at that. Look at that. That is yummy. That is absolutely yummy. So much vibrant colour. And then I love that cool silver next to it. It just kind of softens the whole thing. Just going to pop a little bit. Again, just that little subtle pop. Doesn't always have to be bright to create that little bit of contrast or a little frame. Love it. Gorgeous. Right, now then, I've got some... Well, excuse me, let's keep going with that sea theme, actually. This is lush. Where are you, Nemo? And teamed with this gorgeous lilac mottled blender. Just picking out the colours there. Really pretty. These are clownfish, aren't they? And then this is Dory. Oh no, isn't she blue? Gorgeous blue background. Gorgeous. Do you know what I would do with this? I would make a reading book cushion. Again, pattern on Stuart Hillard Makes. Free pattern, free tutorial for a cushion with a pocket and a handle. Gorgeous. Love that. Right, next up, those gorgeous woodland creatures again. This time on a mint background. And look at this lush polka dot. That's lovely. That is lovely. Excuse me, I've got a little bit of a cough this morning. Oh yeah, what about a lunch bag? Now again, if you've got bags for life, there is a lunch bag in there with like a roll down. I designed it around like a paper lunch bag, and it's got like Velcro down the centre, and you like roll the top down and it fixes. Really cute. So you could definitely make lunch bags with this. They're nice and easy and quick. Make and sell them as well, of course. Yeah, lovely. Single figures left of that one. Beautiful. Next up, oh, this is nice. Oh, this is gorgeous. Now, I love this. It's called Murano. That is amazing. And then teamed with this beautiful, sort of based around Murano glass, isn't it? And then teamed, now that's a bit of summer. That is a gorgeous bit of summer. I've only got 3 of these bundles left. Again, it's under £10. That's amazing. How cute is that? This is Odile. No one's ever told me how to pronounce it. Bailu? Bailuel? Balo? I mean, she's just Odile to me. That's lush. I mean, but great value. And this is Free Spirit fabric. You know, you're getting a great deal here. There's only 2 of these left now. If you want that one, do be quick. Right, next up, let's go a little bit of Janet Clare. This is brand new Janet Clare. This is brand new Janet Clare, and I love the teaming. That's fantastic. Should be £12.98, not today. So you've got Longshore, and then that's mixed with natural. Is it called natural? No. I want to say latte or bamboo. Latte. Bamboo. Bamboo. That's lovely. It's very classy. Very classy. I've only got 11 of these bundles. Again, if you want that one, lots of you with that in your basket. Very nice. Right. Ooh. Now, I think this one might be Odile. Oh, no. Oh. I tell you what, I love the selvage. Look at the selvage. That is wonderful. Absolutely wonderful. And that's teamed, I think, with blush. Beautiful. Absolutely beautiful combination. Paisley medallion on tonal patchwork. Really lovely. It's gorgeous. Did you know that Paisley was named after Paisley in Scotland? Did you know that? I'll tell you why, because originally Paisley shawls were woven or printed in India, and they became hugely popular in Victorian times for women to wear. And so the design was done, they were manufactured in Paisley in Scotland, they were woven there, and the name was taken from the town where they were made. So they became known as Paisley shawls because they were made in Paisley, but they were always sort of this design. This was the key design. And so this became known as Paisley. But really, the Paisley is the shawl. It's also where Coates thread was manufactured for many, many years in Paisley. Real textile area. Right, just a few more to go then. Let's do this one. Oh, cute background. That's lovely. Oh, I'm covered in bits now. That's the only problem with tank tops. That's pretty. You've got kind of musical instruments. Lemon solid, £9.99. That's gorgeous, yeah. Little checkerboard. Oh, that's a cute fabric. I like that. Great for stocking up your stash. £9.99 for that. Next up, butterflies. Beautiful. Lovely. Now, if you're going for Delphine's ombre butterflies, it might be worth just getting that, just to do a little something on the side. I think last one. Last one. Oh, this is a pop of colour. If you're feeling cold, I think you might need this. Look at that. Batik and your mottled blender. Absolutely yummy. What a combo. What a combo. That is lovely. Gorgeous. Now listen, we've got a few others, but I just want to remind you of our early bird today. I'm just going to show you the different colours that we've got. I think there's a purple as well, but it could be any of these. It's the magnetic slap band pincushion. Magnetised. That blue, that peels off. It's like a protective film. £4.99 today because it's our early bird. I am down to my last few of these. If you want to grab these, £4.99. Colours come at random. Awesome. Right, we're going to go to a break. When we come back, we're going to be doing all things beautiful embroidery. This is real kind of heritage stuff with Helen McCook straight after the break. See you there.
Join me, Hayley West, this Sunday, the 16th of February, for a must-watch special. We're bringing you the incredible Husqvarna Viking Quartz 29, a powerhouse sewing machine packed with precision stitching, an easy-to-use touchscreen, and a spacious sewing area to bring your creative projects to life. But that's not all. I'll be showcasing the Kabuki quilt, a stunning quilt I've personally designed. I'll be sharing the inspiration behind it and how you can make your own. Don't miss out. Tune in this Sunday on Sewing Street.
Join me for my birthday show on Thursday. Yes, it's actually my birthday that day. I've got the lovely Wendy Orlando, who's going to be demonstrating a beautiful shoulder bag and a quilt. Then I've got Sam Sabido in with a brand new Sunshine crochet cardigan, and a show with Amber Makes where we've designed the Carefree cacti with all cacti themed prints as well. So I hope you can join me. Happy birthday to me.
Wondering what wadding is? In sewing, wadding is the soft padded material used in the middle layer of quilts, cushions and other projects. It adds warmth, texture and structure to your creations. Wadding comes in different materials like cotton, polyester or wool and various thicknesses, so you can choose the perfect one for your project. Whether you're quilting, making a cosy blanket or adding softness to a bag, wadding is what brings that snug and cushioned feel.
If you're using a pattern that's quite bold and you know that you want the centre back to run down the middle of the fabric and to have it identical on one side and the other, how do we match it up? Well, it's quite easy. What you do is you pin your pattern piece to where you want the pattern. Then quite simply, you take a pen and you draw around the motif. You're only cutting one layer out now. You're only cutting one side of the back out now. You draw around your motif with your pen. Then cut the piece out, put that to one side. Then when you cut the other piece out, you flip your pattern, because obviously you need a right and a left hand side, and you just put that pattern that you've drawn in exactly the same place, on the fabric, which means when you make the dress, both motifs will be in exactly the same place on the back, either side of the centre back.
Looking for the perfect gift for the sewing enthusiast in your life? The Sewing Street gift card is just the thing. Choose between a physical card delivered to their door or a convenient e-gift sent straight to their inbox. It's easy. Just head to the Sewing Street website, scroll to the bottom of the page, click Gift Cards, or use your smartphone, scan the QR code and go straight there. Pick the amount you'd like to load onto the card, and that's it. The Sewing Street gift card, the gift of creativity made simple.
Want to know what's coming up on Sewing Street? It's easy. Just visit www.sewingstreet.com and head to the TV Guide section for all the latest show details. Stay ahead and never miss a stitch with Sewing Street. Never miss a show by watching on the go with the Sewing Street app. Head over to your App Store now and search Sewing Street and simply download to your smartphone or tablet. You can watch the shows live and see your favourite presenters and guests. Click on the Today button to shop all of the products that are featured in today's show. Want to know what's hot? Then click here to see today's bestsellers and highlights. Have you missed a show or want to watch one back? Then click the schedule button and you can go back 7 days to watch and shop, and you can also see what's coming up over the next 7 days. Want to say hello or ask a question to our guests? Then send a message to the studio. You can also keep in touch with all the latest news, events, product launches and much more by clicking here for our social media pages. Never miss a show by watching on the go with Sewing Street. Every day, our experts will bring you a wealth of knowledge. They'll take you through the steps of making projects, and we feature fabulous tips along the way. Whether you're new to sewing or a seasoned pro, you're sure to learn something new. We're live every day from 8 a.m. till 1 p.m, and you can also watch back all of the demonstrations featured on the show on our YouTube channel.
Looking for some creative inspiration? Head over to the Sewing Street website and click on the SS Hub. It's packed with ideas, tips and projects to spark your creativity. Plus you'll find the latest news and information on sewing machines and overlockers. Get inspired with Sewing Street.
Here at Sewing Street, we only charge 1 P&P throughout the day. You can add as many items to your basket and check out and still only be charged once. Once you've checked out the first time and want to order again, you simply add the item to the basket and click on the Combine Order button. Remember, standard P&P is £4.95. Charges may differ for outside the UK. Or upgrade to our premium option for £6.95 on certain items. Shopping made easy at Sewing Street.
Hello there. Now, this hour, we are going to really get down to something beautiful, something heritage, something heirloom, and something which I think a lot of people really cherish in their homes. You may have some of these from the past. These are bang up to date, beautiful, embroidered table linens, and they are absolutely stunning. I'm joined by the wonderful embroiderer, Helen McCook. Helen.
Hello, good to see
So
you.
good to have your company.
Thank you.
How are you?
Good, thank you, yeah.
Excellent. This is I love these.
Yeah,
They
they're
are
so nice.
so beautiful. And, you know, also what's really lovely about all of these kits is that they are sort of totally relaxed, stress-free, because everything is printed on the tablecloth of the runner. You're not working from a chart, you're actually just stitching. These are all called Bayer.
That's right.
Are they the company?
Yes, so Bayer's the company that makes them. They're made in Hungary, and they actually have for a long time they've had a long-standing tradition of really beautiful table linen from that area, and it really taps into the tradition that they have there.
Fabulous.
But yeah, it's so familiar to us as well. isn't it?
Yeah, they're gorgeous, just lovely to work on. We're going to start with this one because this one is just full of the joys of spring. Look at this. So these are 100% cotton. These are this is 80 centimetres square. I'm going to open up the design to show you the size. They're absolutely gorgeous, brand new today. So this is the size of the table covering, okay? So there's lots of design there once it's all worked. Your actual motifs are a really good size. I'll just show you here what one of the sort of corner motifs looks like. You can see there spreading out. Absolutely delightful. You've got your beautiful daffodils and tulips, and then I think these are primroses in the side, all worked in these gorgeous fresh spring colours. I think that's absolutely stunning. Now, in your kit, you get your pre-printed 100% cotton. It's already hemmed. Okay, so as soon as you've finished working it, it's ready to go on your table. It's already hemmed, it's beautiful quality cotton. You've got the design printed. Now, these designs are not wash away. So you cover these lines with your stitching. So it doesn't matter if you perhaps need to wash it because it's getting a bit grubby as you're working or anything like that. You can work the design. Even if you, say, had to wash it halfway through, you can do that because these lines will stay put. You cover them with your embroidery. You also get all of your embroidery floss included. And there's a lot. This is one that Helen's working on now. This is an amazing price. Absolutely incredible price for something that is such a gorgeous heirloom. You even get your needle and, of course, full instructions for how to do it.
I think the amazing thing about this is you couldn't actually purchase the components for this price.
No.
So you've got it all put together in a kit with your design, ready to rock and roll. It is an incredible thing because, as I say, just the table linen would cost that, and then you've got all those threads on top, and they supply plenty of spare thread as well, so you can be quite experimental
Oh, that's
with
good
the way
to
you
know.
want to approach.
Yeah, and I love the stitches that are used on this one. You've got satin stitch here, and in the leaves, there's quite a lot of satin stitch in this one, isn't there? Actually, is the whole thing worked in
So
satin
they've got
stitch?
satin stitch and longs and shorts. They've got some French knot details, a bit of stem
Yes.
stitch. So it's a bit of a range of textures, but predominantly it's the long and short and the satin.
Yeah, gorgeous. And I love how two colours are blended here. It really creates this wonderful dimension. It's stunning. Absolutely stunning. This is the kind of thing that if you are recuperating from an illness or surgery perhaps and you're having to stay put, I think what I would want to do sitting still, it would be something like this. I wouldn't want to have to think too much. You know, I want to create something beautiful, but I don't want something complicated. Everything is printed. You're just adding those beautiful colours. Gorgeous. Absolutely gorgeous. I've got so many kits to go through. We're going to get some stitching from Helen as well, of course, but I want to show you all the different kits that we've got. So I started with that one because I just think that is absolutely full of the joys of spring, and I need this right now.
Absolutely.
Helen.
You're starting to see the kind of little buds coming up, but it still feels really grey and cold. So having these things to work on, I always think that, like, my studio always looks so full of colour with my threads, and it really kind of makes you cheerful when you're working with that palette.
It
So
really
it's
does.
good.
Now then, next up, I've got this absolutely beautiful. Now, this is 80 centimetres square again. So same kind of idea, square, but this has got these absolutely incredible poppies, red poppies. Now, that is an absolute joy of colour there, isn't it? Stunning.
Yeah, so this is one of the ones I'm going to demonstrate, actually. So I love that red, that pop of colour, and they've got quite an acidy kind of green next to it. It really kind of has a lot of impact. It's really nice to see in your house.
Absolutely beautiful. I'm just going to open the kit and just show you the threads because they are stunning. You also get instructions. Look at those beautiful colours. I mean, absolutely gorgeous array of deep reds, hot pinks, and those gorgeous, really zesty greens there. You've got your printed tablecloth. I mean, I've spent more than $29.99 on a plain white tablecloth.
Yeah, me too. And the thing is, you get your yarn organiser there as well, so you get that in your pack. So it's a really straightforward way of working. They've made it such a nice experience for you. They've really considered what they're doing.
Love that. And also, of course, you've got full instructions on the different stitches that have been used and how to work them. So you might never have embroidered before. This is such an easy way in. Gorgeous. You can spend an awful lot on a tablecloth. Here's an embroidered tablecloth that you could buy. Wow, £109.67. Or if you want a plain tablecloth, what? Oh, I see, it's printed. It's printed and it's £395. Wow. I'd much rather have the pleasure of making my own.
Don't you
Genuinely, I think this is gorgeous.
It's that lovely thing as well, because we do have this heritage of, like, I don't know about you, but I remember when I was younger, you'd go to visit family and you get the tea table out and you'd sit and there'd be a cloth on it and you'd be sitting around it and having these lovely times.
Yeah.
And then when you saw those things, you associate it with those memories.
I think that's very true.
It's such a lovely thing to work on yourself and recreate those memories in your home now.
No, I agree with you. I agree with you. I mean, I do these things all the time, and anyone who follows me on social media knows Sunday afternoons in particular, I bake, we watch Miss Marple, we light a fire, we get the homemade jam out.
I want an invite to your house. Sounds
Come.
great.
You're welcome anytime. But you know, but these are things that make us feel cosy and content, and it's just lovely. Now, this next one is one of my absolute favourites. This is called, you'll like this, this one's called Garden Gnome. You don't get the Garden Gnome, I'd just like to point out. You don't get the Garden Gnome. It's this fabulous cross stitch.
Yes.
Now, I associate cross-stitch with having to work from a chart, counted. This is printed.
Yeah, this is really user-friendly. It's printed on. It's a nice scale of work. So if you do struggle to see the little charts on a cross-stitch or anything like that, this is the thing for you, because it develops really quickly under your fingers, really pleasing to see, all that lovely kind of charm of cross-stitch, but not so much of the work, to be honest.
No, quite. And I think the design is beautiful. You've got this wonderful kind of foliage with just a little hint of colour in the flowers. I think it's absolutely stunning. This, again, is 80 by 80. So a really good kind of table topper. Either have it on a plain table, or maybe put your tablecloth down first and then pop this in the centre as a bit of a centrepiece, really.
Absolutely. I think these things as well, because they are very durable fabrics and they are washable.
Yes.
Everything's colour fast once you've worked it.
Yeah.
So it's the kind of thing you could actually make it into something else as well. If you think, actually, in my home, I wouldn't use a table runner that much. You could make it into a bag, or put it, cut it up, use the pieces into other parts, put it onto your clothing, bags, box tops, you name it. You could really go to town with it.
Yeah, you really could. I think it's gorgeous. Absolutely lovely. I'm actually really tempted by these. I think it would be really nice just to sit and do some embroidery.
Sunday afternoon, you start to...
I just like the idea of not having to use a chart or count things.
Yeah, exactly.
Literally just where it's printed.
The other thing is, I always think as well, if you've got fabric pens and paints at home, you could always use that to fill in some of the areas that, if you've got one which are kind of freestyle embroideries, like the poppies, you could use that to fill the areas, and you could just leave it at that. Or you could put a tiny, tiny touch of sprinkling of sequins across it, or beads,
Could I
or
put
French
beads?
knots,
Yes, I was thinking
anything
beads.
you like. So really, you can make it your own style and use the threads for something else. It's completely versatile.
Yeah, that's gorgeous. That's one of my favourites. Really love the cross-stitch design. It looks really like you've spent a lot of time and very complicated, but it's not at all. The cross-stitches are printed on the beautiful 100% cotton fabric. The lines for embroidery. So this is embroidered, this is cross-stitched, but simple. And you can see the scale as well. You're going to get a lot of impact very quickly and easily. Right, do you remember those gorgeous poppies on the 80 by 80 square cloth. Well, I've got the same designs, but this time on like a long runner. This is 40 centimetres wide by 100 centimetres in length. I'm going to get this one out, but it's got that gorgeous poppy design on. Let me show you this. £27.99, absolutely amazing. Lots of you have found this already. Just going to take the needle out and show you. They're all beautifully packaged as well.
And the needles are good size, so if you're worrying about threading needles, it's a really good size.
Oh, this is so lovely. That is beautiful. So look, there's your runner. So that could go on a dressing table or on a buffet or
Absolutely.
something
Welsh
like that on a
dresser.
sideboard.
Yeah, beautiful.
And then you've got a really good size of design down at either end. So lovely. And you've got this beautiful woven border as well. It's just the finishing is fantastic.
Can you imagine that though on your table, and then you've got a beautiful like vase of flowers in the middle, or gorgeous.
Yep. Yep. Really, really lovely. Stunning. The trouble is, which one? I mean, obviously this one actually matches with the 80 centimetre square version, so you could work both.
Absolutely.
That would be really nice. Gorgeous. Wow. Now, working on the same poppy theme, I have got a larger tablecloth. This is 130 centimetres by 160 centimetres. And you can see the design there is sort of centred. Now, this is an absolutely beautiful, proper heirloom, this, isn't it? It's a proper heirloom. I'm going to bring this out. We're pretty limited on this one too. Gosh, there's a lot here. Wow. The quality of the fabric is exceptional. Absolutely exceptional. This is like sort of restaurant or hotel quality tablecloth.
It's nice and heavy. It's going to really drape nicely on your table. And as you say, the edges look really beautiful on all the pieces. So
that is stunning. Helen, would you mind just coming
No,
over
of
a
course.
second? And we'll just hold this up just so you can see at home the size of the cloth that you are getting. That is absolutely stunning. And the design is right where you want it to be, in the centre, around the outside.
exactly.
Just lovely.
The other thing is with some of these things in the 1940s and 1930s, they quite often, if they had groups of friends that used to meet for special occasions, they'd get them to sign the middle, and then they'd stitch over the signatures
Oh, I like
and make it kind of... So if you've got a wedding or an anniversary and you've got all your special people in one place,
Yeah.
you get them to sign it, and then you work over the top with machine embroidery or hand embroidery.
Gorgeous.
It becomes a lovely memento, doesn't it,
Yeah,
of
that's
that moment in time.
Yeah.
So,
yeah.
yeah.
Well, also you could work the embroidery, then you could layer this with wadding and backing. You could quilt this,
Absolutely.
and you could actually have this as an embroidered quilt as well. That is stunning. Absolutely beautiful. And of course you get all of your, thanks Helen, you get all of your embroidery floss. There's a lot there. You get your full instructions for working it as well. Your needle too, all included for $99.99. Oh, bless you. Thank you, Helen. Thank you. You see me folding bedding then. Screw it up in a ball. Oh, that'll do. That'll do. Right, next up, I've got lavender. I've got lavender. And this is so gorgeous. Really kind of, I don't know, it just makes me think of French linen and beautiful. You can see the lavender there. This is one that Helen's working on currently. 80 inches square. So pretty.
There's something just so chic about lavender,
It
though, isn't
is.
it? You know, we've had it in our houses since the Roman period. You know, it's so relaxing, so meditative. And it's just so chic, isn't it?
Yeah, it's gorgeous and really timeless as well. Absolutely timeless. As beautiful today as it ever was. $29.99. That's for your 80 centimetre square table topper. Or indeed, you could turn this into a beautiful, sort of really big cushion or pillow to have on a bed. That would be beautiful.
You could monogram the middle. It'd be
You
gorgeous.
could. You could. Love the fresh colours in there. It's been very popular, that one. That is lovely. Now, another one, which is one of my favourites. These are the Blossom Hearts. This one is one of those runners again, 40 centimetres wide by 100 centimetres in length. And you can see there those gorgeous hearts. Well, each of those is made up of these beautiful little flowers. I'll just show you the pattern next to it. How pretty are these? Absolutely gorgeous. £27.99. Floral hearts. That is gorgeous. Mostly satin stitch, Helen.
Yeah, mostly satin stitch. So there's a few other little stitch details. But again, if you don't like satin stitch, you can use other stitches. So you can really kind of experiment with those shapes. And again, if you wanted different colourways, obviously this is the one colourway, but you could swap out other threads that you have at home.
You could, couldn't you? You could swap out the blue for something else and totally
Go
change
Valentine's
the look.
Day. We're very, very timely at the moment.
Certainly are. We
So,
certainly are.
yeah.
And actually, none of these projects is a huge amount of work, is it? It's not a huge undertaking.
No, and it's accessible. The threads are nice and sturdy. They're really nice to work with. So yeah, it's good. And I'd say the eye of the needle is a good size, and the needle itself is a good size to grip. So
Yeah, absolutely. I think this is absolutely stunning. It's such a beautiful motif. You've got those gorgeous heart wreaths with little, I suppose, forget-me-nots.
Yes.
Yeah, the beautiful forget-me-nots. And then I love the finish as well. I love that you've got this woven border that's woven into the fabric itself. You've got those beautiful finished hemmed edges. I mean, really, really high quality. And everything's printed, so you're not having to follow a chart, you're not having to mark anything, you don't need a light box, there's no prep time. Literally, would you give this an iron first?
Yeah, you could give it a little press.
Just from the back?
Yeah, you could press it. I mean, you could press it first before you work it, and then after you've finished working it, I wouldn't press the embroidery because it flattens the embroidery, but you could certainly press around it and just pop a cloth over the embroidery. You could lightly press that area or steam it from the back.
Yes.
So,
I tend to just put it on top of a fluffy towel face down and iron the back.
Absolutely.
All of the stock of this is in baskets, every last one. If you want this gorgeous floral hearts runner, it's gorgeous, isn't it? Absolutely stunning and such great value. £27.99. You're just going to sit and sew and relax. I think the teacups are a hint.
Absolutely.
Best enjoyed with a cuppa.
As generally in life, you know, always
I
makes
think
everything
so.
better, doesn't it?
Well, this sounds like the most perfect afternoons and evenings. The radio on, bit of music, audio book, cup of tea.
Yeah.
Great. Turn your phone off.
That's it.
This is, you know, a bit like our Sunday afternoons. This is a chance to go a bit sort of old school. No phone, no no TV on. Just have some music.
It's carving a bit of time out for yourself.
Yeah.
Yeah.
Proper
It's important though, because we're so engaged with everything outside and everything's constantly, I'm looking at this and I'm watching that and I'm talking to you.
Yeah.
Just having that moment where you're immersed in something and then you get to enjoy that and create a routine, a moment every week where you're getting to do something special.
I like that idea a lot, Helen. I like that a lot. Also, as well, you know, way too many of these in baskets. I know some people are going to miss out. But I think as well, if you're sewing like mine, usually takes me away from what's going on because I'm in my studio or you're in your sewing room or something like that. You've got a noisy machine. But actually, because this is printed and it's hand sewn, you can be sitting with the family, watching a film or chatting, and you're still doing your beautiful craft. That's going to sell out.
The nice thing is as well, that's a really portable size. So I know you've got a frame to show later. that's the type of frame that I travel with. So
Yeah.
I always have a project with me. So trains, planes, waiting, whatever, hospitals, wherever it is, I take it with me and I sit. And it's so easy to get it out, do a
Yeah.
quick 5 to 10 minutes even, and then put it back again. And you just, wherever you are, it creates an oasis of calm for you.
It really
so
does.
it's good.
I love that.
Yeah.
I love that. Yeah, and it's a nice distraction, isn't there, if there's lots of things going on around you that you want to kind of blank out. Right, this next one, I think of these asters. These are absolutely gorgeous. This fabulous. This is really lovely. This is 80 centimetres square again. Really lovely size. And you've got these 4 main motifs and then these beautiful corners. Very graceful and elegant. This one's been popular. This one's been popular. There we go, thank you. £29.99 again. They've called it Blue Daisy.
These look a bit like those Michaelmas daisies, don't they?
I think Michaelmas
Yeah.
daisies or asters, yeah, absolutely. You've got those beautiful purples, or sort of pansy colours almost, those gorgeous purples, soft greens, and then those gorgeous kind of egg yolk and baby chick.
Oh,
Baby chick yellow.
yeah.
Lovely. Absolutely gorgeous. Oh, I'm going to have baby chicks soon. I'm about to start incubating some eggs.
Have you got oh,
Yes. Oh, love it.
sweet.
Love
Have you
it.
had them before?
Yeah.
Oh.
Yeah, love a little baby chick.
I remember
Beautiful.
when I was a child, one of my mum's family relatives had a farm in Herefordshire,
Mm-hmm.
and we went. They got chicks, and I remember as a child sitting, and they were just running all over
Oh,
me. I was
yes.
just so excited. They're
Yes,
so lovely.
they really are. They're gorgeous. Great
Yeah.
fun. Now, talking about being down on the farm, look at this one. This is all cross-stitch, but again, the crosses are printed, and you've got corn, you've got poppies, and you have got... Oh, now then.
They're cornflowers.
Cornflowers, of
Yeah.
course they are.
That's a real classic combination, though, isn't it?
Yeah.
It's that beautiful combination, kind of harvest time.
Yes.
Yeah.
Completely beautiful. All cross stitch, this one, but not counted, not worked from a chart. Everything is printed on the fabric. You've got those wonderful woven borders. The edges are already hemmed. So when you've finished your embroidery, you're done. You don't have to start getting the machine out and start hemming edges.
I love the finishes that they've got, though, because it looks like you've put a lot of work in. It's almost a bit reminiscent of some of those beautiful antique French tablecloths that you see in
Yes.
those really expansive kind of brocants.
Yes.
You know, so it looks like you've spent a lot of time and a lot of money on something quite a very high quality. So, yeah, it's such good value.
Totally agree. They are gorgeous. So that's the sort of like harvest time. Really lovely summer flowers. Right, next up, I've got 2 more. Oh, this is lovely. Oh, now then, this is almost all blue. So this is 130 by 160. So this is a gorgeous tablecloth. Again, I'm going to get this one out. So look at those. So you've got that wonderfully sort of ombre blues from darkest to lightest, that little pop of yellow there. This one is pretty much all cross-stitch, a few lazy daisy, a little bit of possibly back stitch. Well, this is a big tablecloth, right? Wow, yes please.
It looks like a Delft plate, those colours, don't they?
These are absolutely
Delftware.
gorgeous. Oh, I think we've gone the wrong way. Let's give you that corner.
Yeah, of course.
There we go. Oh, that is absolutely stunning. I really like that. So you've got that main design through the centre, and then you've got corner motifs, and you've got those little, almost like folk art tulips around the edge. That is absolutely stunning. And again, a really heavy, beautiful quality cotton tablecloth there. And remember, you're not just making something for now. It's a real heirloom, isn't it?
It's the type of thing that you make memories making it, you enjoy using it, and then you pass it on, and becomes special because of all the time you spent on it, and then all the memories you've made around it. So yeah, very much an heirloom piece.
That is gorgeous. Thank you so much. And just to show you how those designs look stitched out, look, isn't that beautiful? Really, really like that. I do love a bit of blue. Gorgeous. It's the world's favourite colour. It is indeed. It is indeed. That is stunning. Such a lot of beautiful threads as well. Now, Maggie has got in touch to say, hello to all. Oh, Helen, you have certainly given me a wonderful start to my day. From grey to a feeling of joy. I can't wait to get my parcel. Oh, Maggie.
Oh, bless you, Maggie. Thank you.
That's lovely. It's so joyful, isn't it, embroidery? I love it. Teresa from Newport's got in touch to say, my granddad taught me to embroider. He used to embroider cards for my nan during the war.
Yes, this was such a big thing, and they used it. Embroidery's been used as a type of therapy for years, and also, you know, the downtime while they were away, they made these souvenir cards. It was very, very popular in France, and in kind of silk and rayon threads.
Yep.
And if you think about it as well, that the threads and materials are quite hard to get hold of.
Sure.
But you were spending a lot of time on something, and it could be quite small, so something card or postcard size.
Yeah.
And you'd send it home, and it showed how much you were thinking of them.
Yes.
And it was so beautiful. So I'm so glad you've passed on that tradition.
It's lovely, isn't it?
Yeah.
It's lovely. The hand of the maker is in the finished thing. Jill from Cambridgeshire says, hi, I've inherited a part-finished tablecloth, which my mum, dad and I have worked on. I was 10 when I last did any. I'm now 65. I must finish it.
Oh.
Jill.
That's the nice thing about embroidery, though. It doesn't go off. It sits there and waits for you.
Right.
So, you know, when you're ready to come to it. So it could be that you've been 10 and now you're 65, and it's still going to be the same, and you'll have the same joy from it. So pick it up, do some. It'll be great.
I think that's really true. I love that. Right, our last kit are these beautiful roses. I kept the best till last, these gorgeous roses. So this is a runner. And it's 40 centimetres by 100 centimetres. We've seen a couple of these sizes. And you've got this beautiful cross-stitch motif, beautiful rose spray at the end, and then little sprigs down the centre, and then again that lovely spray of roses at the far end. All done in cross-stitch. Remember, no counting, no charts. It's all printed directly on the fabric. It doesn't wash away, so you cover those crosses with your stitches, and the design is done. Very relaxed, very easy to work. And of course, you do have a chart in there which tells you which colours go where.
Absolutely.
Yeah, that is just lovely. You get your needle included, literally add a pair of scissors. And when you finish the embroidery, you're done, because the edging is already done, the hemming, everything. Beautiful, £27.99. This has been very, very popular. Loads of these in baskets. And again, you know, something that you can work on over a period of time. Which one are you going to work on for us first?
I've got one of the poppy ones.
Brilliant.
And then I've also got one of the spring tablecloths, which has got the cross stitch. So I thought we'd start with the freestyle embroidery first.
Beautiful.
So you can see I've got a sample that's already partly worked here. And you can see the poppies just have so much impact and pizzazz, you know, when you come into them. Can we see? We're just honing in.
Maybe pop it back down on the desk.
Yeah, that's fine.
That's it. Yeah, a bit further forward. That's lovely. That's fine.
Yeah, so you can see it really kind of has a huge amount of impact. And also the sheen of the threads. With things like satin stitch and longs and shorts, you kind of really get a chance to see the kind of quality of the thread, because it has that lovely sheen to it when you don't overhandle it. So keep your threads nice and short, and you can continue to work, and it's going to really retain that. So let's have a look at how those petals are worked. So if we can hone into my hoop, if that's possible.
Yes. I'm just wondering, Helen, if I have missed one, because the one that that chart is from, is that one I've missed?
This one?
Yeah.
Yeah, I think it's that one. Do you have that one?
I haven't had that one.
Aha!
There is one. There
Let's
is one
chat
more.
about that one.
Yes, please. Yes, please.
Be
There is
careful of
one
my
more, Ben.
needles.
Yes. Yes. This is amazing. So this has
Little
got...
extra bonus treat.
These are like wildflowers. There's cyclamen, there's dandelion. These are beautiful. Well, this one actually, when we were looking through them earlier on, was my favourite out of all of them. I think it's stunning. So this is all cross-stitch. And you can see how it's printed on the fabric. I mean, literally relaxed, gentle, sit down and enjoy. And looks so easy to work. This is beautiful.
The nice thing as well is that colour palette will go really nicely wherever you put them. So even if you think, oh, I've actually not quite put that stitch in the right colour, doesn't matter because it will still look lovely.
Yeah,
So-
yeah, totally. And you get your chart, of course, which shows you exactly where to place your colours. If you want to follow that, if you want to be a bit more freestyle, you can. Now, I do need to just let you know this is way over allocated. There's twice as many of you going for this than we have. So if you want this one, be quick. Don't leave one for me. Right, I'll hand you that back because you're going to show us how to do a bit of stitching.
I am,
aren't you?
yes.
Thank you.
Thank you. Great. So, if we come back to this one, so what we're going to do is we're going to do some long and short, and it's just one row of long and short into the petal edge. So I've got 3 strands of the stranded thread, and we're going to work. So one of the things that you can do is they advise that you just work straight over that edge, and you're going to just vary the length of the threads that you're doing.
Can we just, this is the poppy one rather than the wildflower. Yeah, thank you.
And then what you're going to do is, as I say, you're going to work just with your stitches next to each other, and you're going to come up in the petal shape at varying heights and go down just over the design line so you get a smooth edge. Now, you just turn slightly as you're working round.
Oh, it's very satisfying, isn't it?
It really is. It's the kind of thing when I'm stitching at home and I have to go anywhere or do anything or have a meeting or whatever, I have to have alarm clocks going off so I don't lose time entirely. So I'm not very good with the passing of time, so it means nothing to me. I'm either hungry or it's got dark. So if I set alarm clocks, I know I've got to do something else.
Yes.
So, but that tells you how much you can become immersed in it.
Yeah, it
you
really
know,
does.
it's great. I put the radio on or an audio book or something in the background, and then I'm stitching away, and it's so nice. And you can be sociable and stitch as well. So, you know, I'm talking to you right now and stitching. So, you know, you can stitch with a group of your friends. You can get together and have a making afternoon.
Lovely.
You know, it's just such a lovely thing. And, you know, tea and cake afterwards is always a bonus.
Please. I'm glad you've got to that point because I did wonder what you do about the sides of the petal.
Yeah, so what we can do is we can just come down the sides. So you're just going to step so they sit. You come up on the inside of the petal and down just on the outside of the petal, and it creates this lovely edge just along there, just stepping down. And you can see it works in quite quickly.
It's really quick, yeah.
You know, so it doesn't, you know, everyone kind of goes, oh, I don't have the patience to do embroidery, but it doesn't have to be a slow, laborious exercise. You know, it goes in quite quickly, doesn't it?
That's gorgeous.
So, the other thing is if you're worried about the finish of your piece, so if you're worried about the edge and don't think you're going to get as smooth as that, or you want to make it slightly three-dimensional, what you can do is you can put a split stitch around the edge and it will help to sharpen that up. So you'd put that in first, and as I say, you've got plenty of thread in your pack, you're not going to run out.
Yep.
So you put a small stitch in, you come up from beneath and split that centrally.
Yeah.
And what that does is, as I say, it gives you a nice barrier against which to kind of butt your stitches.
So you outline it first?
Yeah, if you weren't happy about the edge you were achieving, this is a way to smooth it up. So you put this in first, and then you work over that with these stitches that I was just demonstrating. So, as I say, it helps to raise up the level of the embroidery slightly, so it's a bit more raised, a bit more padded looking. But also, it means that you get just a barrier against which to put your stitches, and it helps to get that neat edge, because you can see that's a nice smooth line that we're achieving there. So it means that you should get a nice smooth line when you work over it. So if I just put one more stitch here, and then I'll show you what I mean. So you'll come up here and you'll go down over the outside.
So you go over the top of that line of
Yes,
stitches.
yeah. and it just helps to smooth everything off.
So you don't see the split stitches?
No, it's functional in this case.
And also almost make it look raised and padded.
Yes,
Yeah.
exactly. So
I love that.
it's just a nice little trick to help you to get.
One of our viewers has got in touch, Owen P. Silver. Good morning. Wow, you make it look so easy and you sew so elegantly.
Oh, bless
Helen,
you.
you do. Jill says, I inherited a partly embroidered tablecloth and now I have time to enjoy finishing it. I found it, must have been left in a loft during our many moves, along with my Aussie Clark wedding dress, which would be worth a fortune now. Gosh, I bet.
Wow. We'd love to see a photograph of you in your Aussie Clark wedding dress.
For sure.
I mean, Aussie Clark, amazing.
Yeah.
I trained originally as a printer, so a textile printer. So Aussie Clark was one of my favourites.
Oh, yeah.
So Celia Birtwell and Aussie Clark, nice combo.
Very nice. Very nice.
But you can see it slightly raises up that edge and you get a good finish. And you've got different tones of red in your pack. I'm not sure if it's reading properly on the screen, but you can see this is a lighter red and this is a darker red. So it gives you a lovely, delicate impact of the difference between the two. So, yeah, really kind of flexible.
Yeah.
The other thing is, as I say, if you wanted to have like, if you wanted to paint this first, you could paint it or, use glitter paints, the kind of slightly pearlescent and then work over it and you'd have a lovely impact there as well. So
Lovely.
let's talk pistol stitches and French knots.
Oh, I say, yes, please. Give me 1 second, if you don't mind,
of
Helen.
course.
I think, is it Anne in Greater Manchester has messaged in
Yeah.
asking if I can show the springtime runner. I'm wondering, Anne, do you mean the floral hearts? Is it the hearts? I think that might have sold out, mightn't it? These gorgeous hearts in a line. Because we've got another runner which is poppies, and I wouldn't call that springtime. And then we've also got, I think they're the two runners, aren't they? I think there are two runners. So I'm imagining it's this one. Oh, we've got the roses as well. We've got roses, we've got poppies, and we've got this one, which has the gorgeous little forget-me-nots. So that's the actual runner itself. And then if I just grab the pattern out from underneath, if that isn't the one you meant, Anne, just let us know, especially if you can tell us the code of it, if it's not this one, and I will very happily show it again. But that's that one. You are still in time. I've got a couple of those left. It's 40 centimetres by 100 centimetres. Gorgeous. Thanks, Helen.
No, my
Pistol
pleasure.
stitches.
Yeah, pistol stitches. So French knots, everyone kind of knows, and it's a bit of a Marmite stitch. You either love it or hate it. So generally, if people don't like them, they're having a bit of a problem with them. So I'll show you a really foolproof way of doing those. But then also, a kind of sister stitch to that is a pistol stitch, and it's a French knot with a leg. So it's really good for these kind of sprays around the centre of the flower. So we'll start with a French knot. So you bring your thread towards you. If you're right-handed, needle in the right, thread in the left, and vice versa. If you're left-handed, I will show you left-handed too. So lay the needle on top, wrap around once and only once. If you want a bigger knot, use more threads.
Okay.
Take your needle down, not into the same hole. So you want to be just next to where you came up, not sharing the hole, because it's really easy to put it through to the back. Then pull the twist to the face of the fabric so that you don't end up with a little kind of bunny ear, like a loop, and then pull all the way through. And the difference between this and its neighbour is then only the tension to which you pull it. So if you pull it tight, it's going to be tight and small.
Got you.
If you leave it a bit loose, it's going to be a bit longer. And then what you can do for a pistol stitch is you come up on the line, you travel round the needle again, but instead of going down next to yourself, you go down at the top of the line, and then you simply pull through, and the knot's at the top of the leg. So it's nice and straightforward like that. So I'm going to repeat that. Okay, and I'm just going to show French knots left-handed. So needle in the left, thread in the right, wrap round once, hold the needle on, pull the twist to the face of the fabric and come down. So you can see it's nice and versatile. And again, pistol stitches, left-handed.
Yeah, I've never seen that before. I've learnt something new.
It's a lovely stitch. And as I say, you can really mix it in with some of the straight stitches as well. You can simply put some straight stitches in there if you wanted to as well, in the light green or the dark green, or even the chocolate. So you can see if I bring my sample over here, I've used some of the chocolate colour in there as well.
Yes, that's cute.
And it's got quite a lot of impact, doesn't it?
I like that you can still see the background fabric as well in these poppies.
Yeah, I mean,
That's really lovely.
it really kind of helps to bring it together and make it speak, and it makes it delicate. So if you fully filled it in those red tones, it'd be a real kind of power of colour, and quite overwhelming. So it just gives it a little bit of delicacy, doesn't it?
Delicate.
Yeah, so it's really nice.
Now, can I ask, Anne's been back in touch. I totally get which one you want now. I haven't got it on the table. If I do, now we should have it here. It's the runner version of this.
Now, I had a sample of that somewhere. It's on
Did
the
you?
desk. It wasn't exactly the
well,
same,
there was
but I
that.
started to work.
Yeah, but that's the square one. This is what it will look like. It's the runner version of this that I've got in front of me right now. Yeah. So I showed, this was actually the first one I picked out because, Anne, like you, this is my favourite motif and this is what I want right now. Spring flowers, daffodils, tulips, primroses. So this is the square tablecloth. The details actually on screen are for the runner, Anne, which is what you're after. And I agree with you, it's gorgeous. It looks like this, 40 centimetres wide by a metre in length. And you've got those two bunches, one at either end. And then you've got those little primroses in the very centre, 4 little sprigs of primroses. That is absolutely gorgeous, isn't it? Flying out. This is the kind of thing, you know, spring breakfast, Easter Sunday. Can you imagine that draped across a table, just with your simnel cake on a gorgeous platter in the centre? Anne's probably saying, definitely not a greasy cake anywhere near my beautiful embroidery.
Well, it is washable at least. It's colour fast.
They are
It'll be
washable.
Okay.
They're washable.
They're made to function too.
This is something I would actually say, yeah, I think I would use this just for show. But of course, they are washable. You can use them. There's way more in baskets than we've actually got. Yeah, sorry, Anne, I wasn't able to show you the actual physical thing. But yeah, it's lovely. OK, we've got a few more, actually. We're just going to run off web images because we don't have all the samples. There's so many, but we'll show you some more of them. They're just lovely. The roses I've got. Yeah, the roses I've got. I had that just a moment ago. No, it's fine. Here it is. Here it is. These are the roses, aren't they? Is that a different one? Show me the web image again. The table runners are really, really popular. It's such a nice thing to work on, isn't it? $27.99. Now, the graphics are not for this, no? The one at the back? OK. Lovely. Yeah, beautiful. Do you know, though, I think I could happily make any of these. I could almost do a lucky dip, and they're gorgeous. We've got the other part of it as well, which is the square tabletopper. I'm sorry we don't have all of the physical samples here.
That one.
Oh, we do have that one.
Square one I've got.
Great. Thank you. Oh, yeah, this is pretty. This is really pretty. This is kind of like, can you get really close? This is like your folk art, almost like barge-style roses, isn't it?
It is. If you pull the piece of card out, you'll see the design on the back's bigger.
Oh, that's a good idea. Yeah, I'll do that in a second. Can you see? That's lovely. And I'll just pull the card out so you can see. Oh, yeah. Really lovely. That's
Looks like something from kind of Jane Austen's house, doesn't it? It's that beautiful kind of Regency blue and delicate dusky pinks.
Yeah, the colours actually are really kind of vintagey and soft. Yeah, they are beautiful. And this is the square, 80 centimetre square. And you've got, look at that beautiful frame, all done in cross-stitch, this one. you've got that sort of gorgeous, how beautiful. Sue's got in touch. Hi, Sue. Thanks for showing us that lovely table runner. I jumped in and got it. Fabulous for my new sideboard. Oh, Sue, send us pics when you finish. That sounds lovely. I just love things like this. They're so beautiful.
I love the idea of textiles that you are meant to live with as well, you know. So sometimes we can be really, really precious about our textiles, and that's understandable because we spend so much time and, you know, so much effort on it. But also the idea of textiles that are part of our lives that we live with, you know, so using the quilts on your beds, using the table runners on your tables and having them and enjoying them in your life as well. So
absolutely, totally agree with you. Now, I've got something which is a little bit more open-ended. So for those of us who have got maybe books of motifs, I've got loads of those books that have got like 500 floral cross-stitch motifs. So this is a table topper. It's 90 centimetres wide, and it's such a clever design. I'm just going to show you. So what you've got here is you've got the border, and it's all hemmed, and then you've got this beautiful circle in the centre with almost like a sort of polka dot, like a dobby weave, and then around the outside, I don't know, can you see this at home? Or I can see it in real life. All of this section here, okay, this is Ada. Can you see that? This is Ada. This is the sort of dobby weed, and this is the sort of standard weed. But this is all Ada. And this runs all the way around the circle. So what you can do then is you can go to your cross-stitch motifs, pick your own thing out, and you can stitch it onto the Ada. So there you would be working from a chart, but you could literally stitch anything.
yeah, and I think sometimes people like to graph their own, don't they? So you've got programs that you can use, but even you can go old school and get yourself some graph paper, get your colouring pencils out and actually map out, you know,
That's a
something
nice
special
idea.
for yourself.
Yeah.
You know, so it's a really nice way of spending your time. Anything that involves colouring pencils, I'm on board for.
I agree with you. Yeah, I agree with you. Yeah, use squared paper.
Yeah.
But that's the size of it. Look, there we go. And then if I just fold it down into quarters, and then I can show you. But those quarters, it all links up. So this is your working area. All of this is all Ada. All of this section. So you've got quite a big section. Now I'm thinking big roses and then smaller flowers and leaf sprays that go off.
Like a beautiful floral wreath round the...
Gorgeous.
Yeah, gorgeous, yeah.
Or if you were doing this for someone's wedding, maybe, you could have, if you combined their initials, stitch them here with something, and you could have those in all four corners, or the date of the wedding.
Silver bells, rings, you name it, you could do. Get your metallic strandeds out and start stitching in there as well. Be
Lovely.
gorgeous.
It's a great buy, $15.99. I think that's great. Yeah, really lovely. About 5 minutes. Is there more stitching you can do,
Yes,
please?
there's so many stitches we could do. Let's look
Please.
at satin stitch quickly. So satin stitch also features in here and a number of the pieces, and it's basically a colouring in stitch. So you want your stitches to sit next to each other and again get a nice smooth edge. So you're coming up on the outside of the line, going down on the outside of the line and working in a loop, and just making sure those stitches are the same tension and sitting next to each other. So really straightforward and trying to maintain the angle so you're not kind of wandering all over the shop with your angles. So satin stitch couldn't be more straightforward. Let's do some fly stitch. So in the design it says to do this in satin stitch, but you can also do other things. So let's try a fly stitch. So you can see you come up, do a central line. I'm going to do open fly stitch, which leaves gaps because we have delicacy here, so we could incorporate it into the edges here too. So come up on one side and down on the other on the central line, that gives you a loop. Come up in the end of the straight stitch in the loop and pull, and then you do a little holding stitch on that central line. So you can then do that again. You come up on the left, go down on the right, that gives you a loop. You come up in the end of the straight stitch in the loop and pull.
Oh, I like that.
It's a really nice stitch. There's so many stitches, that's the thing. We can really go to town. You could turn it into a sampler of types and really kind of work your way around. So it could be that the one corner you work as per the directions, it's quite smooth and silky, and then others you could really incorporate lots of different textures and use it to sample your way around. It could be that this is how you teach somebody else to stitch. It may be that you know how to stitch and that you want to show somebody else, you know, one of your children or your grandchildren, you know, how to stitch, and you can stitch it together, you know, because you could sit with a hoop here and your person could sit with a hoop there, and you could sit stitching next to each other.
Absolutely.
So it's a really
Helen,
nice thing.
I've got to let you in on this. You've absolutely blown our producer Ben's mind. He is watching you work fly stitch. And he's like, that's look
It's
at
like
that.
magic.
And then yes.
Yeah,
Yes.
it is though. I think embroidery is like magic. It's stitchy magic.
Beautiful.
The thing is, there's so much you can do with it. It's so versatile. It's so exciting. You know, it's what's grabbed me. You know, 25 years ago I started stitching, and I've loved it ever since. And it still is interesting to me today as it was when I went into it 25 years ago. There's constantly something to be able to do, something to be able to learn, something to be able to share with somebody else.
Absolutely.
And everywhere I go, somebody teaches me something else or a new way of seeing something.
Oh, I mean, you're teaching us all something new today. I think that's fabulous. I love that fly stitch.
Yeah, I'm glad. It's, you know, sometimes going off piece can be really fun, you know. Following the directions is great. Also, you'll create something really beautiful. But going off piece can also be fun too.
It really can.
So-
Ellen's messaged in to say, I would love to have a lesson with this lady. Please form an orderly queue. Yeah.
Thank
we all
you.
would. It's great.
Thank you. That's really nice. I just want as many people as possible to fall in love with the subject I love. Is the thing. So it's a fantastic way. Being able to share time with you today is a brilliant way to be able to do that.
Yes, wonderful. And it's a lovely sort of, it's a lovely alone activity, but it's also something you can do when you're with other people, because you're not having to concentrate too hard.
Yeah, absolutely. I'm incapable of watching the television and not doing something with my fingers.
Same.
So if I sit there and don't do anything, I'm asleep. So because I'm constantly bouncing around. So for me, embroidery is both my work and my kind of hobby. It's my obsession. So yeah, it's constantly something is being made. But you can see with this, I mean, you can see the lovely textures we've got up here. So I did a chain stitch up here and then whipped it in a slightly different colour. And then we're doing the crosses over here. So you just want to try and be consistent about the way that you cross over. But having said that, if you do one cross that's not the same, nobody's going to come to your house and be like, oh, that's not the same as the others. And you can see it's really lovely because you've got the darker ones at the bottom here, the darker pinks, and then you'll start to ease into the lighter pinks towards the top.
Is that clover?
Yeah, I think so.
Gorgeous.
Which used to grow in our garden. It used to be really pretty.
It's so clever the way that look is achieved just with two different colours.
Absolutely.
And so pretty. Can I just mention as well the hoop that Helen is using? This is lovely, and I would grab this today while you can. This is a lap hoop. It's a seat frame.
Do you want my constructed one?
Oh, that'd be amazing, thank you. So this goes together really easily, and you do get instructions for how to put it together, but it goes together quickly and easily.
Yeah. This is the one I carry around with me in my bag.
Awesome, thank you. So this just goes on your lap and you tuck it under your leg, and then you've got your hoop that just fits in like so, and you can just have it then at whatever height. So you can have it on the tabletop as well, but that just works beautifully there. $21.99, really, that's an exceptionally good price, I think, for that. So if you haven't already got a hoop and you fancy a lap hoop, these just normally, they just tuck under your leg and you just hold it in place, and then you can work in your lap. Thanks ever so much, Helen. That's
pleasure.
been a gorgeous hour.
Thank you.
We're seeing you in an hour, aren't
You are,
we?
yes.
We're
Very
going
much
to be
so.
doing a bit of beading.
So we're going to be doing, there's a bit of beading, there's some hardanger, so that's nice.
Gorgeous.
And then we've got some tools as well.
Amazing. Thank you for that. Right. Now, don't go anywhere, because after the break, are you ready for lesson 2, masterclass 2? It's almost sold out on pre-order. If you want to get the physical instructions, bob on now and get them. Downloadable instructions too, if you prefer. We've also got kits. It's Free Motion Masterclass with Delphine Brooks after the break.
Ever heard of a design roll? It's a bundle of pre-cut fabric strips, each typically 2.5 inches wide and the full width of the fabric. Design rolls are made up of coordinating prints and colours, making them perfect for quilts, patchwork or other strip sewing projects. No cutting or matching needed, just unroll and start creating. Design Roll, a simple way to bring your project to life.
Join me, Hayley West, this Sunday, the 16th of February, for a must-watch special. We're bringing you the incredible Husqvarna Viking Quartz 29, a powerhouse sewing machine packed with precision stitching, an easy-to-use touchscreen, and a spacious sewing area to bring your creative projects to life. But that's not all. I'll be showcasing the Kabuki quilt, a stunning quilt I've personally designed. I'll be sharing the inspiration behind it and how you can make your own. Don't miss out. Tune in this Sunday on Sewing Street.
Join me for my birthday show on Thursday. Yes, it's actually my birthday that day. I've got the lovely Wendy Orlando who's going to be demonstrating a beautiful shoulder bag and a quilt. Then I've got Sam Sabido in with a brand new Sunshine crochet cardigan and a show with Amber Makes where we've designed the Carefree cacti with all cacti themed prints as well. So I hope you can join me. Happy birthday to me.
Want to know what's coming up on Sewing Street? It's easy. Just visit www.sewingstreet.com and head to the TV Guide section for all the latest show details. Stay ahead and never miss a stitch with Sewing Street. Never miss a show by watching on the go with the Sewing Street app. Head over to your App Store now and search Sewing Street and simply download to your smartphone or tablet. You can watch the shows live and see your favourite presenters and guests. Click on the Today button to shop all of the products that are featured in today's show. Want to know what's hot? Then click here to see today's bestsellers and highlights. Have you missed a show or want to watch one back? Then click the schedule button and you can go back 7 days to watch and shop, and you can also see what's coming up over the next 7 days. Want to say hello or ask a question to our guests? Then send a message to the studio. You can also keep in touch with all the latest news, events, product launches and much more by clicking here for our social media pages. Never miss a show by watching on the go with Sewing Street.
A little tip for when you're measuring yourself, either for making a pattern or for buying shop-bought clothes. Take a piece of elastic, because it's really important to find where your natural waistline is. All you do is you just tie it around yourself. Doesn't matter how tight, because it's not going to be a waistband or anything like that. You just tie it around your waist, like that, and then leave it for a little while. Move around, do a bit of exercise, do a bit of housework, do a bit of tidying up, and when you come back, right, this will be in your natural waistline. So if you're drawing a pattern, every single line emanates from your waistline. And if you're buying clothes, you will get your natural waist size. For example, this is my natural waist and I measure 41 here, but I buy 36 jeans. So which one's right? Not the 36. My natural waist is a 41.
Shopping with Sewing Street couldn't be easier. You can shop via our website at www.sewingstreet.com, where you can watch our live shows and see all the products from that day. We also have a huge amount of products on our website, from your sewing room essentials to fabrics, sewing machines and much more. You can download and shop on the go with our Sewing Street app. Simply head over to your app store and search Sewing Street. Alternatively, you can contact our UK-based call centre 24 hours a day on 0800 001 4433. Shopping made easy at Sewing Street.
Did you know at Sewing Street that on various products we offer split pay? That means on certain items you can spread the cost over 2, 3, 4 or sometimes even 5 interest-free monthly payments. Just pay the first instalment when you purchase and you're away. So shop your way with Split Pay.
Looking for the perfect gift for the sewing enthusiast in your life? The Sewing Street gift card is just the thing. Choose between a physical card delivered to their door or a convenient e-gift sent straight to their inbox. It's easy. Just head to the Sewing Street website, scroll to the bottom of the page, click Gift Cards, or use your smartphone, scan the QR code and go straight there. Pick the amount you'd like to load onto the card, and that's it. The Sewing Street gift card, the gift of creativity made simple.
Oh my goodness. I think you might have destroyed the internet.
No.
You've been going absolutely wild. I've been asking for ages, when are we going to have Delphine Brooks Masterclass Free Motion 2, Part 2?
Definitely.
And it's today.
Yep.
A lot of people have been asking for it's Delphine Brooks, everybody. Can I just mention, I have got low double figures left of the physical instructions. There's 137 in baskets. I need you to check out, please. Let's get on with that. Let's get baskets checked out, and then let's sit down and learn from one of the most fabulous free motion quilters I know, Delphine.
Oh, you're very kind.
This is absolutely gorgeous. And these are the kind of things, these are the kind of skills that you're going to learn in Masterclass 2.
Yeah. Yeah.
Tell me about the kind of things that we've got in this.
So the feathering is very popular. That dates back hundreds of years, you know, with doing the feathering. And a lot of people are quite scared of how to do it. There are many ways in how to actually do the feathers, but today we're going to concentrate on the bump back method, which is very, very simple to learn because it's got that repetitive muscle memory, but it's also very good to fill lots of spaces. And also we're going to be concentrate on the colouring in. So obviously with this one, I've used a darker thread just so you can really see it.
Yep.
But if this was done with a matching thread, it's also very forgiving as well. So you're going to be learning. So what we actually learn in Free Motion 1, you know, it just covers all the basics. Once you've honed in those skills, that's when you're definitely ready for the next level. Or if you already do a lot of free motion but haven't taken it to step 2 yet, you can jump straight into this.
Yeah, absolutely. It's all about progressing your skills. And of course, the way you can use these in your quilts, cushions, I mean, it's just amazing. I am down to my last 11 instructions, 10 now, 154 in baskets. Let's get everything checked out. And then we'll see if we can do a plan B. We've got digital. I've got 7 physical patterns left now. We've also got some kits, and they have physical patterns in. We've got 3 of the physical patterns left. What have you done to us, Delphine?
Well, just wanting
I'm going
everyone
to call
to...
that sold out. Here, you have that.
Oh.
OK, that is sold out. 2 minutes and 4 seconds. Delphine, I am just going to mention at this point very, very quickly, Masterclass number 1.
Yep.
Because if you've just tuned in, or perhaps you didn't get involved with Masterclass number 1, but you're thinking, hey, I want some of that, you need some of this first. Am I right?
It just goes through the basics. I do touch in volume 2 about some of the basics that you need, but if you're completely new to free motion, you definitely need to start off with number 1 first.
This is going to talk about preparation, easy skills.
Yeah.
Listen, we are working on a plan B for those physical patterns. You are naughty.
Yeah, it's good.
It's fabulous. It's fabulous. And of course, this is the holy grail for every quilter, isn't it? Being able to quilt their own quilts successfully and stress-free. So learn from the best. This is Free Motion Masterclass number 1. This is all your basics. But of course, there's nothing basic about Delphine Brooks. Everything you do looks amazing.
Oh, you're very kind.
Even when it's using simple skills, though.
Yeah, it's just, I like to show that everything's achievable. It doesn't have to be really complicated.
100%. 100%. So, if you haven't already, get yourself Masterclass 1. These are the physical patterns. Lots of you checking out on this. I'm going to show you the kits now because they have a physical pattern in them for Free Motion Masterclass number 2. That's all those gorgeous feathers.
Yeah.
Love it. And lots more, of course. Let's start off with the one that the examples actually worked in, which is this beautiful duck egg blue. Absolutely beautiful. Now, this is linen texture from Makawa in a beautiful duck egg blue or baby blue. You've got a metre of that. You've also got a metre of Is this our quilter's calico?
No, I think it's just
Seeded natural cotton.
Oh yeah, it's one of those.
Yeah. And then you've also got physical instructions. Now, this is not 2 sides of A4.
No, it's 30 odd pages, over 5,000 words.
Wow, this is a book.
Yeah, it's a book.
Delphine. Yeah. This is a book. Can I just move that
Sure.
very slightly over? Thank you. I'm just going to move everything over very slightly. Right. So look, I love this because you've got all about you preparing, all about talking about speed. So still some of those basics covered, and then we get into the depth of the masterclass. And how would you suggest people approach sort of taking this course? It's really a
literally
course.
just obviously if you do the first one first, because what we do, we sort of revisit. So we revisit some of like the stippling and the circles, and also how to do the lattice. But it's also going back to those old skills and how we can enhance them and take them to the next level. So if I was you, I would literally start right from the beginning and work through it like you would a normal course, really, because obviously the feathering is the more tricky. But I say tricky, once you've done it a couple of times, you would have mastered it anyway.
Yeah, it's all about learning the right techniques, isn't it? The actual practicing and refining is just a bit of practice, but you've got to learn the basic skills first.
Yeah.
Just need to let you know that there's way oversubscribed on this duck egg blue, like about 8 of you more than we have. Okay, so check out your baskets. I'm going to show you the other colours so you can make an informed decision. Here's the baby blue. Love that. Next up, I'm going to show you the grey. These are all beautiful sort of interiors colours, aren't they? And as Delphine's shown here, you don't have to use grey thread on grey fabric. Introduce a colour.
Yeah, I absolutely love using different coloured threads on a negative space because it just adds more, not just the more texture, but it just shows that you don't need to waste a load of fabric and do a load of quilting just by doing a negative space in a different colour or a range of different threads.
Yeah.
Looks absolutely stunning.
Stunning, really beautiful. So you've got your metre of your dove grey linen texture. That's Makawa, absolutely beautiful fabric. Absolutely gorgeous. You've also got a metre of your, I think this actually is just a cream, isn't it?
I think it is, yeah.
It's a cream solid. And then you've got your 30 plus pages of masterclass from Delphine. Full-size templates, all those step-by-steps. Again, this is really oversubscribed. We are working really hard to get more of the physical patterns in stock for the show. But bear in mind as well that if you want instructions only, then you can go for the digital download version.
Handy.
Very, very handy. You could be doing this masterclass this afternoon. You could be doing it with us. Right, cream. Here's the cream. So you've got linen texture in cream and you've got a solid white. You've also got your physical instructions, $29.95. This is learning skills that are going to last you a lifetime.
Definitely. And I'm really big on quilting negative space on all my quilts, as you know.
Absolutely.
But this can just take it, enhance it, and take it to your next level.
The way you can create dimension, I mean, just looking back at this sample where you've got borders, where you've got an outer border, where you've got this ring that all looks multi-layered and textured. It's one piece of fabric. It's so clever. Okay, that's the cream option. Then the last option that I've got is rose pink. This is super pretty, absolutely gorgeous. Petal pink, linen texture. You've a metre of that, a metre of that, and you've got your physical instructions. So this is to actually make up the cushion, the whole cloth cushion.
Yeah, so I only did it as a cushion really just to show in how the quilting really stands out. But otherwise, I'd like to make multiple and make it into a quilt. But we've given you the metre because you can also do your practice pieces as well. So there's loads of fabric.
And you've got all this cream as well to practice on.
Yeah, you can use it on or use it as backings. So,
fabulous.
Yeah, so you might not even want to use that. You might just want to use something out of your stash and keep that for another project.
Yeah, Totally.
What would be really nice is if you practice using a darker thread on the coloured fabric, and then once you feel confident, you can use a matching thread to the cream.
So darker first, so you can really see what you're
That's
doing.
the
and where
whole
you're
point,
going.
yeah. So I always recommend, don't go straight in with a matching thread because you won't be able to see it.
No.
The whole point of these type of masterclass, these lessons, is to be able to see your mistakes, because if you don't see them, you're not going to learn from them. So that's
It's a really
why.
good point. It's a really good
so
point.
you want to see all of those mistakes. It's the whole.
Yes.
That's the whole point of learning.
But then the minute you go to like a self-coloured thread, it's like, oh, I suddenly got 10 times better at quilting.
Exactly. Yeah. So it's a confidence boost as well. Yeah.
Now, big news. Here we go, physical patterns. We have restocked. Now, I don't want anybody to be disappointed this time around, okay? We've already had a moment. 2 minutes and 40 seconds into the show, we had sold out. We've managed to restock. Now, can I just say that already, like 30 have gone in like 10 seconds, okay? So this is heading for a sellout again. It's $9.99. It's 30 plus pages of masterful instruction that you can work on in a weekend, an hour a day, however you want to do it, right?
Yeah, because free motion, a lot of people, when I teach free motion classes, people's ears end up, shoulders come up to their ears, so people get quite nervous about it. So it can be quite a physical thing. So if you're very new to it, just take your time and don't beat yourself up. Just the main thing is just make sure your machine is completely ready for what you're about to do to it. Make sure you read your manufacturer's instructions to make sure the machine's ready.
And get comfortable with being in control. This is the thing that I think sometimes I'm more afraid of what my machine can do without me in charge. With free motion, you're in charge. Now, already over a quarter of the stock gone and in baskets, and we've managed to restock this, but this will be it for today, I think. When we've sold out of these, that will be it for today. So if you want physical instructions with full-size templates throughout, and I tell you another thing I really like about your templates, these are a good, solid line. These are going to be easy to trace off. If we want to trace and follow these exactly. But equally, you could just use guidelines from your patterns. And then free motion in between.
You could make up your own design. So I've just given you, all the basic templates that you need, and you can just add as many or as little designs as you want to, because you're going to be learning so much through both course 1 and course 2.
It's all about the technique, isn't it, Delphine? It's all about the technique. If you've ever looked at quilts, say at Festival of Quilts or here on air, and thought, how on earth, where do you start? This is where you start from nothing, from standing still, to feeling confident, to free motion, and this is where you progress to. I taught free motion quilting for years as well, Delphine, and that was what people wanted to learn. They're like, I know I need to practice, but practice what? Give me some lessons, give me some steps. And you've done that in your 2 masterclasses. You've given us the steps. Don't miss out, okay? An absolute ton of my stock, seriously, a ton of my stock of the restock has gone, okay? How many in baskets now, Ben? Wow, okay. So we're already approaching 50% of that restock gone.
Thank you very much. I'm looking forward to seeing feathers all over the Sewing Street fan
There's going to be feathers on everything. But it's not just about feathers, because if you can quilt feathers, you're learning to quilt curved lines and backtrack. And actually, that is peacock feathers, that is feathers, that is just about every emotion.
And a lot of backtracking is a lot of people just getting that accuracy as well. But again, if you do it in a matching thread, it's very forgiving.
It's muscle memory,
isn't
it?
That's all it is. It's like with anything we do. When we go to the gym or learn a class or anything, the more you do it, the better you'll be.
I'm glad you've brought up being at the gym as well, Delphine, because the warm-up is as important as the workout.
Yes, of course.
And it's the same in quilting, isn't it?
Yeah, definitely.
What sort of things do you do to warm up before you actually start?
What?
I don't mean like physical...
What, I'm in the gym or for this?
Both.
Have a gin? No. No, it's again, it's just a confidence thing. I think a lot of people are like, oh, I'm not in control, and people keep stopping and starting. But the worst thing you can do is to do that. You want to keep the speed consistent throughout. And and I often see in free motion that a lot of people go too slow. And you don't need to be going, because I like to pedal to the metal because you know you're going to get a consistent stitch.
We've noticed that, Delphine.
That's why I've got a fast machine.
But it's right. I mean, I've seen people in classes where they're trying to do like one stitch and another stitch to follow a line exactly. And actually, it's just a flavour of, like imagine going on a walk and literally watching your feet and putting one foot. No one walks like that. You know where you're going, you look where you're going.
I even say in that, yeah. Yeah, I say, it's like when you're driving a car, always look where you're going and not where you've been.
Yeah, or here. So often when we're quilting, we're looking, we're staring at the needle going up and down.
You just got to make the next decision, yeah.
Wow, these physical instructions are flying out. How many in baskets, Ben? Wow, okay, so now I've got 40% of my stock left. Check out your baskets, please.
Oh, thank you.
Now, I just want to remind you that if you want to go digital, if you're terribly modern, you can do all digital and print these instructions off yourself. So we'll start with part 2. That's a different code. And there's no postage attached to this. So this is the only thing you're buying today. No postage. Instant purchase. You'll be able to download it straight away. You could grab some wadding and stitch along with Delphine this hour, if you wish. The code you need is LKDH04. Okay? LKDH04. And that's an instant purchase, instant download. Grab some wadding, grab some fabric, and let's quilt.
Yeah. It's all right, isn't it?
Yeah. It's fabulous. It's fabulous. Then if you want part 1 as a digital, maybe you're buying the physical pattern of part 2, but you think, well, look, while I'm waiting for it to arrive, I could do a bit of warm-up.
Yeah, but definitely have a bit of a warm-up first.
Free Motion 1. This is the original masterclass as a digital download. It's PLDH25, and that's an instant purchase, instant download, and instantly access those fabulous instructions. And this is where your quilting can really progress.
Yeah.
Because you know what you're doing.
Yeah, no more shoulders up by your ears by you get to the second one.
There's so many elements, aren't there? But they're simple, basic steps. Relax. And the wine or the gin is when you finish, not before you start.
If you find like your shoulders are a bit too close to your ears, or just every now and again, just get up and just have a bit of a walk around, have a cup of tea, and then come back to it.
Big fan. I always say 10 to 15 minutes, no more. I once did like 8 hours straight, and honestly, I felt like I'd gone under a bus. Yeah, don't do it. 10 to 15 minutes. Set an alarm. Now, physical pattern. This is Free Motion Masterclass. Volume 2, I am rapidly approaching limited stock. We've already restocked once today. This is my restock. I think this is it for today. It's $9.99 and there's 32 pages. 32 pages.
5,000 words. Like you say, it is a book. Between the two of them, it is.
It really is. It really is. And the thing is, this is all the skills that will take you through quilting anything. And yes, Delphine's gone for feathers and borders and spirals and, fabulous designs. But actually, the skills you'll learn and achieve by working through this masterclass are literally going to take you through anything.
And it's just really, and they're bite-sized chunks as well.
That's so important.
Yeah, so I'm not expecting you to quilt a whole cushion or do a whole quilt immediately. Go through the steps, get the confidence first.
Yeah.
And then, like I said, I've only demoed it on a cushion just to show you today, but if you did that as a block over and over again, and it would look absolutely stunning.
Amazing, amazing. Such a beautiful piece of work. Are you warmed up and ready to sew?
I think so.
Let's do it.
Just about.
Let's work out.
Oh, I can't do that.
That's more than enough. More than enough. More than enough. Ah, Christine's message, she says, yes, I got mine. Pauline Wheeler says, oh, my days, Delphine. I'm now glued to the TV with a cuppa, ready to watch your amazing work. And Christine says, you look amazing.
Oh, bless her.
Oh,
thank you, my lovely. Very sweet.
Brilliant. Right, let's stitch.
Okay, so first of all, we're going to start off going back to the lattice design that we initially did in Free Motion 1. So for this one, so as you remember in Free Motion 1, we taught how to do these almost like fake cathedral window type shapes.
Yeah.
But then it's all good and well that you can initially sew those shapes, but what do you do with the negative space, either within the border, either within the square or on the border? Because, again, these are very good to fill, especially if you do a lot of just piecing and they're just squares. So it's like how are we going to quilt the negative space or even the borders? So this looks really nice on a border of a quilt. But again, it's all good and well just doing a next square, but if you want to take that quilt to that next level, loads of quilting, loads of different coloured threads, this is a nice easy one to get going with. So for this one, we did the stipple effect in Free Motion 1.
Yeah.
We started off doing that quite large, which is a very, very common free motion stitch. It's probably the most common of them all, isn't it?
Like vermicelli, meander.
Yeah, it's very common. So that's what people tend to start with. And then one thing a lot of you all see me do very often is that I tend to start doing it smaller and smaller, especially on applique quilts and things like that. That negative space, it's quick and, it's very forgiving. But then having the confidence to take it even smaller. So, when we see the incredible miniature quilts, say at Festival of Quilts, and it's like they're colouring in with thread.
Well, that's what you've done here, though, isn't it? Using red thread on top of the grey background. It's actually introducing colour, not just a line that you only see when it's close up. You would see that from a distance, just adding so many extra elements to your quilt.
Yeah, and it just takes it to that next level. And if you haven't got the confidence, or if you want to mix it up different ways, again, just doing a very simple echo of the middle. But what makes this one a little bit trickier is because you're also echoing a square with a curve and not just a straight line, because we did learn straight lines in Free Motion 1. And then again with this one, this is that you can get templates, you can draw these on, but also with this section, being able to have the confidence to get the symmetry from one side to the end. Just by having the confidence to keep the symmetry.
It's beautiful.
You can draw it on, but just giving it a go. I mean, once you nail it, that's when you are going to go, right, let's go up to the next one.
I always say if you can draw it, you can quilt it.
Yeah,
so draw it first. You're a fan of drawing?
Yeah, I do some, well, it depends how busy I am, but...
You just crack on.
I'll just get on with it.
You just crack. Check out, won't you please? I don't want you to miss out again.
And then the straight stitch, very, very simple zigzag. Really, really quick, really, really simple to do, especially if you're short of time or you just want to add a bit, but if you do them in different directions, you're just going to add even more interest to your quilt. So,
because you're showing this inside wine glass quilting, but this could be a square, a triangle, a rectangle, a border.
Anything.
Yeah.
Yeah, anything. So we'll get cracking. What we'll do, I'll show you how to just do a line of those. And
this, actually, what you're learning in this could be your next 10 quilts.
Yeah.
Just from this one lesson?
Just from this one, yeah. And then again, being able to go from a larger space even into the borders. And so say if these were fabrics...
That is so cool. I just have a look at that. That is gorgeous. And the ribbon candy inside these ellipses, it's beautiful.
But it's being able to sew within a really restrictive space. And I think, because when we say free motion, it is, isn't it? It's free, but when you've got that border that you can't go over, and it's almost like when we're colouring in, like when we're kids, staying in between the lines.
Right.
So you've got to colour between the lines, which means, you're a bit more restricted.
Heather from Staffordshire says, purchase both in digital format. So modern, Heather, I love it. Free motion is scary. No, it doesn't have to be. Hopefully this will help me conquer the fear for sure. Looking forward to demo now. Looks fantastic. You're going to crack it, Heather, I know you are.
Oh, bless her, yeah.
Hi, Delphine and Stuart. I managed to get Free Motion Masterclass 2. Got number 1 already. I'm so excited. I can't wait to receive it. That's Christine. Well done.
Oh, thank you.
Another one. Lots of love. Morning, lovely people. Thank you, Delphine. This is just what I needed. I'm printing off my digital copy as I type. I can't wait to get cracking.
Oh, bless her. Oh, brilliant.
Let's get cracking. Let's do it.
Right, so I'm just going to grab a couple of bits of fabrics. I'm going to start on the cream today so you can really see it. So I better not make any mistakes, I don't. So if I just grab, if you grab a light box.
Yep, I'll grab the light
or
box for you.
That we've like Stuart said, the lines are so thick, so bold that it will show through the fabric anyway, or just put up against a window. So I'm just going to, where's the instruction?
Yep.
So you can just, you don't need to do follow this, or where is it? So with this one, so you can draw the actual lines on, but if you see just underneath that square in a lighter shade, we have just got the square itself, which is what I'm going to show you. So you don't have to do the curves. So basically, you've got 2 lessons in one here. You can start off by drawing the curves and following that exactly, or do it from your own and go straight onto a square. So, but I've not drawn those very well, but it doesn't matter. So it's a friction pen, so it doesn't matter. I can.
Well, the other thing as well is, Delphine, that some of our piecing isn't necessarily square either.
No.
But this you can adapt. If your squares are a little bit off, your quilting between the corners, it will make it look square once you've quilted it.
Yeah, or you could even, if I got a ruler anywhere.
I can grab you a ruler.
Have we got a ruler?
Yeah. How big do you want, though? I've got a small square.
That'll do.
Yeah?
That'll do. Not doing anything on the big. So if I move that out of the way. Okay. So, and again, you could even do this now at home if you wanted to. So, you know, just make sure your machine is nice and clean. Very important that you keep a nice clean machine. Make sure there's no lint. Use a decent quality thread as well. There we are. And then, I'm not marking these, I'm just literally just doing it by eye. Okay. So then, I always like to start, always have a bit of wadding and a bit of off-cut of thread, sorry, or an off-cut of fabric first. And then what I do is that I'd like to check that my tension both on the front and the back is correct. If you've got those eyelashes, you might just want to re-thread your machine. They say if it's threading eyelashes on the top, check your bottom, and then vice versa. So then we're going to use that square as our guide. And then we're just going to sew our curves on. And then always try and keep your machine in the needle down position if you can do that. So already, I'll show you what I'm doing already. So already we've done the 2 little borders already. So I'm just going to go down the other sides. So from point to point. If I was doing this as one big one, what you can do is you go around all the outside and then you can cut back in and cut back in, so you haven't got to keep cutting your threads.
But don't get hung up about things like that. I know a lot of people get very hung up about certain things with free motion quilting, and starting and stopping is one of them. You know, you can start and stop as many times as you need to. There's no rules here. And you're controlling the stitch length there, aren't you?
Yeah.
Now, keep checking out your baskets. There are about 150 of you with the instructions in your baskets. I don't want you to miss out. We're pretty much there. You need to check out your baskets, please. Don't get so mesmerised watching the demo that you miss out on the instructions.
So there we have our squares. So if I just press those.
Yep, I can grab that out for you.
So what we're going to do now, so then we've got those squares. So first of all, practice that because it's going to practice your control. So basically that's lesson 1 if you like. I thought I had some scissors, but it's all right. So what we're going to do now is I'll show you how to achieve those. Where is it? Oh, it's there.
Here we go.
So we're going to have a practice of our little demos of how to fill in the squares and the border. That's annoying me. I don't like threads on things.
We've got some scissors, please.
I'm sure I've got some. I didn't want to have everything out because it gets everywhere, doesn't it?
Yes, that is one of my top tips, actually. Clear the decks when you're quilting. Make sure you've got a nice clear table.
Yes, definitely.
No pets. Mrs. Mills always wanted to come and sit under the quilt.
Oh.
But then I'd be like, oh, why isn't this moving? And I'd realise that there was a cat wrapped up in the quilt. Dogs do it too, if there's anything on the floor.
So we're going to do the echo first. So obviously I'm doing this standing up, so it's not going to be as good as if I was sat down. And you're just going to echo that curve. And again, forcing you to look where you're going and not where you've been. Don't worry about it. I'm not saying I'm using a very dark thread. And I've got a rather shaky left arm at the minute, so...
You have a good excuse.
I've got a very good excuse, yeah. And I had physio yesterday, so,
Oh, are they putting you through it?
Oh, yeah. She's lovely, my physiotherapist, but, whew,
Yeah.
she didn't half hurt me.
Yeah.
So again, just a very, very simple echo in the centre there. So now we're going to do our zigzag.
Lovely. And of course, this way you're learning to zigzag from one point to the next. It translates beautifully to something like quilting around just a half square triangle, because you're going around those three sides of a triangle with straight lines. Now, you might traditionally think, oh, I'll reach my walking foot, but Delphine's showing us how you can quilt straight lines, free motion. Free motion does not mean curvy lines. It just means you're in control, right?
There we go. And teaching you to not go over the line as well. So again, very, very simple.
Oh, that looks gorgeous.
And a very,
Love
very
that.
quick way to...
That.
Very, very quick way as well to fill in the negative space. So,
Actually, really nice having blank and filled in the same...
yeah.
Love it.
And then what we can do now is show you, again, how we're going to fill in the borders. So go into that smaller space even more. So it's you're even more restricted of those lines. So we want you to be restricted because that's how we're going to learn. And then if you go over the line, you're like, so what did I do wrong then? So another good tip is, if you've got the means to, is to video your hands and your fabric when you're doing it. So if you say, what was I doing? What was that mistake? Did I cough? Did I breathe too hard? Or did my foot slip? Or was my consistency different? Did I come off the pedal a little bit?
Yeah.
So there's lots of different...
Or just lose concentration.
Yeah, and it's very easily done. So, so that's a good tip as well. So
I think, again, this is where bite-sized, not just when you're practicing, but when you're quilting quilts, 10 to 15 minutes is enough.
And then again, so staying within those lines, keeping the speed consistent. So again, we've got a really nice, pretty border that you could add to the small, and then this way you could really make that sing them. So say if this was a plain fabric, and you've got a really nice, say if you've got like a K-facet square or something like that, and what that will do is that it's going to add and even complement the fabric in the centre as well. And especially if you've got an extra bit of wadding under there, that's going to really make this stand out.
Yes.
So if that's your star of the show, this is going to help make it even more profound and stand out more.
It's fantastic. Details on screen now are for the physical pattern. We'll give you the digital as well. Let's give physical first. BWD H83. And for that, remember, you're getting 32 pages of masterful instruction. You're getting introduced, even if you haven't done any before, you have got your basics there. about how to get ready, how to prepare, although I would recommend, and I think Delphine you'd recommend Free Motion Masterclass number 1, but then it's going through all those basics, all of those lessons that you're going to work through to improve and learn your free motion quilting. Feathers, working with grids, cross-hatching. I mean, feathers are just such a traditional and beautiful motif. You could make this very achievable. Very achievable. Now, if you haven't already done the Free Motion Masterclass number 1, we'd recommend that.
Yeah, definitely.
Yeah. A physical pattern this time, again. Physical pattern. Lots of you going for this. Lots of you going for this. This is Free Motion Masterclass number 1. Absolutely full of instructions. How to do the perfect vermicelli. Clamshells. Bubbles. Love that. Modern quilt. That is gorgeous. Absolutely beautiful. You could quilt your next 5 quilts with that. You're learning skills here for £9.99 that could save you hundreds and hundreds of pounds rather than having your quilts long-armed by someone else. Do them yourself. Look at all these gorgeous designs. Absolutely brilliant. Now, if you prefer digital downloads, let's do digital downloads. Free Motion Masterclass number 2. So this is moving on. This is where do we progress to?
Yeah.
Yeah. Where do I go now? £9.99, but no postage charge, and it's an instant purchase and download. LKDH 04. All right, that's the digital download for Masterclass 2. But if you want to start with basics, start with your first steps, then you need step 1, Masterclass number 1. Possibly your most popular class you've ever done or pattern you've ever done, because everybody wants to be able to quilt their quilts. PLDH25. Brilliant. Thank you.
So I'll show you a little bit of how we're going to really colour in now. So that taking that stipple effect, we're going to do it really small, and what you don't want to do is go over the lines. So I'm literally just using my fingers, moving the fabric ever so slightly to fill in this space. I'm just going to do it a little bit looser than normal, just because of time-wise.
Yeah.
Like I said, it's just my fingertips, very lightly. Doing tiny little swirls. But if you've done the Masterclass 1, you'll be a whiz at this by now anyway, because we start off really big and then we get smaller and smaller, so...
Because you've been practicing, right?
Yes, exactly.
I mean, Delphine, I've got to say, I'm loving the attention to detail, matching the thread to your nails.
Oh, yeah. Happy accident.
Fabulous. Look at that.
So again, just colouring in, but obviously if you do, the smaller you do it, and if that was in a matching thread, which is what we see, like again, going back to Festival of Quilts, when you see a lot of the mini quilts. In fact, I even saw one mini quilt, and it was all a whole cloth quilt, but using different coloured threads.
Amazing.
And it looked incredible.
So no piecing.
No, it was all quilted.
Lovely.
Just using different coloured threads.
Lovely.
So again, we'll throughout the course, obviously we won't be able to do it all today, because I definitely want to show you some feathering, but it will also be teaching you how to do straight lines as a grid. So you don't need to use a walking foot or a straight stitch foot.
So this is free motion quilted.
Yeah, so that's
This is free motion quilted.
Yeah, but I did have a little bit of a jump there, but I can see that. But then if it was in a different colour thread, you wouldn't be able to see it. But then doing the circles as well, again, remaining in a restricted space. Because when we did Free Motion 1, we do a circle, then we go on to the next one, do a big one, and fill in all the gaps. Whereas this, it's forcing you to stay within that restrictive space and work at an equal, so they're all at an equal size. So again, no straight stitch on there, all completely free motion.
Absolutely amazing. I love that. And this grid, did you mark the lines, or did you just use the edge of the
I just went like that.
Amazing.
Yeah, and then I just turned it and went the other way.
Love it.
But again, it's just practice. It's just having fun and just, and just staying within that line, because what that circle is going to do, because I could have easily done that on a square, because you're going to get that muscle memory, aren't you, of going so far, stop, and coming back.
Yeah.
But by doing within a circle, each start and stop is going to be a different size. So you're not, yes, it's muscle memory, but you're also not relying just on that. You have got that strict space to work in. So each one's going to be different. So
You're a strict teacher, aren't you? But kind.
But it works.
Strict but kind.
Yes.
No, I totally agree with everything you're saying. It is all about making sure that you're always paying attention, you're always looking ahead. And it is that looking where you're trying to get to. When you're trying to work in a restricted place, you've got to look at where you're going, not watching the needle going up and down.
Which will take us to our feathering, because this is also very important. So to start with feathering, so we'll do a sample in a moment. I recommend you just do it on a straight spine, because you're going to get used to those, getting used to doing those feathers. But also, it's a really great way to fill in space. Once you get more confident, is by adding the curves. Because if that was just a negative space on the inside of a block, really beautiful finish.
Oh,
but it's
Delphi,
just so easy.
You could do this all over a quilt.
All over.
That could be your full edge to edge.
Yeah, look gorgeous.
Yeah, absolutely gorgeous. I've had a few questions asking, would this help me? I'm a long arm quilter. Would this course help me as a long arm quilter?
I'd have thought so. Yeah,
100%.
you're a long arm quilter,
100%.
so yeah.
100%. These are absolutely the same skills that you use, whether you're long arming or short arm quilting. You know, it's all about that confidence. Now, here's a good question like this. Might be slightly controversial. Nicholas says, if you're quilting a larger quilt, does the start in the middle rule apply?
See, I am a big fan of starting in the middle.
Okay.
I am.
Fine.
But I suppose
Fine.
it depends on what project you're doing.
No.
It all depends on what you're doing to it, really,
Yeah.
or what it is you actually quilt. So if you were starting on a whole cloth quilt, definitely start in the middle, because that's how it pushes out. But then if you were just wanted to do it to a border, I suppose that's fine as well. You just got to bearing in mind that the tighter the stitch, it is going to shrink it down. And that's something you just have to bear in mind if you were doing it to a border. Because obviously the more quilting you do, it can change the size of your fabric.
Yeah.
But if you were doing large quilting like this, it probably wouldn't matter as much.
No. And as well, if you were doing something where you'd got, say, pieced blocks and negative blocks, for me, it would make sense to quilt block by block, but not jump from a pieced block to a negative block. I would want to do all the pieced blocks and all the negative blocks in a set. So that's not work from the centre and go outwards. That might be row by row.
Yeah. It all depends on the weight of it as well.
Yeah, and the preparation, this is where using your 505 spray, so that the
yeah.
layers are not shifting. The start in the middle and work outwards really assumes that everything's going to move.
Yeah.
Well, we don't want anything to move.
No, we don't want anything to move.
So if you
But,
stop it
yeah.
moving...
If you can stop it to a certain extent,
Yeah.
But I definitely find that sometimes it can still have a shift depending on how heavy you actually quilt it. But I suppose there's not really any rules. No one says, oh, you can't do it. But just it's what everyone works. Yeah, everyone works in different ways.
Could you show us a bit of feathering, please?
Yes. Yeah. So I have got. Could I have the instructions again?
You absolutely can.
So what we've actually put in there for you. Oh, there's my quilt. So what we've actually put in there for you. So definitely do all these little lessons. So what we've actually done. So if we come to this, so we're going to learn the basic bump back. So this is how I do it. But there are a million different ways to do feathers. There's so many different ways to do it. This is also going to treat you... The reason why I like the bump back method is because you're not going over the same thread line. So as much as you would if you were doing other types of feathering. So a feather is basically a half heart or an ear shape. So what we're going to do, so you have your start stitch line. So we've got all the arrows on here. So you do one loop, but then before you can do the bump back, you add an extra loop. So you do one, and then you come back, and then what you're going to do is when you're going to trap back, and then you're going to do another one. So follow each one. So when you've come to this one, we've put these on there for you. Yes, you can go over them with trace onto a piece of fabric. But what I'd actually recommend you do is that you trace them onto paper and concentrate on following this over and over again. Do it at least 3 times.
So draw it.
Draw it first, yeah. So just get some paper, trace these on, or photocopy it, and then just go over. Because what that's going to do, like you said earlier, if you can draw it, you can sew it.
Yeah.
So once you've got used to how the method goes, then you'll be able to easily.
So are
do
these
it.
spineless feathers?
Sort of, yeah. But
Yeah.
these, so you can track back. But what you're going to do on another one, which is, so on the corners here,
Yeah.
those ones, again, we're going to go off on a curve. So you can draw the curve first. And
Love it.
But you don't want to have too much thread line on there.
Beautiful, absolutely beautiful. Yeah, like you said, there's just different ways of doing
Different
feathers,
ways,
aren't there?
yeah.
But it's learning those basic skills, and that bump back method
It's-
produces gorgeous.
And it's also a really good way
Gorgeous
to fill in the space. So going back to this one, this is it this one? Yeah, so this one can fill in all that extra space. So you can go on curves, you can do straight, you can do big, you can do small. And that's not even following a pattern, it will still look great. So it's just getting used to that method. So if I take a piece of...
I was gonna say, do you want a little sandwich making up?
Yeah, I've got that one. Oh, I'll just use that bit.
You want a bit of plain cotton?
Oh, I might do it without, actually, because
Okay,
I don't want to waste, just in case I'm trying to see how many I'm going to get done. Right, so what I'm going to do, I'm just going to draw a straight line. So we'll just do our first one. So you want that line as a bit of a guide, really, for your first one. So I'm just going to do it corner to corner. But again, when you're new, either follow the templates that we have, or create yourself a boundary. So obviously a lot of the feathers start bigger at the bottom and then they get smaller. So
Ooh, okay, so you've got your centre spine,
Yeah.
and then you've got your outer lines.
yeah, so this is a good way to practice,
Like that.
because you've got that restriction, because sometimes you can end up going bigger and bigger and then you're bumping back and your bump backs can be really, really big. The bump back part section is a really good way to go, right, I really want to fill in that gap, because that's when you can do really big ones. But when you're coming up for the second, that one's a bit more restrictive. You might think I'm talking gibberish, so I'm just going to get on.
Do it.
And so you're going to start off at the bottom. So if I show you the motion of how it goes, and then, so you're going to start at the bottom, you'll sew your first ear shape, and you'll go up your spine, and then you go do your second, but then you'll stop,
And you bump back.
and then you bump back, and then you come up, and you bump back, then you come up, and you bump back, and so on and so on. But the more you practice that,
Love it.
the more you practice that method, the much easier it's going to be. So definitely drawing first.
So actually, drawing on paper at the scale you want to quilt
Yeah.
is really going to help your skills before
Really.
you even sit down.
Exactly. So even if you're at home now, before you even get this, you just have a go at just following, getting that muscle memory already. But the more you practice, the better you'll be, and the stronger you'll get at it.
Now, listen, you really need to check out your baskets, because we're in the danger zone now. There are over 140 of you with us in your baskets, which leaves me a handful. Again, we're not going to be able to restock today, so you need to check out your baskets, please. Just take a moment to do that, and then you've got your instructions on their way.
So I've done that my first half art or ear shape, and then I'm going to go up and create my second.
So this is going up the spine.
Up the spine, round, and this is where you've really got to concentrate on stopping. So again, with all the lessons you would have done up until now, you would have got better and better at stopping at that boundary.
Got you.
And now we're going to thread back, and then we're going to bump back.
All the way down to the spine.
Yeah, and then you come up. And then
Bump back.
bump back. Obviously stay on the line, whereas I didn't then.
But for me, if you want to draw those lines, great, but use them as a guide, don't slavishly follow them.
Yeah, so, because I would have probably hit that if I hadn't drawn it on. So, and then all the way back down, you come up, and you bump back again. Back down to the spine, come up, and then bump back again.
That looks lovely.
And then when you get to the top, you could just do like a teardrop shape, like so. And then we're going to come back. So that is so if I press those lines away.
Yeah, let me grab the iron.
So, yes,
this
please.
side.
Yeah, yes, please, thank you. And so, you know, by practicing, by having that boundary.
Look at that.
And then now we're just going to do it from the other side.
Now, here's my question. Do you start at the bottom and work up, or do you start from the top and go back down?
If I was doing it on a curve, I'd go back down.
Right.
But when I do it on a straight, I'll start on the other side.
Great.
So, again...
Whatever works.
Yeah.
Whatever works.
So
you haven't marked this side?
So, no. So what we're going to do is try and mirror the other one. So do my first half heart shape. And then I'll go straight in and do my second. Sorry, my fingers are slipping. And then we'll start the bump back. So we bump back, come up, go around, and we bump back. Come up and around, and bump back.
Lush. Check out your baskets, won't you? Huge quantity of my remaining stock is gone now. I really am down to my last few chances, so check out your basket. Oh, look at that. Absolutely wonderful.
Not my neatest. It would have been better if I was sat down, but it's... There you go.
It's fab.
And that just shows how simple it is just to do that feather.
Yeah.
So then you've got your other templates. So that's what I mean. I'll definitely have to do another demo on this at some point, I think, just to do all the elements, because there's so much to show you. So, for example, you can do a curve. Now, doing it on a curve is slightly harder. Now, what I haven't got now is I'm not going to give myself a boundary. I'm just going to go for it.
Yeah. But of course, when you're practicing your skills at home, you might concentrate on that straight feather for days, weeks maybe.
Yeah.
Do loads of that before you're ready to move on. You'll know when you're ready.
So if you were filling a big negative space, you could use that feather as your boundary.
Yes.
You can do, or if you to start off with, I recommend you just keep doing it from the bottom. And then what you'll do then...
The sellout. Delphine, in your second hour, we are going to be doing this amazing ombre wall hanging. And would you believe this whole kit, including instructions, less than £20? Less than £20, 5 different colours to choose from. Have a look on the website, grab your kit now, and what a gorgeous place to practice your free motion quilting in the background. Delphine, thank you so much.
Oh, thank you.
It's an amazing hour. We'll see you in an hour.
Yes. I'm going to go and get a drink and sit down.
Go relax now. You've done your work. Right after the break, Helen McCook is back with some more amazing embroidery. Don't go anywhere. Stay tuned for this.
Join me, Hayley West, this Sunday, the 16th of February, for a must-watch special. We're bringing you the incredible Husqvarna Viking Quartz 29, a powerhouse sewing machine packed with precision stitching, an easy-to-use touchscreen, and a spacious sewing area to bring your creative projects to life. But that's not all. I'll be showcasing the Kabuki quilt, a stunning quilt I've personally designed. I'll be sharing the inspiration behind it and how you can make your own. Don't miss out. Tune in this Sunday on Sewing Street. Let's talk about quilt blocks. Quilt blocks are like building blocks. They come in all sorts of patterns and sizes and are pieced together to create a larger quilt top. In sewing, a quilt block is a single section of a quilt design, often made up of smaller shapes like squares, triangles or strips. That's quilt blocks, the foundation of every beautiful quilt.
Join me for my birthday show on Thursday. Yes, it's actually my birthday that day. I've got the lovely Wendy Orlando who's going to be demonstrating a beautiful shoulder bag and a quilt. Then I've got Sam Sabido in with a brand new Sunshine crochet cardigan and a show with Amber Makes where we've designed the Carefree cacti with all cacti themed prints as well. So I hope you can join me. Happy birthday to me.
Want to know what's coming up on Sewing Street? It's easy. Just visit www.sewingstreet.com and head to the TV Guide section for all the latest show details. Stay ahead and never miss a stitch with Sewing Street. Never miss a show by watching on the go with the Sewing Street app. Head over to your App Store now and search Sewing Street and simply download to your smartphone or tablet. You can watch the shows live and see your favourite presenters and guests. Click on the Today button to shop all of the products that are featured in today's show. Want to know what's hot? Then click here to see today's bestsellers and highlights. Have you missed a show or want to watch one back? Then click the schedule button and you can go back 7 days to watch and shop, and you can also see what's coming up over the next 7 days. Want to say hello or ask a question to our guests? Then send a message to the studio. You can also keep in touch with all the latest news, events, product launches and much more by clicking here for our social media pages. Never miss a show by watching on the go with Sewing Street.
Shopping with Sewing Street couldn't be easier. You can shop via our website at www.sewingstreet.com, where you can watch our live shows and see all the products from that day. We also have a huge amount of products on our website, from your sewing room essentials to fabrics, sewing machines and much more. You can download and shop on the go with our Sewing Street app. Simply head over to your App Store and search Sewing Street. Alternatively, you can contact our UK-based call centre 24 hours a day on 0800 001 4433. Shopping made easy at Sewing Street.
Your pattern will often tell you to put your fabric RST, or right sides together. This means that you put the right side of the fabric with the pattern on the inside, and sew on the wrong side of your fabric. Then when you turn it round, you can't see any stitching. Fold your fabric so that your pattern is on the inside, i.e. right sides together. Make sure that your edges match carefully and pin them.
Did you know at Sewing Street that on various products we offer split pay? That means on certain items you can spread the cost over 2, 3, 4 or sometimes even 5 interest-free monthly payments. Just pay the first instalment when you purchase and you're away. So shop your way with split pay.
Looking for the perfect gift for the sewing enthusiast in your life? The Sewing Street gift card is just the thing. Choose between a physical card delivered to their door or a convenient e-gift sent straight to their inbox. It's easy. Just head to the Sewing Street website, scroll to the bottom of the page, click Gift Cards, or use your smartphone, scan the QR code and go straight there. Pick the amount you'd like to load onto the card, and that's it. The Sewing Street gift card, the gift of creativity made simple.
Hi everybody. I'm back with Helen McCook. Welcome back.
Thank you. Good to
Now,
be
we had a wonderful first hour of beautiful embroidery. This hour, we're really taking a bit of a deep look at some fabulous tools for embroidery, aren't we?
That's right.
And for hand stitching. Why is it important to use good quality tools?
I think there's lots of reasons. So first of all, I mean, for me, being a bit of a hedonist, if you're going to spend time with your hands on something, you want it to feel right in your fingers. So, you know, it has to feel enjoyable to hold. So for me, that's really important about the tools that you use regularly. So this company that we're looking at, I really like the way that they've manufactured and continually have manufactured high quality things for such a long time.
Absolutely fab. We're talking about Bowen here, who are a French company, right?
Yes, yeah,
Tell us a
they
little bit
are.
about Bowen.
Yeah, so Bowen are an amazing company. So founded by Benjamin Bowen in L'Aigle in France, and it was where traditionally needle making industries from the medieval period were in France. So there's a lot of kind of cultural heritage in that area of these techniques. And what he did was he was a bit of a polymath. So he went all over the world and decided to kind of look at best practice and bring it home to France, and then to kind of look at how he could kind of use the best bits, alter and improve with the new technologies at that time. So we're kind of looking at 1830s, 1833. And he then kind of continually looked at the things that they were making and continued to then send his sons abroad to have a look at continuing technology updates. And they've continued in that way ever since. And they specialise in fashion and textile tools. So they've not diversified out of the ability to be able to
they've kept
have
it quite
quality.
pure.
Absolutely. To the point, though, that their needles are beautiful, the eyes are so well pressed, and it sounds like such small details, but the devil is in the detail.
Yeah,
You know,
totally.
you get nice sharp points, no snags. Your eyes, your threads aren't going to catch and snag. It makes it very straightforward and pleasurable to work with.
Now, let's start off. The glasses are going on. We're going to start off with a needle and needle threader set. So here you've got 3 different packs of hand sewing needles. You've got crewel embroidery, size 7?
Yes.
You've got crewel 5s and 10s, and you've got embroidery 3 to 9s. You've also got a pack of 3 needle threaders. These are all from Bowen for $12.99. Oh, it's not. It's not. Oh, lovely. Well, this is a time to stock up on beautiful quality. These are French needles, $9.99. These are from Bowen. Now, I discovered Bowen about 12 years ago.
How did you find them?
I was in America. I was at Houston.
and
Bowen were there.
Yeah.
And I had the most fabulous, half a day, I think, with Bowen. And just came away with so many beautiful notions. And in particular, it's things like pins and needles and scissors, that kind of thing.
Absolutely.
Exquisite quality.
It's just so well made, and they find solutions to problems you didn't realise you had, and then when you kind of work with their things, you're like, oh, actually, that is better.
Yeah, it is much better. So tell me how I might use these. So what do the numbers mean, first of all?
Yes,
We've got,
so
like,
you're looking
crewel.
at the different sizes of the needles. So 7 is kind of a mid-range size for a crewel needle. And what we do is we look at both the length, the thickness of the shaft and the size of the eye when we're looking at embroidery. So crewel needles, for embroidery, you can look at using multiple strands of, say, stranded, or even some of the fine wool, so the crewel wools, for example, so they'd be suitable for that as well.
So we were looking earlier on at the cross stitch and satin stitch on cotton, those kits. They do come with a needle, but might we use a crewel needle for that? Or?
Yes, yeah, you could. So one of the mixed packs would be a fantastic one to just have in your stash generally, because it will cover everything.
Okay.
With the embroidery techniques that you're going to do if you're not going through holes in the fabric. So if you're going through where you're choosing freestyle stitching like we were doing earlier, then yes, you need a sharp needle, and you could use any single one of these.
So the embroidery or the crewel, perfect.
Yes, absolutely.
And if you were doing things like cross-stitch, would they be suitable for cross-stitch?
Cross-stitch, you'd want to have blunt ends.
Understood.
So what we tend to do is where we've got even even with linens or Aidas, we use a blunt-ended needle so that you're not snagging into the fibres. You're definitely passing through the whole of the fabric.
Got you. So these are for more for like woven fabrics, like your cottons and things like that.
Yes.
Fabulous. So you get 3 packs. You get a lot of needles in each pack. There's 15 in there, 16 in there, and 15 in there. So 46 needles plus your 3 needle threaders, all for £9.99. It's fantastic value. And these are the kind of things, I mean, I've got Bowen needles in my workbox. They are beautiful to work with, absolutely gorgeous. So also things like when you're sewing the binding on your quilts, if you are hand piecing, would they work for piecing?
Yeah, I mean, to be honest, because I trained as an embroiderer, I like an embroidery needle. The embroidery needles are my favourites. So I quite like that. So I use them for quite a lot of things, so including some, you know, if it's not a super fine mend, I even use it for mending.
Yeah.
But you can see that there, if you look at the needle, there it's a good solid needle. They don't bend. You know, a lot of people end up with a banana-shaped needle.
Absolutely.
This isn't going to do that. You have to really go some to make this bend in that way. And it's because they developed even their own special way of creating the steel for the needles.
Yeah.
So it's just such a clever way of working.
Yeah, these are good needles for me. Perfect for me. Fabulous. Very popular, almost sold out actually. I've only got a couple left. If you want to get your needle pack, you get 46 needles, some crewel and some embroidery, and your needle threaders as well. And don't forget, you can use these when you're threading machine needles as well. So useful to have.
They are a lovely fine.
So these are the kind of thing that you pop through the eye. Like so. Pop your thread through and then pull it back through to thread your needle. Fab, there we go, easy.
Because they've got that kind of collapsible fine wire eye to the needle threader as well. You can use it with, you know, wools, you can use it with super fine threads, you can use it with your machine threads as well.
Yeah.
So it is quite versatile as well. If you are pulling really thick threads through, what I would suggest is put it into put the thread through the eye of the needle and then hold the back where the wires are attached. So, because it can be a bit resistant, so I generally hold quite close to where the metals go into the penny, and it makes sure that it maintains for what you want to do.
Cool. That has sold out. That has, oh, a couple bounce back actually. Got a couple of those. Yeah. 26 in baskets, 2 left. So, yeah. Right, next up, we're going to do the pin cushion.
Right, so my favourite fact
and
about...
this comes with pins.
Oh, well, now. My favourite fact about the Bowen pin cushions is a lot of the couturiers use Bowen products in France. And this is one of their things that it's so synonymous, this brand is so synonymous with fashion and high couture in France that even in his hometown there's a statue of Jean-Paul Gaultier, and his statue has his Bowen pin cushion sculpted onto his statue.
Oh, really?
Yes.
I love that.
And they're always fully branded, so you know it's a Bowen product.
That is gorgeous. That is gorgeous. And then you get a box of 80 glass-headed pins. Tell us about the pins.
Yeah, so you might be thinking, well, I've got lots of pins at home, why am I going to buy these ones?
Yeah.
Well, as I say, they've specially designed their own steel, the steel manufacturer, so they maintain the kind of integrity of the pin itself, and the point is really good. But also the detail of it, so they even use Murano glass from Italy in the top. And the reason is that the glass, rather than the plastic ones where you end up with a head and a pin that have separated, the glass bonds itself to their steel. So it means that they're unlikely to separate. But also you can use it in your fabrics if you're ironing over the top, you know, you're not melting anything or discolouring, you know, will come onto your fabrics. But also, if you're doing any heavy work like mounting fabrics, conservation mounting, they don't actually bruise your fingers so much when you push the pins in. So lots of reasons you might want it. We could go into it all day, but like there's lots of reasons why their products just work so well.
Absolutely. Absolutely. I always say to people, you know, all pins are not made equal by any means. By any means. And they're fine, beautiful. Now, normal price, total price is £27.99. That's for your Bowen pin cushion that sits on your wrist and also your box of 80 pins. It's not costing you £27.99. Here's your price crash. Now, be quick on this. £23.99. You're saving £4, and you've got 80 beautiful quality Murano glass-headed pins and that beautiful Bowen pin cushion, as used by Jean-Paul Gaultier. Love that. Absolutely fantastic.
I'm loving these price crashes. These are fantastic.
They are really
what good
fantastic.
value.
Yeah.
You should buy these now as well. Buy them for Christmas. Put them to one side because they're such lovely stocking fillers, lovely gifts.
I agree with you. And absolutely beautiful quality. The thing is, you know, like we know that there are lots and lots of vintage pin cushions. And it's like, what was the big deal about pins? Why did people make these pin cushions that kept their pins safe? Why were they so precious? And it was because people kept pins for a lifetime. They were quality, they were beautiful.
Well, the interesting thing is because obviously the early pins, we're going to go, you've entered into the geek realm now here.
Yeah.
Right, so pressed all the buttons and the lights flashed. So so basically, I mean, the early pin is based on the type of thick brass pins and bronze pins that they used to put into the cloaks early on to actually help put the clothing together. And so this developed, and if you know the word pin money, this was even during the Elizabethan period, a lot of the garments were held together with little pins. So they would have to have money for their pins. And, you know, I've got some from the Tudor period that were fished out of the Thames.
Wow.
You know, and they're gorgeous and they're the same idea. But, you know, as I say, it's that thing about, you know, they've just taken something but just made it that bit better.
Yeah.
So, they're just a step beyond.
Yeah, they really are. They're beautiful. I've got this very set of pins at home, and they are beautiful to work with. They're absolutely lovely. And I take care of them and I look after them. You know, I'm not casual with my Bowen pins.
No, exactly. But you know, the thing is though that they stand the test of time actually, because I know you were probably kind of, you know, putting them through their paces, and I certainly do in my working life, and they're just good quality. So actually, for a box of these, that you know, they're a fantastic price with the bargain of everything. But you'll find them lasting far better than the ones that you could think, oh, I could pick these up far cheaper. Yeah, but you'll be buying them twice or three times over.
Oh no, my box of Bowen pins I've had for the last 10, 11 years.
Yeah, they're just, cheaper ones, you're getting what you're paying for,
Yeah,
aren't
for
you?
sure.
These last.
Yeah.
So it's good.
Yeah, absolutely, for sure. Over half the stock's gone. If you want to get the combo, you get the pin cushion, you get the pins, and you're making a £4 saving. Way more in baskets than we have. Gorgeous, absolutely
The lovely thing
gorgeous.
is, because it's that type of... it just popped it off there. So because they're that lovely kind of adjustable strap, it's really comfortable when you're working. I know that I forget I wear mine. So it's really interesting when you kind of put it on and then... And also, if you're anything like me, before I had mine, I was constantly putting pins in my jumper, the arm of my sofa. So my animals are now a lot happier. I don't have scratched faces from forgetting there's pins and needles everywhere.
Absolutely. Right, so next up, we're going to do the Bowen marking pencils. So these come in a set of 3, red, white and blue. Le Française.
Absolutely.
Yes. Tell me about the pencils.
Yeah, so dressmaking pencils. So they create a nice chalky line. So they're really lovely to work with. And because they're a pencil shape, you can sharpen them as you would with a normal pencil. So it means that you get a lovely fine line that you can control when you're drawing out your dressmaking, or I use them for embroidery patterns as well. So they're very versatile. And because you've got the different colourways, you can obviously choose the appropriate colour that will show clearest to you on your fabric.
Yes.
So,
and removal of these, it's like, is it a chalk?
It's chalky, it's not a true chalk, so it won't dust off immediately. You know how sometimes you put the chalk line on and it's crumbly and it disappears really rapidly. This won't last forever, but it will last longer, so while you're working. Plus you can remove it with, for example, you could remove it with a fabric eraser, or a little damp cloth, or with let's say some Scotch tape, lift it off.
Yeah.
So
we've just been doing feathers and marking feathers. So this could be for your quilting. Obviously, white's not really going to show up on this fabric, but this you're going to use for like your navies, your browns, your blacks. And then you've also got your blue.
Which is also great for white work, because traditionally we used the blue pencils for white as well. So
Yeah.
just really nice, clean line, isn't it? They're not, because they have a slight chalkiness to them. They're just not crumbling as you work with them, as some of the chalks do.
Absolutely. Oh, no, that goes on so smoothly. So smoothly. Absolutely beautiful. Absolutely beautiful. This could be for marking embroidery.
Absolutely.
This could be marking things like the points for your dart. Yeah, you could be marking a dart here, or you could be marking the position of buttonholes. Red, white and blue. You can sharpen them to a really nice fine point. £8.99. Fab. Like those. Oh, we're not staying there. Ah, okay.
This is great. Oh, there you
£5. Wow, that is quite a crash. Saving £3 there. £5.99. If you haven't tried Bowen products before, this is a great day to try them, because we're doing some great price crashes. They are beautiful products, and they just work wonderfully.
Yeah, and if you think about it, it's just under £2 each. That's fantastic quality. And as I say, because they are chalky but not true chalk, it means they'll last a little bit longer as well, both on the fabric
Yeah, they're
and...
not rubbing off.
No, they will come off with a fabric eraser, a slight damp cloth, or a lift off with tape. And so they'll stay in place while you're working, which is useful.
It's what
so
you
now,
want.
with embroidery as well, if you're working with embroidery and your hand is passing over, you don't want to be covered in chalk, and you don't want it disappearing as you're working.
No, quite.
So-
They've sold out, Helen.
Oh, well.
They've sold out. They have sold out.
See.
Right.
No
next
bargain when
up.
they see it. That's the thing.
Yes, exactly. We've got a... Well, now, this is a gorgeous bundle. We've got a set of curved needles, 4 different sizes of curved needle. And then we've also got a box of 65 Quilters curved safety pins for £25.99. Now, is there a crash, Ben? There is a crash. Let's do the crash. Let's do the crash. Fabulous. You're saving £5, £20.99. Let's talk about the safety pins first of all, Helen.
Yes. So why would you have a bent or curved safety pin? First of all, it's fantastic if I use them if I'm doing large applique hangings, or if you're doing kind of very, very sizable pieces where you're having to kind of roll it up and try and get into the middle, or you're kind of moving things onto a frame. And it means that you don't have to try and scoop so much with the needle. You're not having to kind of lift it from underneath, because it's already got the bend in the needle, which in the pin, that really helps you. And again, they've got quite a flat head, so again, they can turn to the side, and if you need to kind of press anything or move things around, they will stay stable. They'll still stay completely safe. There's no plastic on them. They're all steel with nickel plating.
Yeah.
So they're just...
They are super for basting. Literally push it in, and because of the curve, the end literally pops up, so you're not scrunching to try and get it through.
Yeah, it just rocks straight back up again.
Yeah.
And it's that they're really secure. They're kind of sturdy things. They're not going to kind of create problems and kind of bend all over the place. You're not going to find yourself indented into your table, or which can happen.
Again, this is the kind of thing that you look after, because they are, you know, they are beautiful quality. They are worth looking after. I keep mine, I have all of mine in a wooden box, and they go in the quilt, they come out the quilt and back in the wooden box. I'm using the same set that I've had for years.
That's it. One set will last you. That's the thing. That's the thing about buying those things that have been made well in the first place. You know, the points stay sharp, so they're not snagging your fabrics up, and you can reuse them, and that's such a lovely thing in this day and age, isn't it, where we have such a throwaway culture. The idea of having something that's made well and that you buy it once and you use it, that's it. So it's fantastic.
Totally agree. And then you also get a set of 4 curved needles. Now, why would we use a curved needle?
Do you know what? A curved needle is your friend. Takes a little while to get used to, People always think about them for upholstery, which of course the larger ones would be perfect for. But I like to kind of mount my embroidery, so where you conservation mount it, stretch it out so it's perfect to store, perfect to frame. A curved needle is what I use for that. Also, if you're tying back ends on the back of a fabric, if your fabric's really taut in a frame, it's much easier to use a curved needle to tie those ends back, because then it means I don't have to slacken the fabric and then try and make it so it's tight again at the same tension.
Understood.
So a curved needle is the way forward. So for gold metal thread ends and things like that, anything on the back that needs fastening off, this is your way forward. And they're actually quite useful, some of the ends, if you've got like a jumper, you know, you get snags and things. It's quite useful for that too.
Cool.
But yeah.
I use them if I'm doing things like making boxes as well, where you're doing three-dimensional, where you haven't got a flat surface to go down and up in, where you just need to go through. Almost like the curved safety pin, as you're pushing the end in, it is already naturally popping out the other side.
That's it, exactly.
Fabulous. £20.99, 65 curved safety pins in a box, and your 4 curved needles.
And it's quite difficult to actually buy curved needles.
Yeah.
It's not something you regularly see.
No.
So actually it's really nice that we've got them here for you to be able to purchase.
And again, beautiful quality Bowen. Right, next up, shall we do the glue stick? So you get a glue stick and a refill.
Yeah.
So with this is the Bowen Fabric Safe Glue Pen. Goes on pink, dries clear. Have we already got a glue in there?
Yes.
And then you've got a spare as well.
Yep, ready to go.
Fantastic, there we go. So there's your glue stick. Okay, we love these. Quilters, dressmakers, home decor, whatever we do, we love our fabric safe glue stick. This is Bowen's version. Again, they are beautiful. They work beautifully well, beautifully well. £8.99, it's a great price. You're also getting your refill included. So when the first one eventually uses up, you've got a second one to go in. And actually, standard glue refills will go in the Bowen, won't they?
The lovely thing about it as well is because it's water erasable. So it goes on with the colour, as you say, it dries clear, so it can stay there. But if you do need to wash your fabrics, they're water erasable. So you can get them, or if you've made a mistake and want to remove it, you can do that too. But because of that, the conservators don't mind them, because we always think about the kind of longevity of a textile. So what are we doing that's going to possibly degrade over time or create problems over time? So it's not just making it now, it's what's the future impact. So actually this type of glue, the conservators don't mind too much.
Oh, okay, fair enough. Would you recommend washing items after you've finished making them if you've used things like glues?
Yeah, so it depends. So yes, generally, but if you think about, have you pre-washed your fabrics? So we don't want to make something and have it shrink. So you need to just be sure that you've got fabrics that are pre-washed, pre-shrunk, and if there's any kind of movement on that, and also how they want to be treated in the wash. So, so yeah.
Okay. Keep going through for that. That's your glue pen and refill. Thank you. Lots and lots of you coming through for that. It's really good to have a good look at these things. And Bowen, as I say, I met them, oh gosh, it's got to be 10 or 11 years ago. Absolutely fantastic notions, really beautiful quality, beautiful quality.
Yeah, they're a lovely team of people as well. And
they
they're
are
very passionate about their product. You know, and it's so nice to see that within a team where they're really talking with such enthusiasm and passion for it.
Yeah, totally, absolutely. Right, Ben, what's next? Oh, gorgeous. Yes, yes, yes. This is the Book of 40. Love the packaging on this. So this is a pack of 40 assorted needles. I mean, they're just gorgeous, aren't they? Just the fact that it's all in French as well, I really like. And then inside, look, everything's divided up. You've got your sizes. How beautiful is this? This is almost like a vintage style, isn't it?
Yeah. So the interesting thing about this is that Bowen had put these out originally. This was the packaging they used originally. So this was from the kind of 1918 period, just before the 1920s. And it was this packaging, this style exactly, and they became very popular, very, very popular seller at that time. And then there was, people were requesting, they were finding the antique ones in people's sewing boxes, and people started requesting them in the traditional packaging. So they brought out reprints, and even to the point where they've got exactly the same types of needles made in the same way with modern technology, obviously now, same packaging on the back, and even the silk paper that they have the needles in, that's Italian silk paper.
Oh, this here.
It's to stop it from rusting so much. So it's because it's got the silk content in the paper. It's, it's every little detail.
Love that. Gorgeous.
Every little detail. And the idea that you've seen something that's been so popular before and it's so popular now, and that you've been able to have your own item that will become your own heirloom in your sewing box that will be discovered in another 40 years, 50 years.
Yes, absolutely gorgeous. Absolutely gorgeous. And in there you've got embroidery, you've got tapestry, you've got straw. There will be a quiz at the end,
yes,
Helen. I'm going to
fine.
ask you what straw needles are.
Yes.
Darning needles and sharps. So what is a straw needle and why is it called that?
Traditionally, straw needles were very useful because you used to use them in millinery and any straw work that you were going to be doing, but particularly millinery. Having said that, they can be really useful for some of the really sturdy household work that you're doing, the domestic embroidery, some of the men's on kind of upholstery and things like that. We tend to use them, so you might be thinking, well, I don't see myself using that now, but we tend to use them now is if we've got multiple layers of padding in a project, so an applique or a stump work that's three-dimensional, or a gold work that's very high relief, and you've got carpet felt padding, craft felt padding, it's very hard to get your little needle through that. So a longer, sturdier needle like this doesn't bend as it passes through the padding. It keeps a true course, and you can get it from the top to the bottom with one motion as you would with another needle, but it goes through the full layer.
So interesting. And so they're called straws because milliners used straw braid to create hats?
Yes, exactly.
Fascinating.
Yeah.
Love that. I love that. Brilliant. They are gorgeous, aren't they? I mean, it's just a thing of beauty as well. I love the sort of retro vintage packaging. Just lovely. And lovely to have an assortment of needles. Feels very sort of, I don't know, reminiscent of childhood, really. Every household had a set of needles like this, didn't they?
I know, but they weren't as classy as this.
Oh, no.
They're just they're like the Orient Express of the needle world, aren't they?
They are. Well, I love the Art Deco sort of design as well. And she looks like a very fashionable lady.
She does, doesn't she?
She's a bang on trend. If it's 1920s, brilliant. Absolutely gorgeous. That's about to sell out too. If you want to get that, it's a lovely little set of needles. And there's 40 needles in there, really covering a wide range: tapestry, embroidery, straw, darning and sharps. Fab.
So
and you've got all your different sizes along here too.
That's it. So you can just slot them straight back into the pack when you've finished using it.
Are you
Gorgeous.
a stickler for that, Helen?
Do you know, I think it really helps for speed to know what you're dealing with and when you're looking for a needle. So it really helps to pop them back in order. So a needle case is very useful if that's your preference. Something like this, you can just slot it straight back into the holes in the silk paper.
Yeah. Totally agree with you.
And
Gorgeous.
people quite often put their needles and pins into just the edge of fabric. Oh, I'll come back to that, but it rusts.
Yeah.
So you need lanolin or silk or something in there that responds well to the metal over time.
And that's what you've got in that silk paper.
Absolutely.
Gorgeous. Plus, of course, if you put it back, you know exactly what size it is and what type of needle.
Yeah.
Parked in a piece of fabric, no idea. Now, before we do some stitching, just wanted to mention the Hardanger kits. You're going to demo these, aren't you, for us? Now, just need to let you know, they're about to sell out. Well, I've got one. No, sorry, that's the Bowen needles. Go on. I've got one square. Got one square and two triangles. So these are the squares. It's the square design. $7.99 for this gorgeous little Hardanger kit. And then this is the triangle. You can see the triangle motifs in the centre. So I've got one of those left. And then this one I've got two left. both about to sell out, but I just wanted to show you those. Helen, you're going to do a bit of demo on these, aren't you?
I am, yeah.
Well, it'll be wonderful. Yes, please.
Yes, right now?
Yes, please.
Let's go.
We'll put the graphics in for the curved needles and the curved safety pin set. This is literally all we have left in the show. It's been a very busy show. We did have lots of Abris beadwork, but that's all sold out.
Oh, well, there you go.
There we go. There we go.
Right, so what we're going to do is Hardanger's a fantastic Norwegian technique, and it's whitework embroidery. It's quite often traditionally used still in their national dress, and particularly in their bunards, which goes round like a cummerbund, and in their headdresses. And what they do is they had, from about the mid-1600s, they had a massive production of flax in Norway. So they used this to make white thread and white fabric, and then created an embroidery technique to use that.
So flax is linen?
Yes,
yeah.
yes. So it's the start of linen. So that was where this came from. So it uses even weave fabric, so even weave linen, and then you count across the pieces. Now there's things that are very specific to Hardanger, and one of them is that you create these things called cluster blocks. So you can see these little groupings of satin stitch blocks here, and then you work around, and then that enables you to cut out holes. And then you can also decorate holes by leaving some of the threads in, and that's what we're going to do. So we're going to do the one with the little squares here. And you can see the pattern's nice and clear. You get two matching pieces of the fabric. So this is just the one. There's a second piece exactly the same. And that's so that you can make it into the little cushion here.
Got you.
So you can stuff it. You could even put lavender in it, whatever. It'd be really pretty. And you can, as I say, use it as a cushion or pin cushion. And as I say, you've got this nice large-scale design. Now, for each one of these little squares you're seeing here, that counts as 2 threads of the fabric, so that's very important to remember. And you've got 2 different thicknesses of perlé thread. So perlé thread is a high-shine twisted thread, so you've got thick and thin. So the thick we're going to use for the cluster blocks. In this case, quite often they're used to kind of look like snowflake shapes. So if you think about it, in Norway, it's in Western Norway, Hardanger. And it's
is it a place?
Yes, yeah.
Oh gosh, I never knew
by the
that.
Hardanger fjords, and it's in Western Norway, and this is where it comes from. And what they used to do quite often is they'd have aprons. The ladies would have aprons with the whole of the front embroidered or the borders embroidered, but a very vibrant red or blue skirt behind it, so it really shows through the holes.
Wow.
So it looks like sturdy lace.
Yeah.
You know, so it's very pretty.
Yeah.
And quite often it then became popular with the kind of Lutherans. They'd have their kind of chalice veils and things embroidered with it. So we see it in America quite often with the Lutheran church. You see it over there with their chalice veils still. So what we're going to do, one of the thicker threads, and you've got the tapish needle that's provided, and we're going to start working over the blocks. It would help if I actually put my glasses on, because this is the wrong height for me.
I've kept mine handy as well. Not that I was going to do any stitching, but I just wanted to be in unity with you.
Oh, lovely. I like being matchy-matchy, it's good. So I can't actually see anything over here, are you?
Right,
You're
exactly.
all blurry, but down here is looking good. But so you can see we work these triangles around the central square, so it's all quite clear to block out. So I'm just working those. And you want to pull so that they're sitting flat to the fabric, but not so that you're creating an eyelet. So we're not trying to kind of pull anything. Yes, exactly. So keep an eye on that. You can work it in a frame, or if you prefer to work it in the hand, you can do that. Obviously, nice clean hands. But having said that, with any kind of white work embroidery that you're working in the hand, you would then potentially wash it, because it's white on white anyway. So if it shows up any of the kind of friction of your hands being on it, then just give it a good wash. Try not to agitate the embroidery when you do that.
Well, like by calling it names or...
yes, exactly. So, but yeah, so just make a nice kind of suddy bowl of nice warm water, not too hot. And then
sold out. The triangle's sold out.
Oh, well, they're going to have fun working it.
Well done if you got yours.
Absolutely.
So nice little try-hard hanger kit, this, isn't it?
It is. It's a
Very
good
nice.
tester. So
I'll get some more in.
yeah, it's one of those things that sometimes we kind of test out whether people are interested in things, you know, and you know, there's so much. This is a really good gateway into other things if you've been doing things like cross stitch.
Yes.
So because you're, I don't know why I'm looking at you. I can't see you at all. Hello.
To be fair, Helen, I do look better, a bit blurry.
Like one of those filters.
Yeah.
You know, you look lovely both ways.
Ah,
to be
bless
fair.
you. Thank you.
So, but yes. So it's a really good gateway if you've maybe tried cross stitch and you like a counted technique, but you think, oh, I might like to try something else. So it's quite good for that as well.
I've always wanted to try hard hanger, I'll be honest.
It's very therapeutic. So
I like the idea of cutting holes and having spaces and...
Yes, that's it. Well, it just creates this really delicate kind of look to it, even though the embroidery itself is quite solid feeling. It feels very secure and sturdy. But yeah, you just kind of stitch your blocks in, and then once I've done this bit, I can then show you how we snip away, and then we've got the laciness to then play with. That's the thing that people kind of are excited by, but also worry about.
Yeah.
I know I met a lovely lady at the NEC once, and she'd spent 5 years stitching a hard hanger tablecloth and then had been too scared to cut out the holes.
Oh,
so,
really?
yeah. So being able to show you a demonstration of that hopefully will help anybody who feels like that at home. So it's very straightforward. So you can see I'm just working my satin stitch, almost finished. So just turn the last corner. You're basically encasing the whole space. Yeah. So it's all then secure to be able to cut away. So if you've missed any stitches or you've kind of hopped about, you can't hop from here to here, for example, because then I'll have threads on the back that will show through when I've cut out any of the middle. So you just have to be consistent about working your way around the space. But it is lovely. It's just such a therapeutic technique.
I like anything that's like white on white.
Absolutely.
You know, kind of like one colour on another, on the same colour. I just think it looks classy and sophisticated.
It is, but it's also really easy to live with, as I say, because you can clean it really easily. So that's really nice about it. But also, it's one of those things that we can... I'm just going to park that up out of the way.
Oh, I love this comment from Sue. This is really echoing my own feelings, actually, when we were talking about needles and things. She says, I love Helen McCook shows. She always appeals to my inner nerd.
I'm such a geek.
Me too, though.
Do you know what? I worry about the people who don't think they're geeks, because if you're not a geek about something, you haven't found your passion in life.
True.
So, welcome to the world of geeky.
But the technicalities of things like gorgeous pins and needles and lovely...
Yeah, it's the stories that make them interesting. If you know, it's the stories of how people have made things and why, and how things have developed and why. You know, and they're the things that stay with us, because they're the things that are important. So that's what fires me up about embroidery as well. So, oh, thank you.
It's lovely, isn't it?
Right, what we're going to do then is I'm going to snip. Now you can see the one next to it. We want to leave 4 strands in both ways in the middle. So I want to leave 4 strands in that direction and 4 strands in that direction, so that I can then have blocks to decorate, but I can also needle weave these 4 that I've left in place. Okay. So, and if it helps, what I might do is I'll put a close-up photograph of this on social medias later and tag in.
Great.
So that you can see really clearly what this means. So what we can do, if it helps you, you can use a needle and you can pull up one of the threads to start with in the middle. If you're a bit worried, you can do that. Okay, so you can snip in the middle, and then you can help to use the needle or the pin to ease them back to the edges. Once you've got the first one out, it's much easier. This is the one that people always worry about. And then you can simply snip off at the edge.
You just cut that really close to the embroidered edge?
Absolutely, as close as you can without snipping the edge.
Oh, yeah.
So what we're going to do then is I'm going to cut the rest of those 4. So always fun on live TV.
You're not kidding. You must have nerves of steel.
It's You know, do you know what? I always think if something goes wrong, it's good for it to go wrong for me, because then people can see what you can do about it.
Sure.
So, and there's always something you can do about it. That's the lovely thing about textiles. It won't leave you in the lurch. It'll help you out. There's always something. It's never lost, never a lost cause. So you can see I'm snipping those off. So you get as close as possible. And even if you kind of cut it and then cut it a bit more, that's absolutely fine. And then we'll get that last one out. So if it helps you to move that one away from the edge, we can. And then we can withdraw it and trim that out. And you can see you'll do the same thing for the 4 on this side, and then you'll do the same thing for the 4 here and the 4 here. So you'll
doesn't
end
look
up...
too stressful.
It's not.
It's quite fun,
Just
actually.
take a seat, sit down, take your time.
Yeah.
It's not as bad as people worry it is.
No.
It's as with many of these things, it's actually quite straightforward when you see it.
Yes.
It's when people kind of go, I've got to cut my thread now.
Yeah.
You know, I spent 5 years stitching and now it's crunch time.
I went on a steeking workshop.
Oh,
you know,
yes.
for Fair Isle knitting,
Yes.
where you knit in the round and then cut.
Yeah.
And I was the first person to cut through their work, and everyone almost sort of bigged it up as if I was supposed to be afraid of cutting through the fact that, you know.
That's contagious though, isn't it? It's
and I didn't feel afraid at all. And I had to pretend I was. I was like, oh, I'm really scared. But I wasn't at all, because I'd followed the instructions.
Yeah.
And I'd done it right. There's no need to be afraid of these things.
The other thing is, if it goes horribly wrong and you have snipped through something accidentally, all you need to do is take a thread from the edge of your fabric, which you've got plenty of fabric, and then you can reweave it back in.
Can you?
Yeah. So it's absolutely fine. You can reconstruct the fabric. So it's not going to be anything that's going to be a lasting problem.
Yeah.
You know, we can reweave any fabric.
I bet you do conservations, don't you?
I do, yeah.
And I mean, you must see
Yeah.
all sorts of little, you know, ancient hacks
yeah.
and make-dos and...
Absolutely. You know, the thing is, human nature hasn't changed. You know, we're still the same curious, accidental, you know, things happen, life happens, you know, so our textiles have been with us for a long time. So, and, you know, you want to try and make them be with you for a longer time. So that's the thing, isn't it, about conservation? But it's thinking about how you work with it. Right, so can you see, I've got some little bits sticking out there. So now that I've got more of a hole, I can trim that a bit closer to my embroidery. Just take your time.
Yeah.
Just really snip it back, making sure you're not snipping any of your embroidery, and then you'll be well away with it. And you end up with 4 holes like I've got here. So if I move that one out of the way. So we've got 4 holes, 1, 2, 3, 4, and we've got 4 threads here in this direction and this direction. So then we can fill them. So there's lots of different ways of filling them. So one of the ways that we can do is to use needle weaving, which takes the bars and we weave in and out in a figure of 8 motion. So that's what I'm going to do now. So what we're going to do is we're going to take one of the finer threads, which I've got already here. So I parked it up out of the way. And then we can decorate. But I just love, you know, for the Norwegians, this is a bit like, you know, my family's Scottish, so for the Norwegians, this is a bit like wearing a kilt. Their heritage of their embroidery and their national dress is a live, living thing, so they wear it interchangeably with evening dress or for special occasions like weddings. It's a very special thing, and you have your own and you pass it on, and, you know, so it's a bit like somebody wearing a kilt in Scotland.
Absolutely.
It's, you know, there's a lovely thing about that. And embroidery
really roots you to your past.
Absolutely, absolutely. That's the fantastic thing, isn't it? So what we're going to do is I'm going to go underneath 2 bars and over the top of 2. And I'm going to then go underneath the 2 that I went over and over the 2 that I went under. And I'm literally just doing that motion, a figure of 8. to kind of weave round. And you just want to try and keep an eye on your tension. So you don't want to have, you know, the stitches a bit more slack at one end and tighter at the other, because otherwise, I mean, that can be a technique, but not often in hardanger. You can kind of create something that looks a bit like a Maltese cross, for example.
Oh yeah, I like that.
Yeah, so, but with this, you want to try and, they tend to be quite square, so you try and keep the even tension all the way through.
You want to keep them square, you're not pulling them in tight.
Yes, you don't want to pull them with, traditionally with hardanger, they're quite square, they're not kind of barley wheat shaped or Maltese cross shaped. So, and then what I'm going to do is I'm going to come out in the corner, and I'm then going to throw a stitch into the diagonal corner into the fabric. I'm then going to come out in the hole, and then I can whip round that stitch back to the centre, so it stabilises and decorates that bar. So just whip it round 3 or 4 times. So that's 3 times, and then I can go down back where I started, and then I could come back up and start doing the needle weaving here.
Well, I really like that, it's gorgeous.
It's just really pretty, and you can see it doesn't actually take a huge amount of time, does it? So
no, it's gorgeous. Sue's messaged in and says, "Oh, am I correct in hearing you were presented with the keys to the City of London? Congratulations!"
Thank you. Yeah, so I became a freeman of the City of London. So I was invited to join the Broderers Livery Company, which is we have guilds and livery companies in Britain, and the Broderers Livery Company is the one that looked after the training and quality of any people working in the field of embroidery traditionally in the City of London, and also the quality of the goods going out. So the Broderers Livery Company now, they raise a lot of money to help fund people. So my training as an embroiderer was part funded by livery companies, and they look after, you know, trying to encourage creating programs in schools, in prisons, across, you know, rehabilitation centres. So it's a really important part of passing on the knowledge.
It's fabulous. Well done.
Thank you. I have my third part of it. There's three parts to it. The first part I've already had. You have to go and recite some ancient English in front of a...
Oh, really?
Yes.
Oh, gosh.
In front of a court full of people.
What did you say? No, don't do it.
I wouldn't be able to remember it. You're giving it before, and it's all about your oath of your behaviour and your fealty to the company, and, you know, how you're going to behave.
As an embroiderer, do you have to display sort of higher sort of standards of behaviour than the hoi polloi like me?
I think it's because it's funny, because we were always, when we were training, we were always told that things like discretion are very important, because we work with clients. You know, where I trained at the Royal School of Needlework, we work with clients from all walks of life.
Is it because you see their smalls?
No, it's because, well, possibly. Wouldn't be the first time I've seen the smalls in embroidery. Wouldn't be the first time, but I'll have those monogram, please. But no, we work with a lot of different companies, a lot of individuals, but also with institutions. And some people are really happy for you to share the imagery of what you've worked on and the details of those jobs, and where you've been and what you've seen. Other people want you to sign non-disclosure agreements and to not discuss those jobs, and that's everyone's personal choice. It doesn't mean that they're fantastically famous or rich or important in hierarchy terms or whatever, but it means that anybody can go and have a job, you know, worked on there, but also know that you will treat their job and their business with the same discretion as anybody else expects to have.
Fascinating.
So it's a really important part of being trustworthy. And also, I think, you know, when I was training, it was really important, you know, that I knew that I wouldn't have been able to afford, from my background, to go to have this training for 3 years post-degree. So I spent 7 years post-A-level training.
Wow.
So I did a degree first, a foundation, then a degree, and then I trained at the Royal School of Needlework for 3 years. So I couldn't have afforded that. And a lot of people who had the training couldn't have afforded that. So this funding that was created for us was really important. So you want to give back into that, and, you know, and as I say, you want, people just want to know that you're going to be able to create something beautiful. You're going to treasure their items as much as they do and look after them, sometimes better than they do. And that you're going to be able to be someone that will meet a deadline within budget, to time, with discretion.
It's fabulous.
So,
thank you so much for giving us that
Pleasure.
insight. It's really, I
Pleasure.
could talk to you all day. It's
thank
really
you.
fascinating.
Thank
And
you.
thank you so much
My
for
pleasure.
sharing your knowledge and your skills as well, Helen. It's been a wonderful
thank
morning.
you.
We've had so many lovely
Thank you.
comments as well. June can see you getting a damehood for services to work. I mean, doesn't it come from the public? Absolutely wonderful morning. We would recap, but we sold out of everything. Hurrah! Well done, Helen.
well done for getting the things. I mean, they're beautiful things that will
Gorgeous.
last you a long time. So well
Yeah.
done. Good
Beautiful
choices.
things.
Thank you.
World needs more of them. Thank you. Safe
Thank
journey
you.
home.
Thank you.
Now, after the break, our final hour. Delphine Brooks is back, and she's got the most beautiful ombre butterflies, the most amazing kits for those as well. Stay tuned. I will see you after a short break.
Join me, Hayley West, this Sunday, the 16th of February, for a must-watch special. We're bringing you the incredible Husqvarna Viking Quartz 29, a powerhouse sewing machine packed with precision stitching, an easy-to-use touchscreen, and a spacious sewing area to bring your creative projects to life. But that's not all. I'll be showcasing the Kabuki quilt, a stunning quilt I've personally designed. I'll be sharing the inspiration behind it and how you can make your own. Don't miss out. Tune in this Sunday on Sewing Street.
Head over to your App Store now and search Sewing Street and simply download to your smartphone or tablet. You can watch the shows live and see your favourite presenters and guests. Click on the Today button to shop all of the products that are featured in today's show.
Join me for my birthday show on Thursday. Yes, it's actually my birthday that day. I've got the lovely Wendy Orlando, who's going to be demonstrating a beautiful shoulder bag and a quilt. Then I've got Sam Sabido in with a brand new Sunshine crochet cardigan, and a show with Amber Makes where we've designed the Carefree cacti with all cacti themed prints as well. So I hope you can join me. Happy birthday to me.
Never miss a show by watching on the go with the Sewing Street app. Head over to your App Store now and search Sewing Street and simply download to your smartphone or tablet. You can watch the shows live and see your favourite presenters and guests. Click on the Today button to shop all of the products that are featured in today's show. Want to know what's hot? Then click here to see today's bestsellers and highlights. Have you missed a show or want to watch one back? Then click the schedule button and you can go back 7 days to watch and shop, and you can also see what's coming up over the next 7 days. Want to say hello or ask a question to our guests? Then send a message to the studio. You can also keep in touch with all the latest news, events, product launches and much more by clicking here for our social media pages. Never miss a show by watching on the go with Sewing Street.
A little tip for when you're measuring yourself, either for making a pattern or for buying shop-bought clothes. Take a piece of elastic, because it's really important to find where your natural waistline is. All you do is you just tie it around yourself. Doesn't matter how tight, because it's not going to be a waistband or anything like that. You just tie it around your waist, like that, and then leave it for a little while and move around, do a bit of exercise, do a bit of housework, do a bit of tidying up, and when you come back, right, this will be in your natural waistline. So if you're drawing a pattern, every single line emanates from your waistline, and if you're buying clothes, you will get your natural waist size. For example, this is my natural waist, and I measure 41 here, but I buy 36 jeans. So which one's right? Not the 36. My natural waist is a 41.
Did you know at Sewing Street that on various products we offer split pay? That means on certain items you can spread the cost over 2, 3, 4 or sometimes even 5 interest-free monthly payments. Just pay the first instalment when you purchase and you're away. So shop your way with split pay.
Missed a show on Sewing Street? Don't worry, you can catch up on all the action from the past week on our website. Just head over to sewingstreet.com and go to TV Guide and pick a day, then a show up to 7 days back from the Today tab. Looking for something older? Check out the Sewing Street YouTube page, where you'll find our full archive of shows anytime, anywhere. Stay inspired and keep sewing with Sewing Street.
Looking for the perfect gift for the sewing enthusiast in your life? The Sewing Street gift card is just the thing. Choose between a physical card delivered to their door or a convenient e-gift sent straight to their inbox. It's easy. Just head to the Sewing Street website, scroll to the bottom of the page, click Gift Cards, or use your smartphone, scan the QR code and go straight there. Pick the amount you'd like to load onto the card, and that's it. The Sewing Street gift card, the gift of creativity made simple.
Great to have your company for our final hour here on Sewing Street. It's me and Delphine Brooks.
Hello.
Well, you've set us all on fire today with free motion quilting.
Yeah.
But also this project, these absolutely gorgeous ombre butterflies are absolutely flying out. Now, this is a brand new project from you.
Mm-hmm.
Gorgeous. Showcasing this amazing ombre fabric. So the hardware is almost done for you. In
Oh,
the
yeah.
fabric.
Yeah.
Gorgeous, but also the quilting in the background is absolutely gorgeous and is a bit of a feature. What I might do is just lay it down on the table so you can see how that free motion quilting really, really accentuates and fills the background. It is just gorgeous. So you start off at the bottom with those real dark butterflies, the largest, and as you work through, you're getting lighter. It's such a beautiful, elegant wall hanging, and something that you could have a gorgeous weekend making, perhaps, and then this would make a really lovely gift.
Yes, it would. Beautiful. Yeah.
Really beautiful. And I'm thinking especially those sort of hard-to-gift sort of teens and tweens and, you know...
Or decorating little girls' bedrooms.
Oh, well, that would be amazing. Also, I know I often say this, but what a lovely surface to embellish. With beads or crystals.
Oh, lovely. Sequins, yeah.
Yeah, absolutely lovely. Now, I've got 5 different kits for this project, and they're all flying out. They're all $19.99, and that's for all the fabric and the binding and the pattern as well. It's incredible value. I'm going to go through the different options that are available. We're going to start with the lilac, which is the one it's made in. This at the moment is in the lead. Mauve, I beg your pardon. Just show you the fabric. It's ever so clever. So it kind of ombres in towards the centre. And you've got this fabulous overprinting of gold on the surface as well. You just flip that around so you can see. You've got that gorgeous overprinting, really pretty fabric. So you're getting 1/2 metre of that. You also get 1/2 metre of your background. Is that a seeded natural cotton or cream? Cream solid. And then you also get your brand new instructions, physical instructions for how to make the whole project. Love that. Ta-da! And of course, you're also getting your full-size templates and ideas for quilting. So many of these in baskets. It's already been very popular. Lots of you have checked out But all of you that have it in your baskets, don't miss out by letting it linger there for too long, will you? So that is the mauve version. Now we've also, if you love your purples, we've also got what we've called aubergine, okay, which is that kind of gorgeous, oh, this is lush.
I didn't know which one to make up first. I was umming and ahhing between that one and the lilac one to begin with, but they're all so beautiful.
That is really lovely.
Really picks up the gold, doesn't it?
And of course, as well, when you're quilting this, you could always do some quilting in gold metallic thread.
Yeah, lovely.
Or like a gold...
gold beads
gold
and
rayon.
gold sequins and, yeah.
Now you're talking. So everything is the same, apart from the colour of the ombre fabric. So you get your 1/2 metre of cream, you get your full instructions. That's your aubergine option. Right, next up...
I love this one. I love all of them. They're all just stunning.
Pretty. Is this, do we call this orange or peach? Tangerine, of course we do. Tangerine.
It really shows off the ombre, doesn't it?
It really does. It's really subtle as well. It blends beautifully. There's no harsh line. That is totally gorgeous. Again, I can't believe the price. $19.99, which you get your 1/2 metre, your 1/2 metre, and your full instructions, which means you're only paying £10 for all your fabrics. Wild.
Oh, again, especially for this ombre fabric.
Yeah, for sure. This is really special fabric. Gorgeous gold overprinting. That's the tangerine version. Now then, next up, pink. Gorgeous, gorgeous pink. This is fuchsia. Wow, this is so gorgeous and vibrant. I'll hold this up so you can see. Look, it's lovely.
Oh, I'm going to demo in this one.
Stunning, absolutely stunning. And of course, if you wanted to mix this up, there's no reason why you couldn't, if you've got something like a navy or a black background, you could do the button.
Oh, lovely, yeah.
And then the quilt will
Nice,
really
that
pop.
would really stand out, wouldn't it?
Yummy. Yeah, yummy. Absolutely gorgeous. That's the fuchsia version. And then last of all, I've got cherry.
And you won't use it all either, so there's a lot left over.
Oh, really? Nice. So the cherry, look.
Over half left over, actually.
Oh, really? Amazing. That is gorgeous. That is gorgeous. That's a real kind of lipstick, pop, gorgeous. Plus your cream, plus your pattern for $19.99. Superb. Really gorgeous project, this. A quick and easy project, something lovely for gifting or for yourself. Just to say, thinking of you, sending love. It's a real gorgeous kind of, just a beautiful thing.
Yeah, and nice and easy to make as well.
Nice and easy to make, we love. And a great way of practicing your free motion quilting.
Yep, definitely. Yeah. So master the free motion quilting and then do this project and then you can show it all off.
Yeah, brilliant. Now, if you want the pattern on its own, this is physical pattern for the ombre butterfly. $9.99, because of course this could be rainbow coloured scraps.
Yeah.
This could be black and white.
Yeah.
You could do all sorts with this. You could even turn it into a quilt, use the templates, use the idea.
And just make it even bigger. Yeah.
Yeah, gorgeous, absolutely beautiful. $9.99 for the physical pattern. And then we also have the digital download option. So if you're going for physical, use those numbers. If you want a digital download, that's an instant purchase and instant download, EHDH 06. And that's that automatic download. Amazing. Should we dive straight in?
Yeah.
May we?
It's, yeah.
Great.
Hopefully I'll get lots of sewing done as well.
Let's
on this
do
one.
lots of sewing.
So with you, if I just use this one for an example, so what you'll do is you'll need some bond web, and what you will do is you'll trace over your butterfly sections.
Yeah.
And then from the fabric itself, so from the width of the fabric, what you'll do is you'll cut a big strip out of your fabric. It's about 6.5 inches long. And what you'll do is that you'll press your butterfly templates with the biggest ones on the dark, and then you fade off into the lighter ones, and to the smaller ones to the lighter of the fabric. So you're changing the size and the shade. So I want to give it the illusion so that the smaller ones are further away and flying off into the sorry, I'm not as practiced at folding the fabric.
Oh, I'm terrible at folding fabric, Delphine.
That's not too bad.
That's pretty good.
Not the best.
That's pretty good.
And then you'll have your back, so you can backing of your choosing, but I'm just going to show you on this one today. So then you'll have your background. I'm just wondering whether to give this a press or do I get another board?
Do you want me to? I can give that a little press. Do you want me to just get rid of the creases?
Yeah, if you
Yeah, I
don't
can do
mind.
that for you.
And then, so these are all my butterflies that I've prepared earlier, which the lovely Lou has helped me cut out upstairs. So as you can see, the darker ones, they're so vibrant, especially against that,
Oh,
that
amazing,
cream.
yeah.
So what we're going to do is just peel them off the background. Always make sure you're happy with the placement of your pieces before you press them into place. So we have got a full-size, we've got full-size templates for the butterflies, and we've got a placement guide as well to help you put them down. But you can add more if you want to. Like I said, I've only used a small section of the fabric to make the butterflies. But if you wanted to, like you say, make it into a bigger quilt, just get yourself a larger background piece of fabric.
Will that do?
Yeah, that'll do. Thank you very much.
You're very welcome.
And I'm just going to use my picture for my placement guide. So I'm going to start off with the darker ones. And then what I usually do is, if you take a photograph of where you're going to put them all, and then you can sew them on all separately, individually.
Can I just move that over slightly? Is that all right?
Yeah.
Thank you.
So those darker ones are starting to get that little bit lighter now. So what we might have to do, because we haven't got this on a large ironing board or anything like that, what we could do is press as we go.
Sure.
So I'm quite happy with that. So if we press those ones
Yep.
into place.
Do you want me to just give them a quick light
I
touch?
do. I always just press them on. Sometimes I just lay it out on the floor and I'll still press. Yeah. But then sometimes I get told off by doing it on the telly.
Well, I'm just doing a bit of it's probably not a full bond, but it's enough to keep them in place.
It's enough, yeah.
Yeah.
And then, so that's all our large ones, and then we're going to go off into our smaller ones now.
Love this fabric. It is so beautiful.
Really pretty, isn't it?
Yeah.
So make sure you ideally keep them into a pile of where you can see your darkest fading off into the lightest ones. Because otherwise it will just be completely off balance otherwise. So that's the next one. So as you can see, it won't take long for you to make. Like you say, a nice weekend, rainy day type make. It will cheer you up there, won't it, with all these pretty fabrics.
I agree. And I think butterflies are just a beautiful symbol of nature and loveliness, but also kind of transformation as well. So I think they're always something lovely to make for somebody who's perhaps going through a difficult time or a changing time. You know, change isn't always easy, is it?
No.
You know, but it's something that just reminds people of the beautiful transformation of life sometimes. I don't know.
So I'm just going to add, well, is that the right? Oh, it's about right,
Yeah,
isn't it?
yeah. Like you say, if you lay them all out first of all and have a bit of a look, take some pictures.
Yeah, I do that quite often actually, just take a photograph of it and just to see how it's flowing. Because sometimes if it's right up close, you can't really see, you sometimes just need to move away from it. Like when when artists are painting. And you see now how if I just bring that down.
Do you want me to fuse
Yes,
any
please.
of those?
Yes, please.
Happy where they are?
Yeah. Yeah. I think
You know,
so.
I think one of the nicest things that you bring, one of the most useful things you bring to the channel, is that sort of don't overthink it, just crack on.
Yeah, I often when I'm teaching workshops, I have people go, "Oh, what about this?" and they stand back from it, and I'm just like, "Yeah, it's fine, just do it, just press it, just stick it down."
Yeah, yeah. Don't overthink things.
No, I'm just trying to be as close to the pattern as I can.
Sure.
But
Do you want me to open it up at the...
yeah,
Does that help?
Yeah, we'll get there. There we are.
It's a serving suggestion at the end of
It
the day,
is,
isn't it?
yeah. Like you say, people might want to add more, or a lot of it is just I just want to try and keep that ombre very similar. So this is probably the last one of the dark, and then they flutter off into the lighter shades then.
And they seem also as well to be getting a little further apart as you go up as well.
Yeah, so it's creating that distance like they're flying away.
Yeah.
Flying away off into the distance. Very nice for a wedding as well.
Oh, gorgeous.
Nice wedding gift, isn't it?
Yeah, really lovely. I've currently got an orchid at home that is exactly these colours.
Oh, have you?
So, yeah, it's so pretty.
Oh, I love
just
orchids.
Love this.
And then I'll just put
It's
one.
one house plant I can actually I do really well with.
Well, it's because you can sort of forget about them.
You
can't
can. They thrive on neglect. Yeah. In fact, I discovered to my cost that if you give them too much attention and water, they die quite easily. So I'm just going to stick that one back down. I didn't do such a great job there.
And there you go. There's your demo.
There it is. Yes. Don't overthink it. Don't overthink it.
Lovely.
Yeah, I think that's pretty secure.
And then, should we sew a few down?
Let's
before-
do it.
So I was gonna go straight into doing some more free motion, but I've got loads of time, so I can.
The floor is yours, Delphine. It really is.
I'll just quickly change my.
So I'll just show you that. Isn't that lovely? So gorgeous. Beautiful. This is the fuchsia version, which the details are on screen right now. Lots of the stock has gone, but there is still a few opportunities left if you want to go for fuchsia. And so clever as well that is one fabric to create all of those different butterflies.
It's just sometimes, like you say, it's about not because when I first looked at the fabric, I thought, oh, what am I going to do with this? And I thought, well, what's the point in overthinking something or making something overcomplicated?
Exactly. Now, this is Ben being nerdy, Delphine.
Oh, yeah.
He's just asked me the question, do I know what a group of butterflies is called? And I don't, but I'm going to say a flutter of butterflies. Do you know what the collective...
I would have probably said a flutter or something like that. No, I've got no idea.
Oh, now this is a kaleidoscope of butterflies.
I should have called it that, shouldn't I?
Next time. Lovely.
Okay, so you give them as a good press on, and then we're just going to sew round each one with a blanket stitch, zigzag, free motion or satin stitch. My go-to is always a blanket stitch.
You keep that stitch quite small, Delphine?
I like to keep it quite small. I think you can start off quite large, but the smaller it is, you can get it quite neat. If you're confident of getting quite close to the edge. Yeah. Or you go to, or it could be a 1.5, but yeah, if I'm at home and I'm up close to it, I go to a 1.2.
So 1.5 to 1.2 width and length?
Yeah.
Perfect, thank you. Now, you don't have to answer this truthfully, Delphine, if you don't want to, but June says, I imagine Delphine's home covered in glorious quilts and luscious cushions.
Cushions, yes. Quilts, no.
Oh.
No.
Oh.
My house is very... well, I'm very tidy.
Yeah.
So my house is... So my cushion... So, for example, my beds are...
Picture the scene.
Sure. They're like something that you can bounce a coin off, you know.
Ooh.
I like a very well-made bed. And
Is that your military
probably.
past, do you think?
And my mum is very house proud. And I think, so yeah, so the whole beds and the cushions have to be a certain way. But I've also made, so I've got two boys, and they've both got, they're obviously their own beds. Of course they've got their own beds, bedrooms. And they've got cushions and things on their bed that I've made out of clothes or whatever. and they all have their blanket on, and but they have to make it to a certain standard.
Sure.
So I've always said, if you've not achieved anything that day, you've made your bed. So you could have had a really bad day, but getting into a nice, well-made bed can't be
so important.
But cushions, I've got them everywhere. Yeah, like in my snug, I've got all the cushions are different, completely different. I've got patchwork, William Morris ones, Voyage Mason. Do you know Voyage Mason?
No, I don't.
They're all like watercolour paintings, and they're really pretty. So. But yeah, I love a good cushion.
Yeah, lovely.
Hence why I make so many of them.
Yeah, for sure. It's also a fantastic way of trying out different techniques, isn't it?
Yeah.
On a cushion or a wall hanging like this.
And I love having a room where my lounge is a bit more formal, but I like to. You know when you see houses and they're all different, like in a village? I love that. And that's what I'm like with cushions and decor. I like things that are going to bring nothing, not too matchy-matchy.
Right.
So I like things all a bit very quirky.
Love that.
You know, I'd have like a really modern one next to a traditional William Morris one. Same as...
Yeah, definitely.
And I tend to bring colour through cushions or lampshades and pictures and works of art, things like that.
Do you have your own like pieces of like embroidery and stuff like that framed on the walls?
I did have in the old house, but they're still in frames in boxes.
Okay, fair enough.
I've got some of my artwork because
Yeah.
I did a lot of Niederfelting artwork, so I've got some of that out.
Gorgeous.
But my husband's really into planes, so we've got a lot of. And he's an engineer, so we've got clocks made out of piston engines, or we've got propellers on the wall, things like that.
Fascinating.
So it's very, very, very different.
Ah, I like that. I love it when you go into someone's home and you feel like you know who lives there when you look around, or you get clues. You know, a bit of kind of, who lives in a house like this?
Yeah. Yeah, so we've got a lot of football and racing in our...
Okay.
Because Louis does a lot of football, so there's a lot of football memorabilia.
Yes.
Charlie, as you know, does a lot of racing, karting, and for his 13th birthday...
Is he still enjoying that?
Yeah, he's away
Amazing.
karting this weekend. And then for his 13th birthday, his auntie gifted him a... was it 1970-something Grand Prix with Michael Schumacher, like a limited edition sign of Michael Schumacher. So we've got that on the land. But it's really cool, you know. Yeah.
Fabulous. Great new project from Delphine today. It's the ombre butterfly wall hanging. It's such a beautiful piece of work. The aubergine has been the most popular. I'm rather taken with that. This is the mauve. This has also been very popular. We'll pop the graphics up for mauve. So under £20, you've got all of your fabric for your front and your binding as well. Plenty of fabric to do this. Absolutely gorgeous. This is the mauve version. You get that brand new pattern as well from Delphine. This is the most perfect vehicle for free motion quilting. But Delphine, if you didn't want to free motion quilt this, you don't have to, do you?
No. You could echo quilt with a straight stitch around the butterflies.
Yeah.
You could leave it blank if you wanted to and just bind it. You don't have to quilt it at all.
Yeah. I wonder as well, here's the thing, would you, I would, but would you layer the backing up with wadding and backing, cross-hatch quilt it, and then put your appliques on top?
Yeah.
And then stitch around them. You could do that too.
What would look really nice if you did that, if depending on what wadding you use, you don't want to be able to see the sewn lines come through.
Right.
So what I did do years ago for a christening gift, I did pretty much exactly that, but I sewn around all the edges of the butterfly, leaving a small gap, and then I used toy stuffing, and then sewn them up so they were 3D. So that would look
That's a lovely idea. It's a lovely idea. Oh, now you've set my creative juices flowing. This is the mauve. I'll just show you the colour options again. So this is the... Actually, yeah, let's do web images. That's fine. So this is the mauve. Thanks, Levi. That's a creative idea. I like it. That's the mauve. Then we've got aubergine. We'll show you aubergine next. Aubergine. Love an aubergine.
Oh no, I'm not a fan.
Aren't you?
No.
Charlie's not a fan either. It's frustrating because there's all sorts. I love moussaka.
I don't like moussaka.
No, do you not like the texture?
I don't like, yeah, and I don't like cheese. Moussaka is cheese, isn't it?
Okay, there's some cheese on it, yeah.
Yeah. But no, aubergine and courgettes.
Oh.
Yeah, not a fan.
I'll show you the aubergine. Just look away.
I love the colour of the
Delphine, look
aubergine.
away.
I just don't like the
Yeah, the colour's incredible. The colour's absolutely incredible. It's beautiful. That's your aubergine. Remember, you get half a metre of that, half a metre of your cream background, and then you also get your pattern. So just need a bit of wadding and something to back it with. That's aubergine. No, and I love... what's the dip made out of roasted aubergine? I don't know why I'm asking you. Is that not tzatziki? No. Baba ganoush. Baba ganoush. This is the fuchsia. This is the one that poor man's caviar, we call it. Gorgeous. It's almost lunchtime, isn't it? Warm flatbreads. Gorgeous.
I had my lunch at about 9:30.
Oh gosh, did you?
You know when you've been up for so long. You
Oh
know.
yeah, I certainly do. Be like one of the kids on a school trip, eating your egg sandwiches as soon as the car parks behind you. Tangerine. This is the tangerine. Love this one. Gorgeous. That's tangerine. And they all have this gold overprinting. You can see it really well on their tangerine. Beautiful. That's tangerine. And then last of all, it's cherry. The cherry's gorgeous. Beautiful. So those are your 5 options. Or, of course, if you prefer, you can go for pattern only, digital or physical, and then you could raid your stash, raid your scraps, and you could do a scrappy version. It could be rainbow butterflies flying away. It could be black and white. It could be your favourite colour, whatever that might be. It could be a selection of Japanese or Oriental style fabrics that you use, like we had on this morning. It could be Liberty butterflies.
Well, that'd be pretty.
And that'd be fun. And you don't need much of each fabric if you do every one different. It could be a Tilda butterfly. Gorgeous.
Or even overlay them over a patchwork piece, you know, like I did, you know, you could do like a really light coloured barge yellow and then do the butterflies.
Oh, amazing. So your background have as patchwork.
Yeah.
I love that idea.
And then like a really fabric that's going to really stand out for the butterflies.
That's a gorgeous idea.
So I've just sewn a few down, and just to show you how quickly. So I've sewn 4 medium butterflies down there, and I've only been doing that for a few minutes. So, you know, half an hour, and then you'll have all those sewn on. And then, so imagine all those are done, and then we can come to how we quilt it.
Yep.
So, I did have a...
What do you need?
A fiction pen.
A fiction pen.
So in the instructions...
Yep. I'll grab those for you.
I'll just give it lovely.
There we go.
Perfect. I'll grab the iron a second.
Oh, sure.
I'm just going to give one's trying to fly off on its own.
Ah.
There we are.
I think that's still a little bit lifted. Let me just check there isn't.
Probably.
Paper.
Yeah, there is. A bit of bondweb on the back. I know we're ironing on the surface, but it's fine. Nothing's going to burn. It's fine. Do it all the time.
There we go. Right.
Yeah.
Have another pop.
There we are. There we go.
Awesome. Thank you.
So as you can see on the placement guide here, sorry, I had a little bit of a fluff in my eye then. So what we can do, so you can do this as a fake trapunto if you wanted to, but on this version I didn't. So you can just draw on these reeds of grass. So it's almost like the background, they're coming out of reeds of grass. So you can copy it, you know, just draw them on. And then you can sew over the top of them. So just draw them on, use them as a bit of a guide. So I'll just do the middle section because that's where I've sewn. So I'm just doing this freehand now. And then I'm going to use a matching thread to the fabric today, only so you can see them. But sorry, not a matching thread, a darker thread, only so you can see them. But otherwise, I recommend using a matching thread to the fabric.
So cream on cream.
Yeah. So I'm now going to, or not, you can. There's no rules to say you can't use just a normal, a darker thread, because it just makes it part of the story of it then.
Oh, Delphine, you don't have to give up moussaka. Derek's written in to say the recipe I use for moussaka replaces the aubergine with potato.
Oh.
See, that's lovely.
Can you replace the cheese with something else?
And Mo says, I agree with you, Delphine, about courgettes, but I have a friend that makes a beautiful courgette loaf.
Oh, yeah, you can have them in cakes and all sorts.
Courgette cake, yeah. Yeah.
No, it's just...
There's no vegetable I don't like.
I think they're the only ones.
Are they?
Well, no, I love my veg usually, otherwise. But if you introduce cheese to anything, no.
Really?
Oh, I hate... Ugh.
Yeah.
Don't like dairy. Don't like dairy at all.
Fair enough, yeah.
Never have done.
No.
Even when I was little, my mum would give me, you know, milk on my cornflakes, and I wouldn't eat them.
No.
Just don't
I
like.
had a mate who used to put water on cornflakes.
Oh, really?
Just have a bowl of cornflakes for breakfast every morning with cold water out the tap.
I have. In fact, I like the only dairy I do like is fruit flavoured yoghurt.
Yeah.
But I wouldn't eat plain yoghurt.
Oh no, I love it. Oh, Greek yoghurt, yum.
Oh no.
Oh yes. Oh yes.
I'll use it to marinade. So, say if I was making a chicken tikka, or
Yeah.
I'll use it for the marinade.
But
it's just milkshakes.
No, I'm a bit ambivalent about a milkshake. Wow. When you come for dinner, I shall know exactly what not to cook.
Definitely.
What would be your perfect dinner?
I love a roast dinner.
Get done. Done.
Spag bowl.
Yeah.
Can't go wrong with a spag bowl.
Oh yeah.
Oh, my favourite cuisine is Indian though. I love really spicy food.
Gorgeous.
So I'm one of those that I'll go out for dinner with Nick, and you know I'm ordering the really hot dish, and he'll have the more mild dish, and they always think it's the other way around.
And then you don't have to share.
No, because it makes him cough. So if he tastes mine, I was like, don't, because you'll just be coughing the whole time.
Good.
But no, I love my my favourite thing to do, apart from obviously sewing and being with the kids, go to the football on a Saturday and watch Stratford Town play, and then we go home and have a curry. Best Saturday ever.
Yeah. Curry. Love it.
Football and then a curry.
Sounds good. Not a pie. A lot of people have a pie, don't they?
Yes, we sometimes have a pie. Curry pie. They do curry pies now.
Oh, yeah. That is huge in Australia. Pies. Australians love pies.
Do they?
I found it the most bizarre thing, because I always think of pies as being something that you have in like cold, wintry weather.
Yeah.
Oh, a nice pie. But in Australia, they just love pies. And they have them at a lot of sporting events.
Yeah, it is like a sporty. Yeah.
I'm going to get it in this country. It's cold.
Yeah, so you have a nice hot pie, warms you up, and a cup of Bovril.
All right, you can stop right there. I've never got that.
Have you ever tasted it? It's like drinking beef stock. It is. But,
nope. No. My mum liked things like that. A cup of Bovril. Okay. I love Marmite.
Oh, Nick does as well.
But, oh, really?
Yeah. No.
I don't think we can be friends.
Just the food. I'm just fussy. There we are. So I've just quilted just a few lines. I don't know what I was just talking about here. but
Easy as that.
Sewn too. So yeah, it's easy as that. And then
So that puts the structure in.
yeah, obviously you'll do it a bit neater and tidy than that. And then what we'll do is I'm going to swiftly change to free motion again, and then we'll, and then I'll show you how I did all the details in the background. Luckily, this machine changes round really quick. So get my free motion foot on. And you would, at this point, you would have a backing on it.
Oh, you would, yeah.
So my tip for actually doing the applique, if you're using like an 80-20 wadding or a bamboo or anything like that, you don't need to put a backing on it to do the applique. Only because if you've got a domestic sewing machine and you haven't got a big throat space, it's a lot to get through your machine. And then what I would do is I'd flip over and then I'd get my 505 spray, give it a really good press, give my backing a really good press, and I'll only 505 spray where I don't need to sew. So I'm not going to sew on these branches, and I'm not going to sew on the butterflies, and then it's all even, and then it makes it much easier to sew. And then if you're doing a lot of free motion, it keeps it nice and rigid, which is what it's done to that.
So you only put your 505 where?
I'd only spray it
Yeah.
on where I've appliqued.
Okay, cool.
Just in case, because sometimes even if you overdo it, just sometimes you don't want it to catch on your thread and it, clog up your needle. But that's just my method of doing it.
Right, cool.
Rather than do the whole thing.
Right.
It's just my way of.
I love the fact that we've all got slightly different ways of doing things or our good practice. At the end of the day, it's what works, isn't it?
Yeah. I'm just going to practice check this is going to work on the wadding. So again, I just always check my tension first. So with this one, what did I quilt on that one?
What did you quilt? What did you quilt?
I don't know.
Spirals, bubbles, echoes.
Yeah. So, oh, hello.
I suppose this is a chance now. If you've done Delphine's Masterclass 1 or 2 or both, this is where you could really explore. You could do feathers in the background. You could do peacock feathers, which is just a kind of a part of a feather, and then you bounce back around it, and then you go off in a different direction. You fill all the space, twisting and turning. Gorgeous.
So for this one, when we did the masterclass earlier on, we started off with the echo of the square, so I'm just doing a bit of that now. But then you could easily change from doing an echo to doing your swirls. So you're doing your circles. And then you could even go straight into doing a swirl. And then you can just fill the rest in.
Yeah. If you want to free motion machine quilt like a master, you need Delphine's Free Motion Masterclass 1 and 2. Now, if you haven't done part 1, but you have done some free motion quilting, you could jump to part 2, but I think a good foundation is important. So we'll put the details up for Masterclass 1, first of all. This is the physical pattern. Oodles of different ways to free motion quilt your quilts with ease, with confidence. It's how to practice. It's knowing what to practice. Delphine's broken it down. How to prep your quilt, how to get your layers secure together, and then how to confidently quilt your quilts. So that's the Free Motion Masterclass physical pattern. So many have gone for these. Well over 200 of you have gone for Free Motion Masterclass 1. This is wonderful news to us, Delphine.
It is.
Because it means everyone's giving it a go.
Yes, and that's it. So many people are afraid to do it. And, and just by breaking it down into tiny little steps, it's going to give everyone that confidence. It'll be free motion in everything.
Delphine, I used to be afraid of threading my sewing machine. You know, we're all afraid of things that we're not practiced in, aren't we?
Yeah.
But we'd all have a bit of a giggle now about the thought of being afraid of threading a sewing machine. Well, quilting's no different. Once you've got some experience under your belt and a bit of practice, you won't be scared anymore either. This is Free Motion Masterclass number 2. This is number 2. So this is moving on. This is next steps. This is feathers. This is adding a bit of, what do you call it, fake trapunto?
Yeah.
Yeah, I love that. How to create frames, how to do straight lines, free motion. This is one of the most important skills you'll ever learn. Straight lines with free motion quilting. I do need to let you know that I've only got about 50 left when you've all checked out your baskets, and that's my restock for today. That's my lot today, I'm afraid. When we've sold out of those, we won't get any more today. I don't want you to miss out, because the sooner you start practicing, the sooner you'll feel confident. Now, I've got a few other gorgeous patterns from Delphine. Same butterfly theme. This is Butterfly Heart. Physical pattern first. No kits for these, but if you got the ombre butterfly kit, the pattern you could keep for another time. You could use the fabric to create this.
Yeah.
That would be lovely done with the ombres.
Oh, it would be beautiful.
This is from 2022. When was this demoed, Ben? 4th of May. No, May. 4th of May. May the 4th be with you. Star Wars Day. There we go. Butterfly Heart, $9.99. Full instructions for that. And then we've also got Fairy Dust. Oh, sorry, digital. The digital version. We haven't done digital before of this one.
No.
It's brand new.
Brand new.
Digital, instant purchase, instant download. $9.99. There we go. And then we've got Fairy Dust. Fairy Dust. Oh, and I'll just show you the back. Isn't that gorgeous? You've got the fairy sending little butterflies and fairy dust up into the sky. That is gorgeous. 13th of June, 2021. Butterflies are just such a gorgeous classic pattern, aren't they?
And I think by using that fabric and doing again, like starting with the dark and going off into the light. So if you're going to do the fairy in the darkest part of the fabric.
Yeah. That's a lovely idea. So you could buy this plus one of the kits, and then you've got both patterns, because actually you have got enough, you've got plenty of ombre fabric. You said perhaps double what you need of the ombre. Yeah. So you might even get away with both.
Yeah, if you just get another, get yourself a metre of plain background.
It's the background fabric, yeah?
Yeah.
Or I love your idea of doing the patchwork background in creams, maybe half square triangles or beautiful. Digital, if you prefer, digital download. Print it now, make it this afternoon. Oh, Delphine, I love how you've quilted that.
So
that is gorgeous.
So it was just a bit of a messy. I'm just showing a different sample of. You can do echoes, you can do swirls, you can do all the circles. There's loads of different ways you can quilt it. Like you said, now I suppose we could, like you say, do some feathers or something up that side.
Really lovely. I love this almost like sort of graffiti style quilting.
Yeah.
I love that. I love that so much.
Just adds so much interest. And it's very easy to do. You just go, I'm bored of doing that one now, so I'll just do a different one.
What's your attention span like?
It's quite good, yeah. Depends what I'm listening to.
Fair enough. Oh, yeah. Fair enough.
I've got to have something on, an audio book or something on in the background.
Yeah, podcast.
Podcast.
You got me into podcasts.
I did.
I'm telling you, absolutely right. I always used to work in monastic silence, and I do still quite like it, but I also really like a podcast now.
Podcasts are the best. I really enjoy listening to them.
Especially if I'm doing repetitive piecing.
Yeah, because you haven't got to concentrate as much.
Yeah, really cool. I've loved it today. It's been so much fun.
Oh, thank you. I'm glad you enjoyed it.
It's fired me up, actually, Delphine. I want to do some free motion quilting. I want to do some feathers. You haven't already got your free motion masterclass parts 1 and 2. Seriously, get these. Whatever your level of quilting ability, these are such a great hand to hold, really, a structure for you to use to develop your quilting skills. You may not want to quilt feathers on your quilts. Being able to quilt feathers doesn't mean that's all you can quilt. You're learning the skills that will carry you through life. You might be a really modern quilter. All of these skills are just as relevant for modern quilting.
So I've just played around with the free
Fab.
with the free motion. Well, I should have done a little thing there, but you know, then you can just keep filling it with all these different feathers.
The other thing I sometimes do though, Delphine, is if I've done, say, light feathers and then they look a bit too empty, I'll go back in maybe with a different colour and fill in.
Fill it in, yeah, I did that one. I wanted to show, that was one of my demos.
Oh, really?
So when I was playing around with the different feathers, which one was it? So on this one.
Oh, wow, nice one. Look at that.
So you can quilt back over.
That is fabulous.
So you can add the extra swirls, but you see the difference between how heavy you are. I love that. I did do that one. I did that one quite a lot, actually, by just doing sporadic circles and this really, really tight sewing in between. And you see how, so this one's obviously the quickest to do. That was just an echo of a feather. And this one, I followed the curve of the feather and added in the swirls, but also going back over the feather on top as well. So you can add more texture there. But then this is probably one of my favourites to do. So it's very sporadic and, you know, it really enhances that.
So you're sort of stitching a pebble and then filling in the background.
Yeah.
Love it.
But rather than do all your pebbles first and then stitch in the background, if you're, not everyone's brain is, I don't know, everyone's different, aren't they?
Sure.
So some people might want to do all the circles, but what I do is I'll do a circle, then I'll just carry on doing the colouring in, and then, I'll have another circle there.
Okay. No, I do all the pebbles and then go back and fill in. Yeah.
So, but there's different, so you can do it that way as well.
Yeah,
So I'll just show you an example.
Really
I'll just do it on the bottom so you can see. So I'll do one small circle and then I'll just go straight to the colouring in of it. And then I might think, I'll have one there. And then you start colouring in between those two circles then. And then again. So if you do get bored easy, you won't get bored doing this one because there's always something you've got to think about.
For sure. You know, we always learn something new here on Sewing Street. I haven't been, not a single day in 4 years have I been here and there haven't been some fabulous new things to learn. But today has been exceptional, don't you think?
Thank
I think
you.
we've all learned such a lot from you, from Helen McCook as well. Really have had a fantastic
Good,
day.
good. That's what it's all about, isn't it?
Love
Every day's a school day, they say.
Yeah, absolutely gorgeous. The trick now is you've got to keep that good work going. You've got to practice.
Yeah. Practice, practice, practice. You never. I don't think anyone ever just masters something just like that or perfectly. You know, we can always find improvements. You know, I might look back at some of my work from years ago and go, why did I do it like that? I can do it like this. I've learnt that, and I'll do the exact same in another 5 years, hopefully. Yeah. And I'll revisit and, you know, and add more
100%,
skills.
100%. Yeah, it's been absolutely fantastic. Now, let's just recap the options with Ombre Butterfly. So pretty, been super popular. I'm going to start with, lock your ears, Aubergine. You love the colour, The deepest purples, deepest purples is gorgeous. Beautiful. It's almost like a magician's cloak.
It does.
Isn't it?
It's really, the light's really picking up that gold, isn't it?
Amazing.
Really
Absolutely amazing. Gorgeous stuff. Because I suppose of course, you've used that ombre in the binding as well, haven't you?
Yes, yeah. And all I did was just cut my strips, and I didn't really think about it. I did 3 strips, I think, pieced them as normal, and then I think it just gives it that really nice frame.
Yeah, completely. Next up, I've got cherry. It's Ben's favourite. This just kind of makes me think of like lipstick colours.
Very pretty.
It's gorgeous. One of my favourite quilts I've ever made, Delphine, was called Lipstick and Nail Polish. And
Oh, I
it's
remember that.
paper-pieced lipsticks
Yeah.
and bottles of nail polish. You could use this fabric for all of them. I so want to make that quilt again. Do you ever have quilts that you want to remake?
Yeah, I do actually. Yeah, but again, like going back to what I was just saying, remake, but add
Different.
more. Yeah,
Yeah, they'd have to be different.
they'd have to have more feathers on. More feathers. Yeah.
I want to do a goth version of lipstick and nail polish
Oh,
with
that'd
all
be
that
cool.
kind of greens and navies.
Yeah,
And give them names as well. This is the tangerine version. So in all of the kits, you get the 1/2 metre of cream background fabric, you get the full instructions, and then you get 1/2 metre of this beautiful ombre confetti hearts fabric. This version is tangerine. You've got those really deep orange tones right through to this really soft coral blush. That's tangerine. Next up, we've got fuchsia. That's the version that Delphine's been working on. We're going back to the fuchsia. Do you like what it?
Oh dear. I've been awake too long for this morning.
Don't worry, I'm going home today. There it is. Again, absolutely stunning colours. Really, and look at that glint of gold. Who doesn't love a bit of gold? Love it. That's that. And then last of all, the version that our original version, the mauve, also been really popular. And it's got those little hint of hearts on, but it's not super in your face hearts.
No, not at all. No.
You've got that through to the lightest and then back out again. Gorgeous. Fab. Now, don't forget, if you prefer to get your pattern only, use your scraps, use what you have, make your own version. Liberty, Tilda, Scrappy, monochromatic, whatever you want to do, whatever you want to do. You could use scraps from every quilt you've ever made. Physical pattern, $9.99. But if you want to make this today, this afternoon, get cracking, you can.
You'd have it made by the end of tonight.
I mean, you would.
Oh, easy.
Yeah, easy.
Easy peasy.
Here we go. This is digital EHDH 06. And that's an instant purchase, no P&P on that. Instant download too. EHDH 06. Fab. Have you shown us everything you want to show on that?
Oh, I can show you more. I don't mind. I could do anything
We've
you
got
want.
4 minutes. Shall we recap the Free Motion Masterclass?
Yep.
Because this has been an absolute huge day for us for free motion quilting.
Yep.
First of all, what is it you love about free motion quilting? Why have you spent so much time creating these amazing instructions
I
for
think
us?
for me, because I'm very big on how so a finished quilt, like an applique quilt, I don't want it to just be about the applique itself. I want to add more artwork to it. And to me, it's like it's drawing with thread.
Yep.
And I love to draw and having that freedom. But also just being able to create even more beautiful designs. And it just takes a pretty quilt to a showstopper quilt.
I think that's so true.
Yeah.
There was a very good book many years ago called Quilting Makes the Quilt. And it's not a quilt unless it's quilted, unless it's all layered up and quilted, and that makes it a quilt. If I can't draw, Delphine, lots of us say I can't draw.
You've got templates.
You've got templates.
You can trace.
Exactly.
Yeah.
Exactly. And also, so much free motion quilting is an arc, a curve, a squiggle, a wobbly line. It's not Michelangelo.
No. And like I say, using matching thread to the fabric is very forgiving.
Yeah.
Very forgiving.
Yeah.
But always practice using a different coloured thread to the fabric.
I think that's such good advice. It's a little bit painful. It can be a little painful at first, can't it? When you look and think, oh, it's so wobbly, because it shows every flaw.
Yeah.
But it is a way to see what you're doing and how to get better.
And exactly. So it's, if you see, you know, did something like this and go, oh, that swirl wasn't very good, I need to practice on my swirls. And then you just keep doing them over and over again. Before you know it, you know exactly where to put the needle to stop and where to come back out. You're getting used to the distances between each part, because the key is about free motion is consistency, both with speed and shape. So the more you do it, the easier it becomes.
Yeah. Yeah, it's not always about having things that are a perfect shape. It's consistency, isn't it? I think that's such a good point.
So if it's bad, can keep it consistently bad. And it was meant to be.
I can do that.
It was a happy accident, you know. So never be too hard on yourself, because we all get better with practice.
Yeah, for sure. I can't wait to see what you do with Delphine's great instructions. Let's look at tomorrow's menu and see what's coming up. It is actually Rebecca Reed's birthday tomorrow, so I'll be the first to say it. Happy birthday, Bex Reed. We all love you. Have a fabulous day. So 8 a.m, happy birthday, Rebecca Reed. At 9 o'clock, Wendy Orlando is powering through the Lowena shoulder bag. Love that. At 10 o'clock, have you seen these Carefree cacti? They are amazing. That's what Amber makes. At 11 o'clock, we've got the Flourishing Flowers, a plique quilt, with Wendy Orlando. And then at 12 o'clock, Sam Sabido is in the house for a wonderful hour of sunshine crochet with a brand new cardigan pattern on Yarn Lane. That looks like a fabulous morning to me.
Yeah, oh, Wendy and Rebecca's together, that's lovely.
Yeah, wonderful, fab. It's been fabulous to have your company over the last couple of days. I won't be back now until the channel's birthday, our 5th birthday week, which I think starts on the 24th of February. So put that in your diary. I will see you soon. Don't hit that dial, stay where you are, because Hobby Maker is up next. See you soon.
Join me, Hayley West, this Sunday, the 16th of February, for a must-watch special. We're bringing you the incredible Husqvarna Viking Quartz 29, a powerhouse sewing machine packed with precision stitching, an easy-to-use touchscreen, and a spacious sewing area to bring your creative projects to life. But that's not all. I'll be showcasing the Kabuki quilt, a stunning quilt I've personally designed. I'll be sharing the inspiration behind it and how you can make your own. Don't miss out. Tune in this Sunday on Sewing Street.
Join me for my birthday show on Thursday. Yes, it's actually my birthday that day. I've got the lovely Wendy Orlando, who's going to be demonstrating a beautiful shoulder bag and a quilt. Then I've got Sam Sabido in with her brand new sunshine crochet cardigan, and a show with Amber Makes where we've designed the Carefree cacti with all cacti themed prints as well. So I hope you can join me. Happy birthday to me.
Did you know at Sewing Street that on various products we offer split pay? That means on certain items you can spread the cost over 2, 3, 4 or sometimes even 5 interest-free months.